stops, no one knows. We're going head into the unknown. Na, 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 na.
Hello, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, depending on where you are, I think. Happy Wednesday. We are back today with day 2 of the state of Massachusetts versus Karen Reed in her retrial, with Carrie Roberts on the stand. I think we're still on direct. I think they stopped in the middle of direct. I don't think we were on cross yet. So, but I apologize for being a few minutes late. I was having some tech difficulties, but thankfully we have Sleuthie Goosie, who has power. So,
yay! I think I probably sat in the tub for like 2 hours last night.
Oh my gosh, I can imagine you were just like, oh,
I just kept refilling. Yeah, and while I was doing the laundry,
doing laundry, eating some cold food.
Well, I couldn't do that, but I've already put it in an order that I'll have to pick up at 2 for more food to try to put some in my fridge and freezer.
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. It's like, you're like civilization.
Yeah.
I'm alive.
It was like so nice because we like finally the air was on and we could like have the fans and stuff. So we actually slept. Like it was hard getting out of bed this morning.
Oh, I bet.
Because we weren't sleeping great, like. So I'm excited for this today. I'm ready to. I'm only going to struggle through the rest of direct because I cannot wait to see the cross.
So I don't know if you guys have already watched in chat. No spoilers because I have not seen anything, but I did hear yesterday that Alan Jackson was going to be doing the cross.
Mm-hmm.
So last trial it was actually, even though they didn't actually do any cross, Elizabeth Little was the one who was doing all the objections, which if they had done cross, she would have ended up having to do. So. So it's interesting. They both sides have a little bit of a different strategy when it comes to that. And then I did hear also that Peggy's going to be taking the stand today.
Mm-hmm.
So
I heard Peggy and Guarino.
Yeah, this is definitely an interesting lineup for the Commonwealth here. I'm not really sure the thought process behind this. So far, I don't see it, but I did see on Twitter last night that a lot of people that are pro Karen Reed guilty think that Carrie Roberts is like a super strong witness for the Commonwealth.
I think that's insane. That's one of the most ridiculous things I have ever heard because she's not had cross yet, number one, and number two, once she does, and I won't do any spoilers, but I was bored and I had power, so I had to watch something this morning. And
had to.
Dude, for as little amount of time as she was on the stand for the first one, I mean, she really was quick. There really wasn't much of a reason to cross her. Her story has evolved so much. And I'm hoping that the defense, surely they are smarter than me, and they will pick up on the things that she has now added to her testimony that somehow, like, is a mirror image of Jen McCabe's from last year. So, for instance...
Those two fucking peas in a pod, I swear.
Yeah, for instance, like, we know that yesterday she testified that Karen called her in the morning and was screaming her name, screamed her name 3 times, and then said he was dead and hung up the phone, and that she was screaming loud enough that her husband woke up. Well,
we did hear that. Yeah.
Well, that wasn't a story last year. That was a story
Nope.
from Jen last year, but not from Carrie. So she's now adopted Jen's story about the call in the morning. And I'm afraid
What
to
about the
because I
fact that
can't
she's saying
remember.
that she knew about the broken tail light at Jen McCabe's house when they supposedly didn't know about it? I haven't gone back and watched last year's, last year's, yeah. But did she not say that happened in John O'Keefe's driveway?
Yeah, they did. But I think that because they know that it wasn't on camera happening, they had to place it somewhere else. I mean, Hank doesn't know that it's Meadows Avenue, or that it was not, like, if you're showing dash cam footage from the morning when he was found, it's not that night, it's the morning. So he's so confused on those kinds of things. And I think the reason is because, like, if you've noticed at pretrial hearings for this trial, he was always referencing the transcript from the first trial. He hardly ever referenced like evidence, or like it was always transcripts from the first trial testimony. And I think that he spent all of his time studying every witness's testimony from the first trial in hopes of covering bases on this one, or fixing and correcting errors in a way that the jury might buy. You know what I mean? Like, I think
Yep.
most of his time has been spent on identifying the inconsistencies and bad things about previous testimony and trying to make it better for this one.
Okay, so I'm seeing mixed results on this. Do you think so far? We're only a half, we're a day in, but a half a day in for testimony. Do you think that Brennan is more effective than Lawley?
I think he is. However, so something that I don't like is him asking the same question over and over again. I mean, he continues to do it. He'll ask a question, then he rephrases it the exact same way, and the witness looks at him like, I definitely just answered that. I just said that. But as far as like effectiveness to the jury, probably yes. If I were the defense, I would not be willing. I mean, I don't know about Peggy, but the other witnesses that did testify last year, I wouldn't be letting a single one go by without cross, because
I agree.
they've all expanded. So far, everything's been
Except for the
expanded.
kids.
Yeah.
The kids are probably the only ones I still wouldn't cross.
Yeah.
If they put the kids back on the stand like they did last trial, I would not. I'd just let them go.
Yeah.
I'd say I'm sorry for your loss, and like they did last year, I'm sorry. Sorry you had to be here.
Yeah.
I
can't remember. I don't want to say, because I can't remember if it was yesterday I watched it, or today, when they talk about arriving at 34 Fairview and finding him. The particular thing I'm thinking of, I don't think happened till today, so I'll just be quiet till we get there.
Okay.
But wait till you hear like how that has evolved as well.
Yeah, I just don't trust this. I don't trust her. I don't trust her. I don't trust
Not
Jen. I don't
at
trust
all.
these people.
Nope. And if I was the defense, I would be making a point to hammer home just how biased these people actually are. Like instances of her talking shit about Karen before John died. When you see this today, you're gonna be like, it's very frustrating watching her. But I think she's on cross now, and I haven't seen any of that.
Okay, all right. So we'll start off, and then so she's still on direct when we left off yesterday. Let me say hi to you guys real quick in chat too. Carla, that is kind of the big question. Was this guy hit by a car? The experts that were hired by the third party say no. that this person did not hit a car and a car did not hit this person. So, I mean, that's kind of the big data and science, like Indiana Girl's saying. It just doesn't.
Speaking of them, court starts with like a little mini hearing.
Okay.
That you're going to want to hear, and then it starts.
Okay. All right. So let me see. All right, let's do a volume check. Can you guys hear that you guys are okay?
I can.
Please be seated. Court is in session. 22 CR 117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Okay. All right, so I was told counsel wanted to see me about something.
Yes, good morning, Your Honor.
Morning.
Last night we received 19 witnesses. One of the witnesses that the Commonwealth intends to call today, Trooper Garino.
So 19 more witnesses.
Many of these reports are Cellbrite reports that are run with new software and not addressed in any corresponding report. Some of them include data that have never been discussed by Trooper Garino. There's at least one PowerPoint that is hundreds of pages long that appears to be cut and copied text messages and various phone calls. But again, we received at 10:45 last night.
What?
This is in violation of Rule 14, and we're asking the court to exclude, at the very least, the lengthy PowerPoint of phone calls and text messages that have been copied and pasted into a PowerPoint because we have no ability to go through in a timely manner and review them for accuracy.
Wait until you see how she spins this around.
What?
Wait till you see how Bev spins this around. So they're saying they violated the discovery stuff. They just gave us all this shit yesterday, last night, in the middle, almost the middle of the night. And it should be excluded or whatever, at least the PowerPoint, right? Now watch how it spins.
Okay.
Your Honor, all of this information is from the phone discovery, which they've already had. There are a number of different select PowerPoints that were introduced.
When did they get it?
Last night,
No, when did they already have?
2023.
Yeah, but they can't check to make
So
sure your
what-
PowerPoint is correct. That takes
Right.
time.
Yeah, and that the information you put in there is from where you say it's from,
Exactly.
and the context behind what you say is in there, because you're just
Exactly.
picking and choosing like you did with the fucking clips of her interview.
They're not saying they didn't have it. They're saying that they got it at 10:45 last night. They haven't had time to go through over hundreds of pages of a PowerPoint to see if everything's correct.
Jesus.
The spin gets crazy.
You may remember from the last trial is that there is, for example, Mr. O'Keefe's entire phone log, and then it's separated by his phone calls with the defendant, perhaps another witness. And so what we did is we tried to consolidate. Instead of having 50 of these things, I try to make them more limited. We did use more updated software. The only difference is it shows emojis. In addition, we took the phone calls and the emails or the text messages, which was presented at the last trial. Content has not changed. We just put it in a PowerPoint so that when it's read, instead of just reading the text messages and then searching for the phone calls, where Trooper Garino would then refer to a separate document, they're just simply in order. There is a presentation of a different PowerPoint, which is from the old data, 2023, but it is information that was not introduced at the last trial, although it was clearly provided to the defense in advance. And what it is, it's healthcare data of the defendant's watch, and Jennifer McCabe's watch. And what it does is it tracks her heart rate from midnight all the way through the next morning. Now, although that information was available to the defense, they could have done what they wanted with it. That information was never put in a PowerPoint presentation. I will not and do not expect Trooper Garino to talk about it during his testimony. He's a witness I'm going to ask the court to recall. The reason I turned that over was to be transparent and to be collegial. We would not introduce it on direct, but as Your Honor ordered, there was an order not to get into third-party culprit evidence. Jennifer McCabe was never identified as a third-party culprit, yet in the opening, the defense suggested something about 227. If the defense is to cross-examine or suggest that a phone call occurred at 227, this would be to rebut that information. I could have waited until after the cross-examination and then sprung this as a surprise upon the defense because it is powerful evidence
It is still a
showing
fucking
her
surprise.
heart rate is inconsistent with being in a criminal conspiracy, yet we provided it in advance so that it have notice days before Trooper Garino would even testify
So,
about it.
So the PowerPoint,
Wait. Days before?
well, the
He's
problem with this Dingleberry is that he's not understanding that you can say that someone had knowledge, maybe not even of the crime, but let's just say that they're saying that she had knowledge that he was outside, right? That doesn't necessarily mean that they think she's a third party culprit, like part of who actually killed him. Okay. And secondly, that wouldn't have mattered even if you did spring it on them, because we have her heart rate data. And there are times where it jumps, number one. But number two, he's saying it like basically provides like indisputable evidence that she couldn't have been part of him dying. But I don't know that they ever said that she was part of him actually dying or saw him die or saw him get beat up. You know what I mean?
right.
So I find it weird. And also that once again, we're obsessed with Jennifer McCabe. I find it funny that he just called Jennifer McCabe the defendant. Mm-hmm.
But still, they have no time. Whether this is efficient and this is, yes, nice, and you put it all in this little PowerPoint, there's no way to corroborate what you put in here.
They need to say that. They need to stand up and say, it's not that we didn't have the data. We do have it. And in fact, we filed it with a previous motion we filed in
Right.
2023. The point is there's hundreds of pages of slides, and we don't have the time to sit there and check each one against the discovery to make sure it's all accurate.
Yeah, I kind of thought that, maybe Elizabeth didn't deliver it correctly, but that was my interpretation of what she was trying to say.
Mm-hmm.
But Bev isn't going to care. So
No.
I guess I should have answered my own question when I was asking you what you think of Brennan versus Lawley. I find Brennan to be extremely unethical.
Oh, same.
So I think
is
that
it
I think
effective?
it bothers me because Lawley's kind of a putz.
Yeah.
And you can always tell, even with the first trial, that he was doing what he was told to do. Not that he
For
actually necessarily wanted to do this, but he was doing what he was told to do. He was doing his job. He gets paid the same amount, whether he goes in here or not. You know what I mean? Like, he was just kind of going along with it. But I find Brennan extremely unethical. I think that he's like the epitome of, what do they call, like a sly fox? You know what I mean? Like, he's always trying to get one over on everybody.
Lally is much less maniacal.
Right. So, and I also, for lack of a better term, I think Lawley did a better job with the organization of his trial presentation. Even though I didn't necessarily agree with him as he was doing things on direct, and he really annoyed me with the what if any's, but his flow was, you could actually understand his flow of witnesses. This guy, it's like we're literally not trying to present a case, we're just trying to beat the defense.
If I was Hank, I probably would have kept the flow of witnesses, like in the timeline. I prefer witnesses in a timeline fashion, obviously, because I'm weird about timelines.
Me too.
So I probably would have kept it that way. However, I would have either shortened certain witnesses and or like gotten rid of a few, kept them all in the same order, but like I don't need 7 first responders telling me the exact same story.
Right. Well, actually telling different stories.
Well, I mean, like, so for instance, that ended up being better for the defense because Lally put, 4 first responders on there, and all 4 of them never heard her saying that she hit him, even though you have these 2 civilian witnesses who said she did and that she was screaming it. So the defense could then say all 4 of these officers never heard what they're saying was said. Whereas if you only call 1, then it's like Well, he didn't hear it, but there were other officers on scene, if that makes sense. Hi, Kim. I'm happy you're here, Kim. I love you, Kim.
He repped Whitey Bulger? I didn't know
Yes,
that.
you didn't know that?
Nuh-uh. I didn't know that.
Yes. Where was I talking about? Where? It had to have been. I don't even talk to very many people. Who was I talking to when I was talking about, like, being a mob lawyer and that the mob doesn't exist?
If it was me, I forgot.
I can't remember. Maybe I was talking to myself. We didn't have no power, so it's possible. Sat here having whole arguments with myself.
Oh shit! You're like, it's possible. Anything could go at this point.
Anything's possible at this point. I don't know why.
Oh shit! All right, we'll keep going. Hey, Tammy.
Points that were provided last night, you don't intend to use either one of those in your,
The presentation I would regarding the text messages and phone calls. At the last trial, Trooper Garino read the text messages from the screen, and at the same time, he would look at the phone calls, and he would go back and forth between the papers. This is simply putting the phone calls with the text messages in the chronological order, so that on the screen, rather than read text messages and then refer to the phone calls and state there was a phone call, it can simply be shown on the screen.
what do you say about that, Ms. Little? It's content you had, it's messages that came in at the last trial.
The problem
I think
here
he's
is
dumb.
It's not from a Cellbrite report. It's been individually.
I need to see it. I need to take a look at this. Do you have an extra copy for me, Mr. Brennan?
Provide a copy, Your Honor.
So Trooper Garino is not going to be your next witness after Ms. Roberts, is he?
It's going to be Peggy O'Keefe, and then it would be Trooper Garino. As I said, I can recall him, and I expect to, because there's a number of other events. If
So he's going to review hundreds of pages right now? Come on.
authenticate the phones that we'll need for our further witnesses.
He's saying like he's gonna recall him and just keep using this PowerPoint anytime he needs to.
Yep. Kind
Okay.
of like, do you remember how before the trial started, when he was talking about like an independent reader or whatever? Part of that whole, what he was asking for was like an independent person that wouldn't testify, that would be able to just pop up, read something, pop back down.
Oh yeah, he wanted.
So
Yeah, he
since
wanted.
he's not allowed to have that, it's got to come in through Guarino, and so I bet he's pissed about having to keep coming back. See, like in terms of effectiveness, like that, I don't think is very effective. However, it could become effective if you're talking about timeline form, you'd be able to go in actual timeline form easier that way, rather than have him read a bunch of text messages and the jury not know like what that even matters for. That sounded kind of jumbled as it came out of my face, so I'm not sure. like surely there were times where he was reading stuff and they were like, what does this have to do with anything? And then it might be 10 witnesses later that you're like, oh, that must be what that was about, is referring to those text messages. But that doesn't mean the jury's piecing it together. Whereas here, he'll be able to skip around. And at the time that it becomes relevant, he can then have Guarino come up and read it, you know?
Okay. It is. It's like a nick.
But it's, yeah, that's, I mean, to me, like if I was Guarino, I'd be like, I have a job, sir. Like I have another job. Like I can't just be at your beck and call to come up and read 3 sentences when you want me to.
I think at this point, everybody on the Commonwealth side is like, this is their job at this point, is to make sure that they get a conviction on this.
Yeah.
What a waste of fucking money if this is either another mistrial or she's not guilty. The state of Mass has totally.
They're already on a lot of money.
Right. Okay. All right. Let's keep going here.
Which is Ian Whiffen and Jessica Hyde, and then I can simply recall him. I don't need to read these to the jury today.
No, you don't.
But there's nothing new in it. There's nothing surprising, but I will make this as easy as possible for
All right,
everybody.
I'd like to be able to take a look at this. I'd like the defense to take a look at it. You're right, Ms. Little, you're entitled to be able to spend some time looking at what the Commonwealth intends to put into evidence today. So, yeah, so I just took, I guess, Mr. Lally's copy. So if you can get me, Mr. Clerk, would you give this back to Mr. Lally? If you can get me another copy today, that would be great.
He's really being called to authenticate documents.
Okay,
The defense may have other plans for him. There's no need to introduce any of this today through Trooper Garino.
okay.
He will be not only a fact witness for downloading and authenticating, but he is essentially our reader. I can bring him back today. I can bring him back in 2 days. It really doesn't matter. I don't want to deprive the defense of time to review.
Okay.
And so whatever is the time they need, I'll
The
defer.
defense is definitely going to have a lot to say to him.
Oh gosh, yeah.
So, and for him to act like he doesn't know, like, what they intended it, like, sir, did you not watch the last trial?
You know damn well he did. You know damn well that he is using everything that he can. Like, okay, this worked, this didn't. This worked, this didn't.
Oh, you know what? I wonder if he is going to pull a Nick and what he's going to do it. Like, he might have just tipped his hand there because he's like, I don't know what he's basically just authenticating records. I wonder if on cross of Guarino, we're going to hear the constant objections that it's outside the scope of direct. To where the defense can't get into other things unless they call him in their case in chief.
Oh, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. And Ms. Little, if you can take a look at them by tomorrow and let me know if you have any objections tomorrow. Does that give you enough time?
Sure, we just won't sleep.
Okay. All right. Was there anything else before we started?
Not for the
Oh,
comment.
yes.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I did email Mr. McDermott yesterday evening. We did speak with Dr. Wolf yesterday, and he is not available on Friday. Is there another day reasonably soon that we can have them come in?
We could do it tomorrow afternoon if tomorrow is a better day for him.
It was another state, Beverly.
Just in Pennsylvania, right?
Could we do a Zoom hearing tomorrow?
No, he needs to be here in person.
Right.
Mr.
You know what the fuck he's gonna say? This isn't your first rodeo. This is so ridiculous.
Why does she always make, it's not lost on me and it shouldn't be lost on anybody else that these people that Karen Reed are paying out of her own pocket to pay to come and do this stuff are the only ones that she requires to come in. Like, she's not making any other witnesses come in on the Commonwealth's dime.
No.
But everybody that Karen Reed has to pay tons of money, not only to just show up. And so if he testified in this thing via Zoom, she'd still have to pay him. She's going to have to pay him a lot more to have him travel from Pennsylvania.
Yeah, twice. But, and she had a little crushy crush on Wolf.
She wants to see him in person. Again, but
She
still,
She wants to see him in person. I think that she's like, no, Wolf needs to be here because I need to be able to stare at him again and give him googly eyes like a teenage girl.
she did it to Russell, dude. Russell came from all the way across the country.
She did. Yeah.
And she not only came all the way across the country, but then somehow it didn't get finished. And then instead of letting it be like the next day to finish taking care of this, she spaced it out far enough to where she would have to go all the way home and come all the way back. Like, none of this is lost on me. It's really gross.
That's
like,
Bev for
get
you.
it done. Like, just get it done. What are we doing? Get it done.
I think Bev is really pushing to help the Commonwealth more so this trial than last trial. That's how I feel.
For sure.
Dante says, is Elizabeth Little a lawyer and an admin assistant? Bev always seems to ask her when she wants some paperwork rooting out. I don't know. I don't know if her title would be admin assistant, but she's definitely the one who seems to have the knack or ability to find like a needle in a haystack in the paperwork and know exactly where things are. But she's definitely a lawyer. She's just
Elizabeth is a partner at Jackson's law firm.
Yeah, but she's the one who always knows where stuff is in all the documents.
Well, yeah. She's just
It's like a sleuthie.
Sorta.
Yeah. She just knows where it all is.
Except I don't think that I would be the one that you, like, if we were a law firm, would I be the one that you would call for sensitive witnesses?
No, but like if
So
I
it's
was
good they
like
have her for that.
if I was like an Alan Jackson, I'd be like, I know that this is in something. I know that
Yeah.
I've seen this information. And then Elizabeth Little would be like Sleuthie. I'd be like, Sleuthie, I know it's in there somewhere. And you'd be like, okay, it's on page 5 of report number 32. That was released on February 14th of 1984. You know what I mean?
It's
That
really
would be
good
you.
that it's really good that they have her, someone like her, for that.
Right.
Because there's been times where she's like saved their ass, even if it was not because they needed to reference something, but simply like Bev's annoyed and she wants a copy of something. Thankfully, she always is able to find it real quick, you know?
Yeah. Well, and she just seems that's just how her memory works. So it's definitely beneficial to have her around.
What do they call us? See, I don't work in neurology, so all like the diseases and stuff, I don't. Neurodivergent, is that a thing? Is that what it is?
Yes.
She's one of us.
She is. She is.
One of us.
You think Bev likes Miss Little? I think she probably likes her better than she does not like Alan Jackson. And she definitely does not like Alessi, like at all.
She hates Karen Reed.
She hates Karen Reed. Good morning, Miss Reed. Good morning, Miss Little. Good morning, Mr. Yannetti.
Leslie, I issued an order late yesterday. You were the one yesterday talking about this voir dire. I assume that you folks provided that order to the ARCA witnesses. We don't have an address to serve them. We don't have enough time.
I provided a copy.
All right, so we could do tomorrow afternoon?
No, Beverly, that's not going to work.
We have to make travel arrangements for them to get here. And then he has a conflict that begins on Thursday and goes until Friday. So, is there a day next week?
Well, we could do Monday, but what I'm going to order is if it's continued all the way until Monday, the testing that he outlined that you were contemplating or were going to do, that has to be done by then. So we can do it Monday, but that testing has to be done by then.
Okay, wait. That wasn't even what your thing was for him to be there Friday.
Yeah, what is she saying right now?
I don't know.
To make that happen, I don't have a status on some of the shipping components that they need for the testing.
Okay.
So, I mean, we'll do the best for it.
All right. So that'll be done by Monday. We'll do this Monday. I don't want to devote a whole day where, I mean, Friday was easy to devote a whole day because the jury thought they were only going to be here a half a day. Can we do this just in the afternoon?
Your Honor, I am unclear as to what the subject matter of the voir dire is going to be.
Exactly.
So I am indifferent to this voir dire. All right. I'm trying to help you out by having the witnesses here because I found a violation of your reciprocal discovery. So I don't know how long this is going to go. I would assume I'm giving you the opportunity to put them on and the Commonwealth an opportunity to cross-examine them.
First, in terms of time, we can do it within a half a day.
All right. Do you agree with that, Mr. Brennan?
Regarding an afternoon voir dire of ARCA on Monday,
Yes.
we'll defer to the court whenever is available.
I mean, I'd like to keep the testimony going. I've already told the jurors that they have a half a day Friday. So Friday.
Why are you giving them half days, Bev? If you want to get this on the road, like, why are we giving them half days? They don't. I bet you they'd be more grateful to just finish.
Yeah, but Bev needs to go have her Friday cocktails. Bev needs the half a day on Friday because she's like, I can't handle Jackson longer than a day and a half at a time.
Okay, that was really good, but also Judge Gold is an actual piece of shit, judicial tyrant, but probably the only good thing she did was sequester the jury and then make it full days Monday through Friday and then the half day on Saturday and only off on Sundays.
Yeah.
Like,
No, you can never keep track of the Karen Reed schedule because it's like, do we have a half a day tomorrow? Do we have a full day? Or do we even have court? Like, what the hell is she doing?
Yeah, she takes up so much time. It's
But
unbelievable.
then she's
There's
like,
no,
I want Mr. Wolf here now. I don't care where he's from. Get him here immediately.
but it's like, okay, well, if you didn't insist that he have to be here, you want to get testimony going. You want it to like finish. We have a half day on whatever day, so he could be here if you would let it be via Zoom. Oh no, I'm not going to let it be via Zoom.
No.
Well, you can't have all the things, ma'am.
I can't smell him over the camera. And
Oh, that's what it
him.
is.
I need to be able to
Don't
smell
sniff
him.
That makes sense. She's a sniffer.
Say, you know?
Oh my God.
We're never gonna make it through today.
Now when he comes on, now we have to really watch her to see if she does do a sniff.
She probably will do a sniff. She'll do like a little wave of her hand to get like more of the aroma towards her face.
Go spin her chair real quick and make a tornado of his scent.
Ooh, scent. Do you think that Mr. Wolf smells like books? No, I think he smells. I think he smells like the ocean, like a good ocean, not like a Pacific Ocean. I am a sniffer. That's probably why I thought of it, because I do. I like to. I'm one of those, and I'm like, he looks like he smells really good. So, but he's definitely got. He's got a manly scent.
Joanna's giving away spoilers. Go ahead and hit play. Don't read the chat.
Where we were at the half a day.
Love you, Joanna.
Will we have a chance to be heard on rulings regarding ARCA? Because I still have the same concern about new information.
Yes. What do you mean? Before when?
Whenever it's convenient for the court, but I have concerns about these witnesses bringing in new opinions that we will not have an opportunity to consider
Here we
All right,
go.
we'll do that the day of the voir dire.
whenever it's good for the court.
All right. So maybe we'll break with the jury at 12 on Monday. Now they're going to have 2 half days in a row, but we'll break.
Will we still do the voir dire and I'll have witness testimony prepared for Friday?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I have one further follow-up question?
Yes.
Thank you. The reason I asked for, and I appreciate the opportunity for the voir dire, it's not lost on me. But what I'm trying to understand is I want to hit target, whatever the target of the court
So
is.
one of the big concerns I have is that 105 or more text messages were deleted. And you said in due course. I have no idea what you mean by in due course. It's a pending case. I need to figure out that at least.
That's
and there-
very helpful.
Okay.
In Your Honor, the 30-day, if you may recall, the defense had this very same issue with a matter with District Attorney Morrissey. So you said, I'm unclear what deletions are, and we're happy to have testimony, the ARCA witnesses can discuss it.
They're to bring them if they still have them.
Exactly, that is also very helpful, but this 30-day auto delete, a lot of attorneys do that, District Attorney Morrissey
So
did that.
I need something in writing about that. That's not my understanding on how you keep records in a pending case. And remember, you still said out of the blue, months later, a bill came. This gives me pause about that, frankly. Okay?
We're happy to
So-
discuss that as well, Your Honor.
All right. All right. So,
Get the clarification.
all right. And there'll be more. I'm not limiting it to that, but those are my big concerns.
Appreciate it.
All right. Are we ready to start?
Judge, I just have yeah.
So let's figure that out. Do you want to, you know what? Let's see counsel at sidebar about schedule.
Sidebar. Oh shoot! I didn't put bingo up. Shit. I forgot something. All right. I'll get it.
I'm going to switch to my computer.
Okay.
Independent
Hi,
research
Intia.
or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no.
Now let's just give them more time at home
All
to
right,
be able
thank
to
you very
do that.
much. Can we have Ms. Roberts back in, please?
Ms. Roberts, I'll remind you, you're still under oath. You can take the stand.
Thank you.
Good morning. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mrs. Roberts.
Good morning.
Yesterday, you told us a little bit about when you went into John's home at Meadows to look for him.
Yes,
And I recall you said that you did not see him there.
correct,
At some point, you left.
correct.
When you went into Meadows, who did you go into Meadows with?
Karen and Jen McCabe.
Have you ever seen any video from a ring camera depicting you and the defendant and Miss McCabe going into the home?
Yes, I have.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Actually, I've moved to introduce a ring video. It has certification and then a smaller clip of that ring video if there's no objection.
Did you say if there's no objection or there is no?
If there's no objection. There's no objection. May I introduce Your Honor?
Sure.
Exhibits 12A and 12B.
Thank you. One final. It's a clip. 12C would be just fine. Thank you. Your Honor, if I may note, 12A is the ring video from 12 Meadows. 12B is the certification from Ring. And 12C is a clip of a piece, a portion of 12A.
That's accurate. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. With the court's permission, I'd like to play 12C for the jury.
Okay.
Thank you. Ms. Roberts, you've seen that video before?
Yes, I have.
Is that you and the defendant and Ms. McCabe going into Meadows?
Yes, it is.
When you came out of Meadows, did you have a chance again to look at the defendant's tail light on her Lexus?
Yes, when we left the house, she pointed it out to me.
Did you stop and get a closer look?
Yes, I did.
I want you to describe to the jury your best memory of what it looked like.
Karen pointed out and said, "Look, my taillight." And she said, "Do you think I hit him?" And I said, "No, I don't think you hit him. What are you talking about? Let's just go find him." But the taillight itself, the piece was missing. And as you got closer, there's a metal sort of square, and one of the pieces was sort of sticking out. And I only remember it because I thought if someone walks by that, they're going to catch their jacket on it.
But none of that's on camera.
How long of a time did you have to actually look at the taillight?
Under a minute.
Just a
How
peek.
close were you to the taillight when you looked at it?
I was in front of it. I could see.
And when you talked about the taillight, you said a piece was missing. Is this the left side or the right side of the Lexus that you saw the piece of the taillight missing?
It was the right side, so it was the passenger taillight.
May I approach?
Yes.
No way there's not footage of that.
Well, they supposedly kind of like stop off, you know. They're just like, oh yeah,
Sorry, man.
look
Yeah,
at my
but they
tail
don't.
light.
And you would be able to hear it.
Do you recognize what is in that photo?
That is Karen's SUV.
Is it similar or a fair and accurate depiction of how you saw the vehicle that morning?
Without the snow, I can't be positive, but this square piece was missing, as is in this picture.
The photograph you look at is not the car in the snow in the driveway the day you saw it.
Correct.
Putting
Guess
that
what
aside,
square
is
piece?
that a fair and accurate depiction of the
What-
damage that you saw to the right?
What piece?
I said, guess what square piece?
Which piece?
The one they still haven't found.
Why does that not surprise me?
Yep.
Rear tail light of Ms. Reed's car that morning.
Yes.
I move to introduce this as an exhibit, please.
Any objection?
No objection. Thank you. With the court's permission, I'd like to publish Exhibit 13.
Okay, so I'm looking at the testimony from last year, and it says that Karen pointed out the taillight, and Karen said, "Do you think I hit him?" Karen, no, or Carrie Roberts says, "No, you were drinking. You could have hit something." And remembers a piece missing and a metal piece kind of sticking out.
Hmm.
So that part's kind of that part's at least consistent. But
But that was when they were going inside.
supposedly now, she's not saying that that's when Karen told her I hit him.
Wait, what?
Could I have hit him? Did she say that in this testimony?
Now she's saying, yeah, she just said that when they were coming back out, Karen showed them the taillight and she was looking at it and Karen said, "Do you think I hit him?"
Okay.
But they have to make that now coming out because somehow miraculously there's no video. But there's no way there wouldn't be video and audio of them coming out of the house.
Yeah, Dante, I'm gonna grab the bingo card link because I forgot to put it up. Yeah, I'll be right back with it.
Ms. Roberts, I'm going to ask you to take a look at the photo that you just described. Do you see the white area in that photograph?
Yes.
Is that where the taillight had missing part?
Yes.
And where was the metal in relation to that white part that you see?
If you look at the white part, it's the upper left. It's sort of like a rectangle, but it's vertical, sort of.
And that's the metal part that you were concerned about?
Yes, one of the side, it's almost like an encasement, but the right side, I think it was the right side, was sticking out a little bit, like out from the car toward me.
Did you express any concern about the metal sticking out?
Yes, because I thought at that height, it could clip someone's coat or something if they were walking by.
You mentioned the defendant asked you if you thought she hit somebody.
Correct.
How many times did she ask you that?
She asked me that in the driveway. How many times? She said, "Do you think I hit him? Do you think I hit him?"
Oh, twice she said
My
it?
answer was no, I don't think you hit him. I'm sure you hit something because your taillight's broken, but I don't think you hit him. Why would I think that?
Did you have any reason to think at that point that she hit anybody?
No.
Did she ever repeat that phrase or question in the same or similar manner?
Why wouldn't she have any reason to think that she had hit somebody if on the phone call Karen Reed calls her and says that he's dead? Didn't she say on the phone call? Now I'm trying. My memory is getting.
She called and she said, "Carrie, Carrie, Carrie, John's dead," and hung up the phone.
Right. But
And
then they talked again.
and she said something about him getting hit by a plow. Bottom line, she literally just said, "You had to have hit something because your taillight's broken." Well, why something couldn't have been John, I don't understand.
Right. Why did she? I hope that the defense really goes in on that. What was
Why
up
did
with the
Carrie
tail
assume
line?
it wasn't John?
That why did you assume that there's no way it could have been John?
Right.
If she's already called you, told you John was dead and was hit by something.
I would do that and then hope that the answer would then be there wasn't enough damage. You know what I mean? Did I just?
Right. No, that was me. I'm
Okay.
trying to grab what I want. So
Like
yeah,
maybe the answer would be because there wasn't enough damage.
right. Like why did you think that?
Yeah.
Because after everything that's happened, she calls you frantic, tells you John's dead, tells you all this stuff on the second phone call. You call Canton PD and you don't bother to tell them that you think John's dead. You're just like, oh, hey, my friend didn't come home. Like, no big deal. Not, hey, my friend's girlfriend just called and said that she thinks he's dead. And now you're saying that you don't believe that Karen Reed hit him based on what you saw on the taillight, that she hit something, but not John. So why are you thinking all of these things, but now you're saying that she obviously hit him? Like, that doesn't make sense to me.
Manor again that night?
She did at the scene where we found John,
Before or after you found John?
after we found John.
Okay, so we'll get to that then. Could we please take that picture down, Ms. Gilman? How far of a ride is it from Meadows to Fairview?
I don't know, maybe 8 minutes.
So when you left John's house at Meadows and you traveled to Fairview, you said you were driving.
Yes.
Was there any comments or conversation from the defendant on that ride?
There was talk of Bella's mom,
Wait.
who lived near Jen's sister. There was talk.
Pause
and
it.
I said, "Where is Fairview?"
I want to say two things, and then you can keep going. One is that now it all of a sudden takes about 8 minutes, right, to get from
I was listening for that one because
Meadows to Fairview, which if Karen was at Meadows at 12:36, linking to the Wi-Fi, that would then put you out to 12:28, leaving Fairview. And again, even if she's comparing it to like the snow, like it took about 8 minutes because of the snow, let's say, then it still would have, like, I think 6 minutes without this much snow is still being really generous. But right here, she says that when they were driving over there, somebody brought up Bella's mom again. If you remember yesterday, just as a reminder, she didn't know who Bella's mom was. She didn't know who brought it up. And so we'll see what she says now about Bella's mom, because we're back there again.
Oh, shit.
Mm-hmm.
And Jen said it's off of Chapman, so it was near Spring Lane. And I knew of somebody previously that John had dated on Spring Lane, so I brought it up thinking, could he have gone there if he was walking home? I don't
So
know.
now it was you that brought it up. Okay.
I don't know. I didn't know where he was or why he was missing.
But describe the mood in the car.
Well, it was scary driving, and Karen was, frantic.
Did she just say it was Carrie driving?
Was yelling.
Karen driving?
I thought she just said it was Carrie driving. Just rewind like 3 seconds.
Shit.
I don't even remember at this point what she was yelling, but she was yelling. She had an elevated voice. She was in between us while I was driving.
Oh, that's a terrible pause.
Driving, and she would sit back in the. But she was yelling. But she was yelling.
There.
I don't even remember at this point what she was yelling, but she was yelling. She had an elevated voice. She was in between us while I was driving, and she would sit back in the back seat and be in
It's not wanting
between us.
Go back.
Did you have any words with Miss?
I don't know. I didn't know where he was or why he was missing.
Go forward,
Describe the
backwards a
mood
little.
in the car.
Well, it was scary driving, and Karen
Scary.
was, frantic, and
It was scary
scary.
driving.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why it sounded like Carrie. Okay. It was scary driving. Got it.
So she went from not knowing who Bella was or Bella's mom was to
knowing
now
that John
she's the
dated
one
this
that
guy.
brought it up.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Scary. I'm glad we confirmed that, because I was going to pop off about her saying Carrie.
Look at who the fuck is Carrie.
Yeah, I'm glad we went back. Carrie is scary, but
That was scary Carrie driving. You're right.
scary.
I just, I was thinking about this last night, and since I'm paused right now, I'm just going to bring it up. We obviously have so much more information on the outside. We have just our own research. We have, information from court hearings. We have the information from the first trial. I don't know if I will be able to watch this in the point of view as a juror to see what they think, like what I think the jury's going to think the outcome's going to be. Like, I'm struggling with that. And I was like, so last time I was thinking about it, I'm like, I don't know how the jury is going to be viewing all of this.
You just have to look at what they're saying here. And then, so let's say she said, I hit him at 5 o'clock, right?
Right.
And then, so you like write that down, like the jury's going to go with that. And then you say, and then the defense comes on and they cross her or whatever. And there's a question of whether it actually happened at 5 o'clock or that she even said it at all, or that she was anywhere near, or whatever the case may be. And then you just cross it off. And then at the end of the trial, however much stuff remains that didn't get crossed off because it was basically invalidated, you go from there. I personally just don't see how anybody, forget everything we knew before. I just don't see how anybody thinks that he was hit by a car. Before I started following anything, I saw his autopsy pictures and I was like, he did not get hit by a car.
Exactly.
What world?
Hmm.
It's hard to say. You don't ever know what a jury's going to do.
I know. And I just don't, like, I'm like, I don't know if I can watch these witnesses in the context of not knowing that they're all fucking liars.
Yeah. I just hope there's not another mistrial. I will die. I would rather lose power again than sit through another one of these. I can't. I can't take it.
Yelling. I don't even remember at this point what she was yelling, but she was yelling. She had an elevated voice. She would be in between us while I was driving, and she would sit back in the back seat, then be in between us.
Did you have any words with Miss Reed?
I told her to shut up several times because I was trying to drive. I couldn't concentrate. I told her to sit back and buckle up because it was bad driving. I didn't want to get into an accident and her not have a seatbelt on.
How often was the yelling on the way to Fairview?
Oh, several times. It was like you couldn't control her. And I was trying to drive in a blizzard.
You went down Spring Road before you get to Fairview?
No, Spring Lane is before Fairview off of Chapman.
And did anything remarkable happen on Spring Lane?
I'm sorry?
Anything remarkable happen on Spring Lane?
We already asked this.
More of the same?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned yesterday that when you got to Fairview, the defendant began kicking your door.
Yes,
When you looked out, you didn't see anything.
I did not.
And at some point, you ran over to where Miss Reed was.
Yes.
Tell us what your first observations are when you get close to the defendant.
Well, it was a shape of a body, like the length of a body, shape of a body. She ran over and I said, oh my God. I jumped out of the car. I ran over and she was lifting up his shirt to try and warm him, I guess. So I went over to his head and I began to dig his head out of the snow.
Dig his head out of the snow. I'm here to tell you there wasn't that much snow on the ground.
There wasn't that much snow on the ground. And if you listen to the 911 calls, they rolled him over.
Also, if he were buried under snow and his head was buried under snow, the only way there'd have been enough snow for that was if someone put snow on top of him.
Right.
So I can't buy that. It didn't just naturally fall from the sky and him get that much snow covering his whole body. There was not that much snow on the ground.
My problem is if they rolled him over, it means that he was face down on the ground with barely any snow. Because remember, snow is barely beginning to stick. His face wouldn't be covered in snow. You wouldn't have to dig him out of anything because we know there wasn't more than a couple inches. I mean, the big snow doesn't come until right then, like after.
Like as they're finding him, yeah. Then it starts to snow a lot.
You're not digging him out of anything.
Yeah, I
And if you could roll him over, then he's already out of it.
Yeah, they don't say that this time yet, but like the 911 call hasn't come in yet. So I don't remember the defense picking up on that last time. But everybody did when they heard the 911 call, not in court. So hopefully they bring that up, because if that were true, well, so if he's found on his face, let's say he's found face down, then he couldn't have banged the back of his head on the ground, but he still technically could have, because he could have tried to roll over. However, the defense did say that his injury would have been immediately incapacitating. He wouldn't have moved at all after that. It would have immediately knocked him out. So I don't know.
But then he's checking his text messages at 12:32.
Yeah, exactly.
So
That alone is enough to, if he was still checking his text messages, then she did not hit him before she left there.
Back and describe for us what you're seeing.
His body was completely covered, but his head was completely covered. So I started to dig around his face and his eyes, and his left eye was fine, but his right eye looked like it was huge, like he had something happen to it.
talk about practice right there.
And after that, I told Karen to get off him. We were going to start CPR. I had been certified at work through the American Red Cross, so I knew chest compressions were more important. So I started to do chest compressions, and I yelled to Jen and told her to call 911. Karen was trying to do mouth to mouth. I don't know if she knew what she was doing, but I knew chest compressions were more important, so I concentrated on that. I yelled for Jen. I carry blankets. I have 2 kids, so I carry blankets in the car. So I yelled to Jen to get the blankets. I don't know what I thought I was doing with blankets, but I wrapped them around his head, just thinking we're trying to warm him up. He was covered in snow.
Also, Jen said she couldn't find any.
You mentioned that his head was covered in snow. Was his head fully covered in snow?
Yes.
No.
Absolutely.
When you look down, could you see who it was at first?
At first, no. I had to dig him out.
When is it that you realized that this was your friend John?
When I cleared the snow off his face.
Did you feel his skin?
Did I feel what?
His skin.
Yes.
And could you tell us how it felt?
It was cold. Like he had been there
Dumbass question.
in the elements for a while.
You mentioned that his head was covered with snow before you brushed off the snow. Was other parts of his body still covered in snow?
Yes.
Can you share with us what you saw?
His legs were covered. His arms were by his side. He was on his back. Karen had lifted up his shirt, so now his shirt was down, but I was doing chest compressions so you could see his clothing. He had blood coming out of his nose and his mouth. And when I put the baby blankets under the back of him, there was blood on the blanket. So I think he had a cut on the back of his head.
So now they're baby blankets.
Was the blood from his nose and mouth frozen or running?
I don't think it was running. It was not gushing.
You said that you brushed off the snow from
Well, if it's
John's
that cold,
face.
Yes.
if it's that cold, it's not going to end up on. It's not going to end up on Karen's face. Like if the blood
Also,
dried and been on there, she's not going to have blood on her face.
right. And also,
And if he's
Vice
dead, he's not
versa.
active bleeding.
exactly.
Did you brush it off from both sides?
Yes.
Did you brush it off to the extent that you uncovered his entire face and head?
Yes.
No, they were teenagers.
Also, we saw the crime scene, right? We saw it was zoomed all the way in, and paramedics and shit were able to somehow say that's exactly the spot that his body was found, right? So where are all these piles of snow that she dug him out of? It was
She
completely
didn't.
flat.
There wasn't that many inches of snow.
Wow.
Yeah. No, her kids. Yeah, her kids are definitely her kids were
Kids are older.
Older teenagers, I think, at the time, and now they're like adults.
But she's carrying around baby blankets. The only blanket that I ever saw was what looked like a sheet, not necessarily a blanket, but like a sheet that she picks up, remember, at the end, and she like shakes it out and then puts it back in her car. But she keeps saying baby blankets. When I think that, I think of like a
Yes.
Like a baby, like a little blanket. Yeah. Like a little square.
And that's how you felt the temperature of his skin?
Yes.
When you brushed off both sides of his face, did you ever feel any pieces of glass sticking out of his face?
No.
Did you ever see any pieces of glass sticking out of his face?
I did not.
How long did you give chest compressions for to Mr. O'Keefe?
Oh, I can't be sure. I would say 4 minutes, 5 minutes while we were waiting for the EMTs. I had Jen take over at one point.
what?
And then
No, she didn't.
the EMTs came. So however long it took for them to get to us, 6 minutes.
No.
When you were
Absolutely
trying-
not.
Jen took over?
She never did. Absolutely not. Why the fuck is she saying that? Jen herself testified she did not do anything. The first responder that pulled up only saw her and Karen working on John. When did she? Are we trying to give an impression that Jen actually gave a fuck that a guy was passed out on the lawn? Because last trial, defense made it a point to point out that Jennifer McCabe was the only one that wasn't trying to like save his life. So are we trying to, you know what I mean, get that covered now?
Well, it's like minimizing. Karen doesn't know what she's doing, giving mouth to mouth, but here I am trying to save him, and then here's Jen trying to save him.
Because compressions are most important, and we did that.
Right, because I knew that, yeah. I don't know why all of a sudden she's saying that Jen was giving him chest compressions.
That's a lie. And also, you do that, I don't even, it might be like 2 minutes, but that's like if you need to. Like they weren't there long enough to where they would have to switch out. Like, do you know what I mean?
Right. And she just said she didn't know what she was going to be doing with the blankets, but in her first testimony, she said that that John had the cut on the back of his head, so that's what she was putting the blankets on his head because he had the cut on his head.
Why weren't we putting blankets on top of him, like to maybe make him warm or something?
But that's what she's saying now, is that she thought maybe she was going to do it to help him get warm, but the first trial she said she was doing it because he was bleeding, and she was trying to like.
If Karen, how did she wrap these around his head? Because like when she testifies, I envision her like mummifying his face, but that couldn't have happened because Karen was doing mouth to mouth. And also, if you're doing CPR, you need access to the mouth too. You can't just do one or the other. They're made to work together. And so, did she just wrap it like how we do our hair when we come out of the shower?
Yeah, I don't.
Because like, what's that going to do?
It's like packed around him.
Why did no one go inside the house to get some blankets?
Jen knows that her brother-in-law's in there. He's a first responder. He could probably come out, but yet they don't bother to go get him. Why did Hank ask if she saw glass on John's face?
Because, do you know?
No, go.
So apparently, and I haven't watched it because I don't watch them because I don't give a fuck. But like one of Karen's interviews, she says something about picking pieces of glass from his face.
That's right. That's right. I didn't watch it either. So
yeah,
but I do remember that.
Hearing that.
You remember that on Twitter now that you say that.
Yeah. So that's why.
And it's a big deal because they're saying that if she's picking these pieces of glass out of John's face and he's active bleeding would mean that he hadn't been out in the elements that long and that he was still alive, because you don't bleed when you don't actively bleed when you're dead.
By active bleeding, you mean if I cut you right now, you'll bleed. But if you're dead and I cut you right now, or I pick a scab off of you that's fresh, if you're alive, it will bleed.
Right. But if you're dead, there's no blood because your heart's not pumping.
Save your friend John. Did the defendant say anything?
She was just running around screaming, Carrie, Jen, Carrie, Jen.
Oh, she been talking to Jen.
Was anything said?
They've been practicing in the morning
about her taillight.
It's like Jen Jr. over here.
What?
Her taillight.
No, when the EMTs were around and they were working on the body, she was running around and saying, did I hit him? Did I hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead?
Nobody heard that bitch. They heard, is he dead?
When you were waiting for the police and EMTs, just briefly, what was the temperature like and the visibility like?
The temperature was freezing because I remember at one point I couldn't feel my knees, which is why I had Jen take over. And the wind was still whipping and the snow was still coming down.
At some point, did help arrive?
Yes, they did.
And when help arrived, what did you do?
I stood back and watched them work on him.
Did you see first responders trying to give first aid to Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
How long were you outside for that morning?
At that point?
Well, the entire morning.
Oh, maybe a half hour.
When the first responders were trying to save John, what else were you doing?
I was calling my husband. I called my mother. When they put him in the back of the ambulance, I then made a call to Mrs. O'Keefe. I think I called Mr. O'Keefe first, but he didn't answer. So I called Mrs. O'Keefe and told her John had been in an accident. And she screamed, "I can't do this again."
Now we're really going to get into the emotional stuff.
What did you do after that phone call?
The
Now.
police put Jen and Karen in the back of the cruiser.
No, they didn't.
And I was looking in the ambulance to see what was going on with my friend. So I was standing outside of the cruiser. They were inside. I was standing outside just watching. And Karen was saying, is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? And I said, no, they're working on him. I can see tubes moving. I can see them moving. Something, if he was dead, they wouldn't be working on him. She grabbed the front of my shirt and said, are they working on him? And I said, yes, they're working on him. At this point, I think I was in shock. I didn't know what was going on. I didn't think he was dead. I thought they could save him. I knew he was in the EMT in the ambulance with the EMTs. And I was just hopeful that they were going to be able to do more than I could.
I'm pretty sure that ambulance didn't have windows in the back. So no, bitch, you weren't.
You were in a car, and then you mentioned at some point the defendant grabbed you. Did she grab you when she was in the car or out of the car?
She was in the car. I was outside of the car.
At some point, did the defendant, Ms. McCabe, get out of the car?
Yes.
Did you go over to the ambulance before it left?
Did I go over to the ambulance?
Before it left?
No.
Did you watch?
Yes.
At some point, did you see the defendant get out of the car, the police cruiser?
No, I didn't see them get out, but they were out at one point.
They were what?
They were out of the vehicle. But I didn't watch them get out. I was watching the ambulance.
At some point, you saw them out?
Yes.
And did they watch, or were they near you when you were watching the ambulance?
Did what?
Were they near you
Oh my
when you
God.
were watching the ambulance?
I don't know.
What?
I wasn't concentrating on either one of them. I was concentrating
Didn't
on
she
my friend in the ambulance.
Just say that she was standing outside the
trying
police
to
car
save
that they were
Mr.
sitting in?
Yeah, and then
She
Karen
was standing
grabbed.
outside, she was watching the ambulance, and Karen was saying, "Is he dead?" And she was staring in the ambulance and said, "No, I see tubes moving. He's not dead."
Like they're working on him, so he's not dead. Like they wouldn't work on him if he was dead.
Yeah, she's wrong. And then also, like I said, I'm 90% sure that ambulance does not have, some of them do, but that one does not have windows in the back of the doors. And they specifically testified that which makes perfect sense. Why the fuck would they leave the doors wide open when it's a blizzard outside? When they got into the ambulance, they immediately shut the doors. So she is lying. She was not watching them do anything inside the ambulance.
No. And are they going to bring up the fact that Karen had blood all over her hands and thought she started her period?
That was the most patently offensive, meant to be disparaging comments I think I've ever heard. They're trying to make her sound crazy.
Oh,
And
yeah.
I've always thought that.
It's just worse this time.
Well, now she's going to get into I don't know if she thought that this upcoming stuff here was going to save her from a cross-examination, but now we get to the emotional stuff and Hank plays right into it. It's gross. You know how I feel about
Ever
emotions.
see
Yeah.
any signs of life?
I did not. And I checked his pulse. No, I did not.
Here we go.
After the ambulance took John to the hospital, tell us what you do next.
I left. I told Mrs. O'Keefe, I said, I'm going to come get you. She said, well, I'm going to have Braintree Police take me to the hospital, which was in Brockton. And I said, they're not going to take you to Brockton. I will come get you because neither of their cars had four-wheel drive. So I asked if I could leave and they said, give me your number and we'll follow up with you. And I took Karen with me. We drove down the street. At some point, she was on the phone with Erin O'Keefe, John's sister-in-law, and Karen was saying, I think he's dead. I think he's dead. I grabbed the phone and I said, I don't think he's dead. He's in an ambulance. He's been in an accident. At this point, I didn't know what was going to happen. At some point in the car, as we're driving, She was on the phone with her mother. And I think when we were driving, we got all the way to the elementary school. And Karen said to me, if anything happens to John, I'm going to kill myself. You're going to have to take care of the kids. And I said, nobody's dying. Nobody's killing themselves. Let's not think about that. And then one of the officers called me and said, do you have Karen Reed with you? And I said, yes. And he said, could you please turn around and bring her back? Her parents are saying that she's suicidal, so we're going to take her to the hospital and section her. I said, okay. I didn't get far, so I turned around, went back. At some point, she was on the phone with her mother, and I got on the phone with her mother and said, I'm going to be heading to the hospital. Let me give you my phone number. It's the same hospital John's at. I'm assuming they're going to the same. That's where Canton takes everybody. And her mother said, please make sure that they don't let her have her bag. There are things in her bag, medicine I don't want her to have. So I said, okay, I will. So we got back to the house.
Does your mom know what you're carrying around in your purse? Because
in the
mine don't.
ambulance, and
No,
one of the
no.
EMTs
No.
asked me for her phone. So I handed that over and I said, the mother wants to make sure that she does not have her purse because there's medication in there that they don't want her to have.
Did you see the defendant leave with medical personnel?
Yes, I did.
Before we move forward, I want to step back for just a moment. Did you see when the medical personnel, the first responders, lifted John from the ground and then put him on a bed?
Yes.
Shortly after they moved John from the ground and brought him to the bed to bring him to the ambulance, did you go back to where John lay when you first saw him?
Yes, I did.
Why did you go back to the spot where John was lying when you first saw him?
When they lifted him up, there was grass underneath him and I could see his phone.
No, there
I
wasn't.
went over and picked up the phone and the 2 baby blankets that were left on the ground.
Liar.
You didn't. Yeah, you didn't.
So
And
let
there
me
wasn't.
ask you, when you went back to where John was lying on the ground, you said you saw grass. There was not snow under him?
No, there was not.
Was
Yes,
there
it was.
many inches of snow around that area?
Yes.
But none where he was lying under him?
Such a lie.
You said you picked up a couple of items.
Yes.
Could you repeat that again, what you picked up?
I picked up John's phone and 2 blankets, the blankets that I had Jen get out of the car.
What did you do with John's phone when you picked it up from the ground?
I put it in my pocket and gave it to a first responder when they came over, or I handed it off to a first responder.
Yeah, no, because they all
The
said that
blankets
you didn't.
picked up, were they in the ground area or on snow as well?
They were, I don't remember.
Of course not.
How long after you put the phone in your pocket, do you remember when you gave it to a first responder, how long you had it for?
I don't remember.
Do you remember the time that you picked up the phone?
I do not.
Have you seen video of that event?
Yes.
Does that video have times when you went over and picked up that phone?
Yes, but I don't remember. Somewhere around 6:12, 6:19.
And you don't know how long you kept it in your pocket before until you gave it to a first responder?
I do not.
At some point, did you get in your car during that morning before you left and drove from the scene?
Yes.
Do you know if John's phone was still in your pocket when you first got into your car?
I don't know.
Was your car heated that morning? Did you keep
Yes.
it running?
Yes.
And was the heat
I
on
think I
it?
kept it running the whole time. I don't even think I shut it off.
I want to now step forward to where you left us when you said that you had spoken to John's mother, Peggy. And did you decide what you were going to do next?
After I dropped Karen back off at 34 Fairview to get in the
Wait.
ambulance, I then made my way to Braintree.
I'm sitting here writing and I'm wondering if I misheard. Did she say when he said, did you see a video where basically you're picking up John's phone? Do you know what time it was? And she said 2 times. Did she say sometime between 4:12 to 4:16? Is that what she said?
I didn't hear 4:12.
I thought it should be 6, but I wrote that she said 4, and that does not make any sense for obvious reasons.
How long ago was that? Hold on.
It was just like
Decide what you had
in the
spoken.
last 30 seconds.
I want to now step forward to where you left us when you said that you had spoken to John's mother, Peggy. And did
Before
you
this?
decide what you were going to do next?
After I dropped Karen back off at 34 Fairview to get in the ambulance, I then made my way to Braintree. Barely. I was on the highway. I was the only one on the highway. I spun out
It was
a
before
couple
this. No?
times.
Can you
Right
describe
near-
what you mean by spun
Yeah.
out?
oh,
Everybody says she said
11
6:12 or 6:19. So.
Oh, from the video of that event?
Yes.
Yeah, right here.
Okay, do you remember when you gave it to a first responder, how long you had it for?
I don't remember.
Do you remember the time that you picked up the phone?
I do not.
Have you seen video of that event?
Yes.
Does that video have times when you went over and picked up that phone?
Yes, but I don't remember. Somewhere around 6:12, 6:19.
6:12, 6:19.
And you don't know how long you kept
So
it
that's a
in
big
your pocket
difference.
for?
That's a problem. And also, why does she know the time? That's bizarre.
Because she only knows the time from the video.
Yeah, but what they're trying to do is they're trying to match it to John's movements on his phone.
Right.
And she can say all she wants to that she handed it to a first responder, but they all testified that no one handed her. To this day, we do not know how somebody got John's phone to give it to Proctor. We still have no clue.
Right. Well, it
All
was
the first responders said she didn't hand them shit.
right. Well, maybe they'll say this time that she did.
I bet you.
But
I can see what they're doing here.
you're right. Last time that it was not until they go to her house.
Yeah.
Was it her house or Jen's house? But when they go there later, that she actually gives them the phone.
They are bizarre
So-
times, and they're so spaced out. Like,
It's because she doesn't remember. She's supposed to remember the time from the video, and she can't remember it.
someone brought up a point earlier that it seems like he almost went over the timestamps of stuff with these people to like prompt them like as a cue
Yeah.
or whatever.
For sure.
And they all like memorized certain timestamps. And it does appear that way because she'll, as we progress, she'll say things like she doesn't remember things, but then he'll blurt out a full timestamp, like hour, minutes, seconds. And then it just sounds really weird when he does it because it's just so specific. You'll see. It's so specific. We're
Well,
gonna
I think Joanna's got a good point here, is that because now they have this temperature data from John's phone to try to show like what the temperature of the phone was and the times that it was. But they absolutely went over these times with her. She didn't know the time, so they showed her the time on the video, and now they want her to remember the time from the video.
I'm here to tell you that back when we had all that snow, where it like wouldn't stop snowing for like months, I would bring my phone outside. I had like my big puffy jacket, the one that goes all the way down to my feet. I would have that on.
Full of
And
feathers.
Yes, feathers. And then and then the pocket was deep, so I would put the phone in there and put my headphones in. So while I'm out there scraping and shoveling the driveway, I could listen to whatever was going on.
Right.
And the longer I was out there, my phone would get too cold in my pocket. Same thing in the summertime. Like if I'm outside gardening and stuff, if my phone's in my pocket, not even in direct sunlight, it can get hot. Do you know what I'm
Yes.
saying?
Yep.
So I don't think her picking it up.
I don't
off
think I've
the
ever had my
snow-
phone get too cold. But I'm in Southern California, so I don't have that issue. But I have definitely had my phone get too hot.
Wait. I'll tell you what, years ago, when I was getting a divorce, I wanted somebody to take a hair follicle test for
Okay.
drugs.
Uh-huh.
And my attorney was like, well, you should too. Like, you should do it. That way we can say, she did it. Now you need to do it, kind of thing.
Uh-huh.
So I went, they literally pull your hair, like a clump of your hair, and cut it at the root. So it looks like a buzz cut.
Nice.
But they cut it with scissors, and I'm still growing it back. And so and that was years ago. And so
Doesn't want to come back. It's like,
and he
okay.
never got his. He never even got his.
So you got
so-
a fucking bald spot for nothing.
Yep. So now
Okay,
I
so
keep touching like right here.
I can't see it on this end. You look gorgeous over here. So
Thank you. I'm gonna get a wig. I'm gonna get one of them clip-ins
God,
just
you
for that
have no
spot.
freaking wig.
I'm gonna get the clip-in to fill in that one spot.
Just a little clip. Make it like a white clip, so it looks like you have like the birthmark on your head.
Oh,
And, I always like those. I don't know why. So are we saying that she had his phone the whole time and then plants it?
are we?
No, I think the issue always came to chain of custody on the phone is that nobody knew who had the phone, and all of a sudden it just ended up with Proctor. And how did Proctor end up with the phone when Carrie said she gave it to a first responder at the scene?
That's what we're saying.
Right.
I think the phone was inside the house.
Right. Okay.
I don't think she ever found the phone. I don't think she found the phone. I think it was inside the house.
Somebody else gave it. That's a good point.
Either somebody threw it outside, like when everybody left and before they came back to do the actual search, or it was in the house, and when somebody came to talk to them, they then handed it over. I think makes more sense if it was inside the house, someone found it, and then they put it outside either before the CERT team got there later that evening or what. But then they would have testified that they found it. So that wouldn't work either. Somebody gave it to Proctor, and nobody wants us to know who gave it to Proctor, because even Proctor,
That's
like,
the issue for me.
she doesn't say she gave it to Proctor. Proctor gave John's phone to Guarino, and he has no clue where Proctor got it. So like somehow Proctor got this phone, and no one has said who they've given it to, and no one's testified to receiving it.
Yeah, nobody ever got it. That was the weirdest part. Is it just randomly came? It was with her, and then randomly is with Proctor, and nobody knows where the phone was in between.
At some point, did you get in your car during that morning before you left and drove from the scene?
Yes.
Do you know if John's phone was still in your pocket when you first got into your car?
I don't know.
Was your car heated that morning? Did you keep it running?
Yes.
And was the heat on
I think
it?
I kept it running the whole time. I don't even think I shut it off.
I want to now step forward to where you left us when you said that you had spoken to John's mother, Peggy. And did you decide what you were going to do next?
After I dropped Karen back off at 34 Fairview to get in the ambulance, I then made my way to Braintree. Barely. I was on the highway. I was the only one on the highway. I spun out a couple times.
Can you describe what you mean by spun out?
Oh, the driving was, no one else was on the road. The driving was horrible. So I
The
spun
crazy
out
thing
almost
about this is that she was not needed. She
the
didn't even
house.
need to be there. She should have, when she found out that Karen was at Jen's and that Jen was going to drive Karen's car instead of taking her own car out, why did she not go home?
It's her whole story makes no sense.
She wasn't needed.
She got
She
in her
literally
car to
inserted
warm
herself.
up her car, even though she was supposedly gonna drive Jen's car.
Yep.
And her husband lets her go out in the storm.
Yep.
And doesn't. I've always had a problem with both the husbands that are just like, yeah, we're fucking too hungover, so go, yeah, do what you got to do.
Yeah.
Like, come on. Like my husband would never. He would not be like, yeah, go ahead and go. He would just like, no, I'll just fucking do it. He'd be irritated and he'd just like, I'll do it.
For sure.
You're not doing it. I'll go.
Absolutely.
And these guys are just like, yeah, whatever. Just call me later.
And I would have listened. Like, there's in no world would he have allowed me to go out and look for some dude in the fucking snow.
Right.
I once was at work. I was working, delivering mail, and it started to snow, and I thought I had time. And I was way down in a holler, like no cell phone service, no nothing. And I had to come in order to get back to, like, it was my last road. And so, but it went far and it went all the way down a mountain. So to leave, I had to go back up the mountain to the very tippy top and back down the other side. Well, I thought I had time before the snow started sticking real bad. Next thing you know, as I'm driving back towards the post office, like leaving the holler, going back up the mountain, I see a car coming out. There were no cars. There was a ton of snow. It was a blizzard.
Yeah,
and
that holler.
I see a car coming down the mountain and realized it was our Audi and immediately started shitting myself. He literally left work to come find me on my mail route. And he got out, he like stopped dead in the middle of the road, got out of the car, and he was like, "What are you doing? You should have turned around right when I got screamed at, like in the middle of nowhere." And then he followed me the rest of the way. So for this lady, the husband never came looking for her.
Nope.
I think she might have said she called him once, like when she got back in the car, but he's not calling saying, "What are you doing?" And again, she just wasn't needed. She was an extra person for no reason.
Yeah, her agendas have really wanted to insert themselves in this whole thing and control exactly what was going on.
And she wasn't even there. Like, she gets further into like her interviewing and stuff like that and things she did with Jen. And it's like, what are you even doing? You weren't even with them that night. She even turned over her phone. Like, why? You weren't even with them.
Yeah, you didn't really, you literally had
Let them
nothing to
copy
do
your
with it.
phone. Like, you're weird.
She bugs me. We're never gonna make it through her testimony. I can promise
All right,
you
go
that.
ahead. Let me be
No,
quiet.
you're good. She's irritating.
I'm trying to get to her cross, but like,
There's so many inconsistencies. How do you not bring them up?
yeah. I should just be quiet.
And then
No,
I
don't.
got to the O'Keefe's house and I said, we are not taking the highway back to Brockton. We're going back roads, which is a much longer way, but there was no way I was putting us in the car on that treacherous.
She talks more about this stuff than she actually talks about what happened at the scene.
Yeah. And also the main roads are usually what are plowed. The back roads are not.
Right.
When you went to the O'Keefe's house, you mean Peggy O'Keefe and John O'Keefe Sr.'s house?
I agree
Yes,
with that.
John's parents.
That's different than Meadows Road.
Correct.
When you got to the home, did you go in?
That's right. 18.
Yes, for a second. They were ready and waiting for me. They wanted to get to the hospital.
When you say they, can you tell us who was waiting for you?
John's parents, Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe, were waiting.
Why
What
did she
happened?
let the police take them?
Mr. O'Keefe said something about a Dr. Rice and that they were trying to warm John up. We got into the car. Mr. O'Keefe got in my passenger seat. Mrs. O'Keefe got in the back seat. Mrs. O'Keefe's niece worked at Good Samaritan, so we were trying to get in touch with her to see if we were going to be allowed in because there was still COVID restrictions. John's brother was already on his way there. And Mr. O'Keefe at some point said, "He's gone, Peg." And he slammed his hands on the dashboard. But they didn't actually know if he was gone yet. At one point, Karen called me from the ambulance. And on the phone, Mrs. O'Keefe said, "Karen, what happened?" And she said, "I left him at a party." And Mrs. O'Keefe said, "And you just left him?" And Mr. O'Keefe said, "All right, that's enough. She's been through enough." Then we hung up with her. I said, "We're on our way to the hospital."
He's a grown ass man.
When the defendant said,
But recall, Karen originally thought that she left him at Waterfall, and Jen's the one who said that she left him at a party.
Well, whatever. I still don't understand. Why would Jen say that if he never showed up?
That exactly.
And how does she know? How would Jen have known that after they pulled away from 34 Fairview that she didn't
John
like
wasn't
drop
still in
her
the
off towards?
car.
Yeah, whatever.
that she left him, did she say whether she left him outside or inside?
No,
Was the
He's a grown
question,
man.
follow-up question never asked?
no.
Was there any other conversation with the defendant at that point?
Not in the car, but when I got to the hospital, she called me multiple times from the hospital room.
We'll get to that.
Okay.
How long did it take for you and the O'Keefes to get to the hospital?
I would say maybe 45 minutes to an hour.
Share with us the mood in that car.
I think I was in shock, and I think they were in shock. There wasn't, other than talking to Mrs. O'Keefe's niece, trying to find out if we could go in for COVID reasons, there wasn't much talk.
When you finally get to the hospital, take us through your first steps. What happens?
We finally get to the hospital. We walked in. Paul, John's brother, was there. We went over to him, and then Susanna, Mrs. O'Keefe's niece, came out from her office and offered to take me to the bathroom to wash up because I had blood all over my hands. So
Why?
I
From
went
chest
and asked her
compressions?
afterwards if she
Why?
could take me to the
Exactly.
chapel so I could say a prayer.
Why do you have blood all over your hands, Carrie?
That doesn't make any sense.
Nope. And Karen also had blood all over her hands. Remember, she had blood on her hands when she started her period. And
Yeah,
and-
the face thing makes sense with
right.
CPR, but the hands doesn't make any sense because his chest wasn't like if she was only doing chest compressions. Unless she touched the back of his head.
Hmm.
I don't think she
Maybe.
clarifies. But why was there that? I don't know.
So she did. She took me to the chapel, and then when I came
Didn't
out,
get that much blood.
she took me into her office
Here we
and
go with this.
explained to me that a Dr. Rice was going to come talk to the family.
Now, she didn't know Dr. Rice last
Come into
time.
an office and talk to the family, and then the family would be able to go see John.
You're not family.
Did you get a chance to see John?
I did.
Would you be willing to tell us a little bit about what you saw?
Objection.
I waited in the waiting area. I
big
spoke to my
part,
mom. Phone calls were coming in because people had heard what happened. And Mrs. O'Keefe, the family went in to see Dr. Rice. I watched them go in.
They
I
asked you
walked
what
down
you
the hallway.
saw.
And then when they came back out, Mrs. O'Keefe told me he was gone.
They asked you what you saw. What was that?
Yeah, you did not answer the question.
Without telling us what anybody said to you, please just share with us what you saw.
I went into the hospital room, and John was in a neck brace. At this point, there was a trail of blood going toward the gurney or the bed that he was on.
What?
This time, both eyes were filled with blood. They looked like raccoons. That's the only way to describe it.
There's a trail of blood now.
Hmm.
For there to be this much active bleeding, I hope the defense is paying attention to how much blood there is for this man who is supposedly suffering from hypothermia and was essentially dead, and they were just trying to warm his body to get him to be able to declare him dead.
So now there's a trail of blood from the door, like basically the door to the gurney.
No, from the body to the gurney. No? Or was it the door to the gurney?
The door to his body was on the gurney.
I thought that she was saying it was traveling down his body. No?
No, I think she was saying through the room, like
Hospital room,
probably right.
and John was in a neck brace. At this point, there was a trail of blood going toward the gurney or the bed that he was on.
You're right. I just missed a
This time, both eyes were filled with blood. They looked like raccoons. That's the only way to describe it. I thought he was going to look better seeing him in the hospital because he had been worked on, but he was not. There was much more blood.
Were there any other ways that John looked different in the hospital than when you first brushed the snow off his face in the front of Fairview?
When I brushed the snow off his face, his left eye was fine. It had an ice cube on it that I pulled off, but the right eye was out to here, like a
ice
golf
cube
ball.
out to there, really?
Both eyes were swollen with, it looked like blood. They looked purple.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
May I quickly approach sidebar?
Okay.
I feel like there's a lot more blood in this trial than there was in the last one.
Oh, Lord, yes.
I don't know how it benefits the Commonwealth for that to be the case.
Because they're probably going to say that they're probably going to hammer home that he could have been saved, right? If somebody had just called when he got hurt.
It doesn't make any sense.
And probably some of the blood injuries, whatever, could be them. Could be two things. They could be trying to attribute it to his treatment, which I don't know anybody that looks better. If they come in as a trauma patient, like I really don't know anybody that looks better after you know what? If you come in and you have like a brain injury, you're not going to look better when your family sees you because we're going to like cut your head wide open. So, but also it could be that they're trying to make it seem like he had more injuries that would be consistent with getting hit by a car. Because did you notice he asked, what's his face, about something on John's knee, his one knee?
No.
Yeah, he asked Timmy about something with his
Oh,
knee.
yeah.
So I think they're probably they're gonna probably try to like create additional injuries that were unknown like at the time that would be more consistent with him getting hit by a car. Because he also tried to say there were no injuries on the left side of his body, right?
Right. But
And
then he
then-
had to fix it.
And then Timmy was like, oh, yeah, there was. But now she's sitting here and saying at 34 Fairview, there was nothing wrong with his left side of his face, nothing wrong with his left eye.
Yeah, and then
And when
later
you
it
call
pops
him,
up, which goes
then it
along with
was.
Yep.
So they're going to try to say the only reason anything was wrong with the left eye, which is also the left side of his body, is because he had the brain bleeds and skull fractures.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not true because he did have an injury on his left eye and his
Mrs.
nose.
O'Keefe back to
Nobody brings
John's
that up.
You went
Not yet.
back to John's house on Meadow.
Yes.
When you arrived at Meadow with Mrs. O'Keefe, did you go in?
I arrived with Mr. O'Keefe, and no, I did not go in.
Where was Mrs. O'Keefe?
What did you do next?
I went home.
At some point after you went home, did you return to the O'Keefe residence or Meadows?
Not that day. The next day I did.
Where did you go?
Where did I go?
Yes.
I went to go to see the family the next day.
And where were they?
They were at John's house at Meadows.
So they were then staying at John's house at Meadows?
Yes.
Did you go in and visit them?
Yes, I did.
Why did you do that?
Because my friend had just died and I wanted to be with the family.
Were there other people that were coming and going?
Yes.
Describe the level of traffic of people coming and going to Meadows that next day.
There were people coming from all over. John's friends, people from Canton, people we went to high school with. There was people coming in and out, dropping off food.
When you
Really?
were there
Within
the next
24
day,
hours?
How long did you stay for?
Several hours, maybe like 2.5, 3 hours.
Did you ever see the defendant there?
I did not.
Well, no. Peg said she hit him or something. Peg thought she
Now,
was
you told
responsible.
us that you had only met Mr.
Right.
McCabe once before that night.
Yes.
And after that night, shortly after what happened, did you speak to Miss McCabe again?
Yes.
How often?
Very
5
often.
times a
We
day.
wanted to know what
Your
happened to her.
BFFs,
She would call me.
We live together now.
instant BFFs.
Would you speak to her on the phone often,
Yes.
regularly?
Yes.
And so things changed
Yes.
after that moment.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Did you start to see her in person,
Yes.
spend time with her?
Yes.
For somebody who was not your friend, why did you, at this
Who
point,
gives a fuck,
form this
really?
close bond?
I think because we went through something horrific together, we bonded over it. Mrs. O'Keefe at one point did say, you two need to sit.
Did you ever write down a list of things that had happened to try to remember?
Yes.
Why? You weren't there.
When you were spending time with Miss McCabe, did you become friendly?
Yes.
Friends?
Yes.
How close of friends did you become
She to this day is a close friend of mine.
to this day?
Yes.
When you were at the
To this
scene,
day.
when you were trying to help
Okay.
John, there were police officers and first responders?
Yes.
Now, you're from that area,
Well, yes. I'm from Canton, but not that side of town.
and you
I
are
got
active in
Wrong side
the
of the
community
track.
at all?
Yes.
Sports, children?
Yes. Yes.
Do you know a lot of people from Canton?
Yes.
Did you know any first responders?
Yes.
Who did you know that you saw that night as a first responder?
That
That
night.
morning.
Yes, I'm sorry, that morning.
Mike Lank is my friend's daughter's father. No,
Wait.
my daughter's friend's
Wait.
Yeah, try again.
Yeah.
father. I'm sorry.
Right.
Your daughter's friend's father, and
Yes.
does he have children that are friends with your daughter?
Yes, his
Literally
daughter
we-
is friends with my daughter.
How close are his
Yeah.
daughter and your daughter?
There's a group of 5 or 6 of them that are best friends.
Are you on a first name basis with Mr. Lank?
Yes,
When you saw him that morning, did you recognize him?
I did.
Did you speak to him?
I said, Mike, is that you? He said, yes. That was it.
Why wouldn't she
Friends
recognize
with
him?
Mr. Lank's wife.
I am.
How often had you been to the house with the children or on your own before that day, before that morning when you found John?
Well, often when the kids can't drive. So when they do sleepovers or whatever, you drop them off, pick them up.
Your children would sleep over each other's house?
Yes.
So you had a friendly relationship with Mr. Lang before you found John?
Yes.
And do you continue to have a friendly relationship with him?
Did what?
Do you continue to have a friendly relationship with him?
Yes,
Did you go to his house the day after you found John?
I did.
Who were you with?
Well, Jen and I had gone to the O'Keefe's house together with, I don't know if it was one or two of her daughters and both of my kids. And then when we were leaving, my daughter said, "Can you drop me off at Mike Lank's daughter's house?" So I dropped her off.
And did you do that? You dropped her off?
Yes, I did.
When you dropped her
Still
off
a blizzard.
at Lang's
Like
house,
it's still a snowstorm.
His
Right.
wife came out and got into the back seat
Not
just
scary driving
to
though.
find out how I was and how the O'Keefes were and
This is
How
how you
was it?
sell drugs, not check on people.
how were they.
how were you?
Oh, I was not well.
And did you
Why
have a
were you?
long
It
conversation?
was not well, but I'm like, yeah, let me just take my friend, take my daughter to go hang
Yeah.
out with their friends. Yeah. I was not well. I just found one of my best friends dead, but that's fine. You want to go hang out with your friends? Let's go. There's a group
And
of like
it's-
6 of you.
And
It'll be
it's just
fine.
so bizarre to go sit out in the car when you have like a perfectly good and warm house and the kids are already going in there anyway. It's bizarre to not invite them in and go inside and talk. Unless you didn't want to talk around the kids.
Exactly. Hey, Dom.
With Mr. Lang's wife?
Yes,
Was Ms.
They
McKay
need
with
some
you?
gossip.
yes,
After you left the Lang house, you left your daughter at the house?
yes,
You remained in the car?
yes.
At some point, did you speak to Mr. Lang's wife again?
Yes,
Are you friendly with her?
yes.
Did you
This.
everybody get inside information about this case?
No,
After this case began, did you ever come to court?
did I ever come to where?
To court.
Yes,
And what was the reason you came to court?
to support the O'Keefe family.
At some point, did you stop coming to court?
I
Don't answer just yes or no.
Yes,
Okay. Were you aware or watching about any type of news or publication on this?
yes,
As you were watching and learning information, did you begin to contact people at the district attorney's office?
yes, I did.
Did that include victim witness advocates?
Yes,
Did it
Why?
include law enforcement assigned to the case?
Objection.
The form of the question, I'm sustaining the objection.
Who did you contact?
specific names.
Yes.
Steve Nelson, my victim advocate, Yuri
What?
McKinnick, who was a state trooper. And at one point I contacted Michael Morrissey's office.
Victim advocate?
Why does she have a victim advocate? My victim advocate?
Yeah, that's what she said. My victim advocate.
Who's everybody else's victim advocate? Who
I don't
tells
know.
other people they can destroy their phones is also your victim advocate? Okay. Also,
Wow.
so she starts seeing things on social media and in the news and stuff. And then so she starts calling these people. Why?
So they could advocate for her.
She wasn't even there. Like none of this
No.
makes any sense.
No, she's so overly involved herself in this mess.
My victim advocate, she said.
Mm-hmm.
Weird.
It's very bizarre, Crime Ghost. Very bizarre.
Do you remember at any time being
Not a family
interviewed
member.
by police officers?
She's not a family member. They wouldn't give her a victim advocate just because she was there. That doesn't make sense to me.
And she started seeing things on social media and the news. So she called my victim advocate, Steve Nelson, or whatever his name is. So you already had him, but you decided to call him. And then you called Yuri Buchanan and Michael Morrissey's office.
Yeah. Why are you calling all these people? For what?
I don't know. They just blew right past it.
Do you guys in chat? No. Do you guys in chat think that she would be getting? I mean, I'm curious now because in my first impression is she shouldn't get a victim advocate.
She was not a victim or witness to a crime. If you think that now, okay, so people that find dead bodies like on their walks, do some places offer, you know, like a
Counseling?
list of resources? Sure. But to have your own victim witness or your own victim advocate through the
Yeah, I
DA's
don't know.
office of someone that just saw, like, just because you're his friend doesn't mean that, I mean, you can use your own health insurance and see a therapist. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know. That just doesn't seem right to me, but I could be
A
wrong.
victim
Maybe.
advocate is for court. Like she's your
Right.
advocate to help you get through court and like stuff like that, not get you help per se.
I guess we'll have to look more into that. Hey, Fluffy.
Officers of state police about this case?
At my house on January 29th.
So that same day you found John, you were interviewed?
Yes,
Do you remember who interviewed you?
I do not.
Of course.
Do you remember
not.
your mental state at that time?
I was not well. It was in the evening at some point.
You didn't ask.
Were you interviewed at a later time by any other law enforcement?
Yes,
Okay, and where were you at that next interview?
I think I was at Jen's house. We were making a timeline together when
Why?
two
You
law
weren't there.
enforcement showed up to question her. But I happened to be there, so they took us in separate rooms and questioned both of us.
Were you sober at that point?
Yes.
And what was your mental state then?
Still, we hadn't even had a funeral. So
Why would she be sober?
I couldn't believe what was happening.
And after John's passing, did you still continue to help out with the children?
Yes.
With the court's permission, I would like to play an exhibit that's already in evidence.
Okay.
It's Exhibit 4.
Right.
Before you start it, ma'am, I'm going to show you a video from the scene that night, okay?
Morning. My God.
Ms. Gilman, is this sound? Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to warn you now.
Could we start at 6:09:50, please?
This is about to be over. Like her
Her
about
direct?
to be, but in a while. Because he's, for whatever reason, going to literally sit here where we're fixing to sit here in silence while we watch this whole ass cruiser cam.
Oh, okay. I'll fast forward that then.
Yeah, for like a long time. And he says, "Where are you?" Like every once in a while he'll say, "Do you know where you are?" And she'll be like, "Nope." And he'd be like, "Okay, keep playing." And then he'll say again, "Do you know where you are?" And she's like, "I don't really know. I can't see." He's like, "Okay, keep playing it." And then he throws out random timestamps. It's bizarre. So this is, while she's playing through this is cruiser cam footage of them pulling up the first
Can you
person.
stop there, please? Ms. Roberts, do you see yourself in that video?
Is that her on the left?
And where were you in that video?
I'm over near the flagpole.
What were you doing in that video before you stood up?
Yeah, what were you doing?
I think I was picking up the phone and the blankets at that point.
You
You
think?
see the first responders getting there?
Yes.
Okay. Continue, please.
Wait,
Okay. Who is
wait,
that?
wait. Hold on. The first responders are just getting there.
So who is this? Who is this guy right here?
The Seraph, probably?
No, he's a fatty patty. That's not him.
Oh, yeah. Seraph comes next. So who's the first one there? Then Good? No.
First one there is Seraph.
Yeah. And then Good.
Good came last. What's his name?
But they haven't.
Hold on.
She can't be picking up the phone.
So Sarath. Okay. And then Mulaney. So that would likely be Mulaney, except when he testified, she did not give him a phone. So he was over there near where she was. So it's not like she picked it up. Like she says, she thinks she picked up the phone right here. If you did, though, you would just immediately hand it over to the officer standing in front of you.
Right, but I think my issue is John's still on the ground right here. Is he not?
Yeah. Did we? What?
Hold on.
611. So those are EMTs right there.
Right. They haven't moved him yet.
And Carrie's just now walking over.
Now they're moving him at 6:14.
Right.
She can't pick up a phone from underneath a body
That hasn't been moved yet.
that hasn't been moved yet.
Unless you rolled him over.
Right.
Which she says they didn't.
Well, Jen says they did.
Well, we'll see if they bring that up.
Hi, Austin.
Because Jen did not testify to that. She just said it in her.
No, she says it in the
911
911 call. Can't pick up a phone from underneath a body that hasn't been moved.
If you didn't roll him over, how would you know? Well, I guess if you were going to put blankets under him, then you would roll him to the side, put the blankets under him, roll him back. You might have saw the phone, but the phone starts moving at 6:04.
Okay. The phone starts moving at 6:04.
Let me double check. But you can play this. 6:14. Then he's in the.
He's on the stretcher right now. They're moving him.
Going to the ambulance.
Right. So she can't pick up the phone yet, but she said at 6:11 she picked up the phone.
So at.
But we're talking about 6:12, 6:19 is when she says she picked it up.
6:03 is when the phone starts moving. No. 6:03, Jen McCabe's watch, Apple Watch, 29 steps. 6:04 to 6:11, John's phone goes 432 steps, which is like the most like ever.
At what time? 6:11?
Between 6:04 and 6:11.
She already has the phone. She's saying at 6:11 she picked up the phone, but she's testifying that she only saw the phone after they moved John's body because that's where the grass was.
So they're probably going to try to say that 432 steps is somehow.
Nobody had the phone at that point. There shouldn't be any steps.
Well, they're going to try to say, I'm sure if they're going to say that bumps registered flights of stairs climbed, they're probably going to say that her chest compressions caused all of those.
But if the phone's underneath him, the phone isn't moving.
It gives a distance too. So 432 steps. And the distance is 659.78 feet. That's a lot.
That doesn't make any sense.
That yard is not even that much.
Yeah, it's CPR Apple Health data. That doesn't make any sense.
I know that's not how steps and flights work.
But what are they going to try to? How are they going to try to convince? If anybody's paying it, if anybody on the jury is actually paying attention to that, that makes no sense.
And the problem is that they can have Guarino come up next and say, "Oh, all of that movement was CPR." Like,
but it can't
that's
be
the testimony. You know what I mean?
The phone isn't even in even the phone isn't even in John's pocket, much less it's supposedly underneath his body on the grass.
For some reason I can't type. in the main chat.
Oh,
So
that's weird.
type out to them. The CH wants it. From 6:04:01 to 6:11:30. His phone goes 432 steps, and the distance is 659.78 feet. Over that 7.5 minutes.
At a time that nobody has the phone.
Yeah, because what's interesting, so Jen still has her Apple Watch. So she's still wearing her Apple Watch and has her phone. And essentially that same time frame, 6:04, it's slightly off, 6:04:24 to 6:12:16. She takes 81 steps and goes 200 feet. So could someone have brought her the phone for 400 feet and then she did an additional 200 feet? I don't know. Really, this is going to be up to the defense to.
Yeah, they're going to have to flesh
Need a
this out so
picture
the
of.
jury can understand it.
But I just know Carrie's a liar. I mean, she's
Yep.
lying. Oh, I need to look up and see if there's windows on that ambulance, because I'm pretty sure there's not.
Street.
Yes.
No, CH, they don't match per se. Her movement is less, but the time frame of the movement is the same, basically.
Mr. Brennan, at this point, can we pause this and take our morning recess, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Pause, please. Thank you.
Folks, why don't we take 15, 20 minutes?
Court, all rise, please.
Skippy.
Why wouldn't she just let him finish that video? I mean, it was almost done, no?
No, bitch. He's going to play this whole ass.
No, at the break point. There was only a couple minutes left of the video.
What video?
None, yeah, you funny.
Your Honor, may I? Thank you.
All right, here we go.
Good morning, Ms. Roberts. How are you?
Good morning.
Wait.
Um,
Oh, we just skipped the rest of direct?
That was it. That was all there was the
under
video.
questioning by
Yeah,
Ms.
okay.
That's why I'm like, I don't know why she didn't just let him finish that. There was only a couple minutes left of the video, and then he was done.
Well, no, he comes back after the break and then he plays more video.
Right, but only a couple minutes of it.
Oh, I see what you're
So
saying.
they get back from break, and he plays 2 more minutes,
I see what you're saying now.
and then he's
All
done.
right, so now we're
And
on cross. I've not seen this yet. So let me
Okay.
prepare my notes.
Brennan, you talked about the number of times or a number of times that you have spoken to the DA's office or some member of the DA's office. I'd like to ask you a couple of questions about that.
Sure.
How many times in total do you think you've spoken to a representative of the district attorney's office?
I don't have a number.
That
Would you
many?
say it's more than a dozen?
Yes.
Would you say it's more than 50?
Maybe around there.
Okay.
Maybe less.
And who are the folks, Ms. Roberts, that you have spoken to at the DA's office?
Steve Nelson,
Okay.
the victim advocate, Yuri Buchanan, who's a state police officer, and the DA, Michael Morrissey.
You spoke to him directly?
And what was
Apparently,
the
Morris, he's talking straight to the fucking witnesses.
Wow.
I want to take those in order, and 2 of those are at the DA's office. 1 of those is not. Yuri Buchanan is not at the DA's office. He's actually a Massachusetts State Police officer. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Let's take those in order. How many times would you say you've spoken to Mr. Nelson? Just if you can give me a thumbnail.
I don't know, maybe 30, 40.
Okay. Have you received what you would consider to be updates on the progress of the case? from Mr.
I would
Nelson?
ask questions and he would give me very broad answers.
Okay. Were your questions ever prompted by conversations that you had with your friend, Miss McCabe, Jen McCabe?
Sometimes Jen would say, could you ask Steve this? Because I had a rapport with Steve.
Okay. Were those conversations by text message or phone calls or both?
I would usually text him.
Okay. What about the conversation with, or conversations with Mr. Morrissey, the elected district attorney? What were the circumstances under which you contacted Mr. Morrissey?
Well, during the course of this trial, the witnesses
go.
have been harassed.
That's not my question.
I knew that was
I'm
coming.
answering your question.
Hold on.
Bullshit.
What's
No,
the,
I'll say that.
I'm going to sustain the objection. Next question.
Thank you. Were you phoning him? Were you meeting him? Were you texting him?
Wow.
That's my question. The circumstances of the communication itself.
I phoned the office asking for a meeting, had a meeting, and then he left a voicemail at some point and texted me and said, I just left you a voicemail.
Okay. Was that the extent of your conversations with Mr. Morrissey, the elected DA?
I had one other meeting with other witnesses
Okay.
and the DA.
And turning to Yuri Buchnick, what were
I'm
the
waiting to see that.
logistics? I'll use that word instead of circumstances. What were the logistics of you contacting Yuri Buchnick? Was it by phone? Was it in-person meetings, text messages, or all of the above?
All of the above.
How many times would you say that you've spoken with Yuri Buchnick?
Spoken or communicated?
Sorry, good point. Communicated with.
Probably 20.
Okay. When was the last time? Actually, let me ask a different question. Have you ever met with Mr. Brennan before your testimony today?
Yes.
What was the circumstance of that meeting?
Going over my testimony from the last trial.
Okay.
And sort of just asking questions on
The
how
last trial, she just said.
might come this time. Would I be cross-examined? I wasn't last time. Just sort of, all the things went through my testimony.
Okay. When was that meeting?
I don't know, in the last couple of weeks. I don't know.
So now the jury
There-
knows that there was a trial and
At
they
the
didn't
DA's
win.
office.
Yep.
Who else was there?
Different times that I would meet with him. Steve Nelson would be there. One time, Brian Tully was there. Mr. Brennan's assistant.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Brennan's assistant.
Okay.
His potted plants.
I don't know. Adam Lally and Laura McLaughlin.
Yes, defense team is.
Were those meetings, you said there was 2 meetings? Or did I misunderstand you?
Yeah, I think there were 2.
Okay. Were those close in time to one another? You mentioned 2 weeks ago. Were those both 2
I
weeks?
said a few weeks ago, but the other meeting was just before I was going to testify.
Today?
Meaning, what, yesterday, the day before?
Last week.
Was that also at the DA's office?
Yes, it was.
Were you shown anything at that meeting?
Was I shown anything?
Videos, testimony, transcripts,
No,
reports?
no,
Nothing?
I don't think so.
Okay.
We went over my testimony on the screen.
So we were shown something.
And then I just talked about my testimony from the last time.
Okay. When you say you went over your testimony on screen, what do you mean?
We watched my testimony from the first trial on a
We were
TV
shown
screen.
something.
Okay, so you were shown something. You were shown a video
Yeah.
of your prior testimony.
Yes.
So I'd like to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please.
What?
You are
She's like, now the jury knows that there was another trial.
Brennan's like, see these crocodile tears? More of that this
Yeah.
time.
Yeah, we definitely want that. And don't say that. We need you to say this instead.
Like, were you showed anything? No. Okay, well, what'd you do? Well, you showed me a video of my last testimony. Bitch, These people they just get combative for absolutely no reason. Just answer the fucking questions. And then you don't look dumb, because now you look dumb because you said you weren't shown anything.
This is exhibit
Shit.
at or in the cab.
Yes.
They were saying last year that they testified last year or at the grand jury. This is the first I've heard anybody say so far that there was a trial. Like, the whole point is to not let the jury know that there was one and that the jury couldn't find her guilty.
Right.
Other than watching your testimony, were you shown anything else? Transcripts, videos that you may have seen today, dash cam videos, anything like that?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think I was shown anything.
Okay. Did you discuss other parts of your prior testimony?
Yes.
Okay. What was discussed concerning your prior testimony and how it would impact how you testified today on direct examination?
Mr. Brennan had just asked me, can you just tell me what happened? So I told him the story verbally.
Okay. Anything come up about specific instances of how you were going to testify today
No,
or yesterday?
no.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit, Ms. Roberts, about the video that you were shown by Mr. Brennan. It's the dash cam video of Officer Seraph. I'm not sure if you know which officer that is.
No, I don't.
It's the one that you've been watching.
Okay.
That dash cam that shows your car in the foreground.
Yep.
I'd like to ask you a couple of quick questions about your memory of that incident, and then perhaps show you the video depending upon what the answer is.
Sure.
Do you remember when the officer first arrived, you and Miss Reed specifically were at Mr. O'Keefe's body?
Yes.
Where was Miss McCabe at that moment?
She was there too, but she was waving down the first responders because it was dark out and he couldn't see us. He had a spotlight.
You and Miss Reed were both providing some level of CPR, some level of life-saving efforts.
Yes, as was Miss McCabe.
What was Miss McCabe doing?
When I was doing chest compressions and Karen was doing mouth to mouth, Jen was either on the phone with 911 or handing me baby blankets.
Okay.
At some point, she did take over doing chest compressions because I asked her to.
Okay. So Miss Reed was focused on Mr. O'Keefe's head, face area.
Correct.
You were focused on the chest.
Correct.
Miss McCabe was, at some point at least, she had called 911 or dialed 911.
Yes.
When Miss McCabe dialed 911 and was on the phone with 911, isn't it true that she was actually in a vehicle at the time?
Mm-hmm.
That is not true.
She was
It's
outside?
She was outside.
That's your memory?
Yes.
Okay. Have you heard the 911 tape of that call?
Yes.
Okay.
What an idiot.
You're aware that that tape was also captured by an open line on Ms.
Oh,
Reed's
yeah.
phone?
Yes.
So then why are you
open
lying?
line that phone was dropped inside the cab of an SUV?
It was in the back seat, I believe.
Right.
So then why are
So
you
in order
lying?
for that for that open line to capture sort of the background of Miss McCabe's side of the 911 call, Miss
Yep.
McCabe would have had to have been either at or in the cab of the truck.
The back of the SUV was open. She was standing there.
Got it. Okay. So she was right next to or adjacent to the cab of the SUV.
She was in back of it with the back was up.
I see that back hatch.
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember Miss Reed's statement, her initial statement to Officer Seraph when he got out of his patrol
I do
car?
not.
Do you remember her saying something to the effect of, "My boyfriend, I left him, he never came home"?
I do not.
Have you listened with audio to that dash cam at the moment that Officer Seraph arrives at the scene and y'all flag him down?
We just watched it.
Right. Have you listened to it for the audio side? I mean, in other words, instead of focusing on the
no.
video.
No.
Okay. I'd like to ask you to do that with the court's permission. This is it's been previously marked as Exhibit 4. And with the court's permission, I'd like to play that from runtime about 3:50 and ask the witness to concentrate most readily at about 4:07, maybe
Okay.
10 seconds into it. I'm going to give a little run up and then ask you to listen very
Okay.
closely to the audio.
She's not, she's already ready to say, no, I didn't hear
Yes.
Okay, Evan?
Yeah. She's like, I don't need to listen.
Stop. Do you recognize the video as being the same video that you saw and you looked at on direct examination?
Yes.
Okay, in just a quick second, the door to the car, you're going to hear it open. I'd like to ask you to pay special attention to the audio portion and Miss Reed's voice,
Okay.
if you can hear it. Go ahead. Stop. Did you
Well, now
hear
he
that
knows the mic's
last
working.
statement?
No,
Did you hear a woman's voice kind of faint in
I
the
heard,
background?
I heard a voice, but I didn't make out what she was saying.
Okay.
No, I think that's fair. whether
Did
she
it
does or
sound
not.
like she said, my boyfriend, I dropped him off and he never came home?
Objection.
Could you hear that, Ms. Roberts?
No.
Okay.
Next question.
That's all I have for the video. We can take that down. You talked about, on direct examination, some of the injuries that you saw Mr. O'Keefe having suffered, both what you observed at the scene and then what you observed later at the hospital.
Yep.
And you noted those injuries, correct?
Say it again?
You noted those injuries. Those were,
Yes.
you made note of those,
Yes.
or at least some of them. You said that you saw a hematoma of some sort over his right eye. Is that right?
Correct.
And there was some significant swelling to his right eye
Correct.
at the scene.
Correct.
Did you also notice a laceration just above his right eye, just under the eyebrow?
I saw it at the hospital, but I
Okay.
don't know if at the scene I saw it.
Fair enough. At some point, you saw that laceration to his right eye.
Yes, I did.
Did you also see a laceration to the left side of his nose, a smaller laceration to the left side of his nose?
I don't recall. I know there was blood coming from here, but I don't know if it was coming from inside his nose or
Here.
from a laceration. I don't know.
When you said here, you're pointing to the left side of your nostril
Yes.
and basically just above the nostril, correct?
Yes. Right around the nostril, there was blood coming this way.
Okay.
On the
draining
left
to
side.
the left side of his cheek.
Left
Yes.
side.
Okay. You also saw, once you got to the hospital, that his left eye had swollen as well.
Now both eyes were swollen and filled with what looked like blood.
And his left eye was black as well as his right eye.
Correct.
Okay. You also indicated that you saw, well, actually, I don't know if you did or not, so I don't want to put words in your mouth. I apologize. Did you see his right arm?
I did.
Did it appear to you that he had some abrasions or lacerations, parallel abrasions and lacerations and punctures on his right arm?
They were scratches.
Scratches.
We're saying the same thing, girl. She thought she got him.
Ms. Roberts, you've previously testified that when you arrived, let me take you back instead of jumping right into it. After you met up with Ms. Reed at Jen McCabe's house
Mhm.
that morning, so this is just after 5 o'clock or so, the three of you arrived back at One Meadows, correct? Is that right? I'm sorry.
Correct.
Okay. You're trailing the Lexus SUV, correct?
Correct.
The Lexus pulls in to the driveway and you pull in directly behind Miss Reed and Jennifer McCabe is driving.
Correct.
You're driving your SUV, correct?
Correct.
You've previously testified that when you arrived at One Meadows at that moment, that once that SUV, the Lexus SUV, had pulled in and you pulled in behind the Lexus, you got out of the Lexus, sorry, you got out of your SUV, they got out of the Lexus, and that's a point at which Karen showed you the back of her taillight and said something to the effect of, Do you think I hit him? Do you think I hit him? Oh my God, do you think I hit him? Do you recall that?
I recall saying I didn't know if it was when we were coming or going, but she did point out the taillight.
Okay. When you previously testified under oath, your quote was, quote, Karen pulls in and I pull in behind her.
Mr. Jackson.
Give page and line numbers when
Yes.
offering statements.
Sure. It's the SGJ, the grand jury, page 58, lines 14 through 19 for court and counsel.
Thank you.
Did you testify, quote, Karen pulls in and I pull in behind her, period. When we get out and Karen is now showing us the back of the car saying, my taillight, do you think I hit him? Do you think I hit him? Oh my God, do you guys think I hit him? Question mark. End quote. Is that how you testified?
May I see it?
Sure.
Karen wasn't driving.
I apologize. I've already got it up here.
Does it have a date on it, Mr. Jackson?
It does. (4/26/22). May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you have the pages after this?
I'm sure I do.
Because in the pages after this,
My
I say,
question, Ms. Roberts, is that a quote that I just said? Is that accurate?
She's trying to be Jennifer.
In the,
yes, it is.
okay.
Uh-huh.
May I approach?
Yes.
Wow.
You can get that on redirect.
Like, you should have already reviewed your testimony. We're not going to sit here and wait till you read it all.
And she's like, I don't
May I
know.
approach?
After this, I
Yes.
say something else. It's like, I don't care what you said then. I care what you said here.
Just for reference, I'm going to show you both pages. That's the page I asked you to look at, and then the following page as well.
Oh, the one you asked for.
Okay.
Yep.
How much you want to bet what she thinks is there is not there?
Do you have the next page? Do you have more pages?
I don't know why this says this, but what I said was, come on, Carrie.
What I'm looking for is still not here because I did say I wasn't
Knew
sure
it.
if it was before or after.
Ms. Roberts, you do have to wait for questions.
Oh,
Yes.
shit. What I'm
When
looking
you
for is
gave this
still not here.
testimony, you were in front of a grand
Because you
jury,
didn't see
correct?
it.
I was
I'm
kind of
not
hoping
sure
you'd
which
give her
one
another
that is.
page.
Do you remember testifying in front of a grand jury on April 26th, 2022?
Yes.
Okay, about 2 years ago.
Yes.
Sorry, 3 years ago. You were under oath at the time. Is that right?
Yes.
Things were fresher in your mind at that time than they are now, 3.5 years later, I'm guessing, correct?
Yes.
She agrees with that.
You were asked the question to describe the circumstance when you arrived at One Meadows. Is that right?
Yes.
And the answer that you gave was, quote, we pulled into it's a driveway. There's 2 cars and then 2 cars, then a single. So John's car is there. Karen pulls in and I pull in behind her. When we get out, and Karen is now showing us the back of the back of the car saying, my taillight, do you think I hit him? Do you think I hit him? Oh my God, do you guys think I hit him? That was your testimony at the time, correct?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And just to be clear, I'd like to take a look at a quick video that you may or may not have seen before. We'll find out. Your Honor, I'd like to have this. Actually, this has already been previously marked as Exhibit 12C, as in Charlie.
Okay.
This is Alan
Short
Jackson.
clip. So I'll play the entire clip with the court's permission.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and take a look at that video.
This is going to show that she either lied then or she's lying now, because that didn't happen.
Can you pause? Do you recognize what's depicted in the video?
Yeah, that's when we arrived at John's house.
Okay. And who's the person with the plaid red pants?
That is Jen.
And who's the person that's just rounding the back of the car in front?
That is Karen.
What is the car in front?
That's Karen's SUV.
That's the Lexus SUV.
Yes, it is.
Behind that Lexus SUV, Ms. Roberts, is there another car?
That's my car.
And who's getting out of that car?
I am.
Okay. And this is the point that you were describing in your, at least in the grand jury testimony at that time.
Yes.
This is the time that you're describing.
That I thought it was when we walked in.
This is the time that you were describing, right? When you arrive at the scene.
Yes.
Or sorry, arrive at One Meadows.
Yes.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play this through.
You didn't even look at the taillight.
Nope. You guys ran in the house.
Okay. You can stop it.
You thought John was in there.
And you can bring the lights up. You saw the interaction between all three of you and the vehicles, correct?
Let's look at
At any point, did anybody stop
She's like,
and
this
take a
is
look at the
sus.
tail light or the rear end of the car?
Not when we were entering the house like I thought, but when we came out.
Okay.
Where's that video?
And there's no video of that.
I'm sorry?
There's no video of that.
No, I don't believe so.
Right. So
Well.
the video that does exist describes nearly exactly the time that you testified that y'all stopped at the back of the taillight and Karen said, look, my taillight's broken. Oh my God, do you think I hit it?
Correct.
Okay. And that obviously was incorrect.
It was incorrect.
So your memory was faulty about that incident, that part of that incident at least.
It happened on the way out of the house.
So your memory was faulty about that part of the incident that you testified to at the grand jury.
Yes.
Okay.
There's no proof of what you say.
You were interviewed on January 29th. You've already testified to that, correct? By
Yes.
Troopers Dunn and my memory's failing me now.
There were two. I don't know who they were.
Okay. I'm sure it's in my notes somewhere. Two individuals that interviewed you on
Elizabeth.
January 29th, correct?
Yes.
Obviously, things were very, very fresh in your mind at that point.
Yes, but I believe I was in shock. So
The incident had just happened.
yes.
Okay. And you were asked to recount certain of the specifics about the incident that you had just experienced, not days or weeks, but just hours before, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
You also hadn't met
You
with
did your
Jen the
best, I'm sure, Ms.
timeline yet
Roberts,
either.
to be as full-throated as possible, to provide them with as much detailed information as you could and to be as honest as you could.
Yes.
I mean, you weren't going to lie to these police officers, right?
No.
In your
You
very
haven't-
first conversation with those two troopers on January 29th, you didn't mention anything about a taillight or a cracked taillight or
No,
even
I did
having
not.
seen a cracked taillight, did you?
No, I did not.
Okay.
Let him finish
I
the
didn't
question.
want to accuse anybody of anything.
You were then interviewed on February 1st, 2022, a few days later, correct?
I don't know.
Does that
I don't
sound
know the
right?
exact date. I was interviewed again, but I don't know the exact date.
Okay. During your interview, let me withdraw that and ask a different question. On February 1st, or whatever day it was, the subsequent time that you were interviewed just a few days later, you did then for the first time describe the taillight that you saw, correct?
I don't know.
Would it refresh your recollection if you looked at a report?
Yes, please.
Things are just so much easier when you tell the truth. These people make it like hard on purpose instead of just.
The scene is chaotic. So I don't think anybody would be like, you know what, I have no idea. I know at some point I picked up the phone. I couldn't tell you what time it was. You know, everything was happening all at once. It bothers me more that they try to be so concrete about everything that they did instead of saying, I just know this happened. Like, you know, like with Timmy yesterday, he's like, you know, so and so was here and I was here, and then she came over and she's like, I hit him. You know, like you're in the midst of doing all of these things. You don't know that. Like real life, real people, you're not paying attention to that. Like I can only tell you at some point while I was on the ground doing CPR, she said, I hit him.
Yeah.
I cannot tell you exactly the time that happened, but they've practiced and practiced
Yeah.
so much, it becomes bullshit.
I think where we're heading is, you know, you gave none of those details. There might be even more he brings up, but you didn't relay any of those details on 129. And as of that time, you still hadn't met with Jennifer McCabe. You hadn't written out your timeline together. You hadn't discussed what she remembers, you remember. But all of a sudden on 2/1, your stories become more aligned. You remember things you didn't remember before, and you're reporting them for the first time after meeting with Jennifer McCabe.
Correct.
She's clearly being told what to say. And now she's like developed Jennifer's attitude too.
Absolutely. Oh, ATS, very much so.
Who's NK?
Nicole Kessinger.
Oh, I didn't watch that.
Watts. From the Watts case, the mistress. She was a lying liar who lied too.
Part of me wants to say I do think Karen should be cognizant of her face, but as someone myself that doesn't really have a resting face that's welcoming,
Yeah.
she can't really change her face. You know what I mean? But they do have it set up where like this is what the jury sees is this kind of face.
But it's such a problem because if she smiles, then she's not taking it seriously and she's just over there having a good time.
It almost seems that it would be better to somehow have her facing them like face on, like head on instead of profile.
Yeah. You can't. There's no way to win here.
Yeah.
And she does have a resting bitch face. And I actually thought about that too when Carrie was talking about that she was like yelling. I'm like, she yells. She's a loud person.
For sure.
Like that's her personality. Every time they talk to her when she's coming out of the courthouse, she's yelling. She's just loud. I'm loud. I get it. Like it's not yelling at you.
Oh, same.
My daughter would be like, why are you yelling at me? I'm like, I'm not fucking yelling. What are you talking about?
My kid says the same thing. I'm like, sir, what? You know, this is not yelling.
Yeah, you
know when I'm yelling.
You've heard me yell.
Yeah.
Well, Your Honor.
You haven't heard me yell yet.
Yeah, loud talkers.
Yeah, I think like head on, she's better head on if they, you know, she's softer.
Maybe.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm handing you a 2-page report.
And Nettie has been so quiet this whole trial so far.
On the second page, just to direct your attention to the discussion related to the taillight, if you want to take a look at that.
Yeah, see.
Okay.
Okay. May I?
Yes.
I'm going to drive to go pick up my food.
Does that refresh your recollection that you were interviewed on February 1st, 2022 by
back to your phone.
A trooper by the name of Connor Keefe and a trooper by the name of Kathleen Prince?
Yes. Did Connor Keefe write that report?
I'm sorry?
Did Connor Keefe write that report?
What?
Kathleen Prince wrote the report.
Okay.
Asking the questions
Does
here.
that matter?
Yeah, really.
No?
Nope.
Okay.
What the
Why
fuck?
the fuck did you ask then?
That was weird.
That was really fucking weird.
Was she asking because is she more willing to admit to whatever was written by that person versus Proctor? Like, so let's say up until this point,
Yeah.
all of Connor Keefe's
Yes.
things have been correct, she can't say they can't blame it on Proctor if it was not
Right.
right.
Hold on, let me back it up.
Does that refresh your recollection that you did
That was
discuss the
weird.
taillight at that time?
Yes.
And did you tell
Come on, why are you not wanting
Trooper
to
Prince and
What?
Trooper Keefe
keyboard?
that?
Yes.
And did you tell Trooper Prince and
What's happening?
Oh, I wanted to hear it again.
You were there. She has her right now looking at the
Yes.
report.
Did Connor Keefe write that report?
I'm sorry,
Did Connor Keefe write that report?
Trooper Kathleen Prince wrote the report.
Okay.
Does that matter? No?
Nope.
Okay. Does that refresh your recollection that you did discuss the taillight at that time?
Yes.
Well, now I'm wondering if
Oh.
Connor Keefe has had something against him. Maybe that's why she specifically asked if it was him.
But then she says it doesn't matter. So
Because
why the fuck did you ask it?
because he didn't. Kathleen Prince did. Like a
All right,
hypothetical
we need to figure
follow-up
out what
is,
does Keith have against him?
yeah, like a hypothetical follow-up could be, did Connor Keefe write that? And then Jackson say yes, and her say, well, he blah, 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 blah of writing wrong things. But the answer was no, Trooper Prince did. And then she was like, oh, okay, then no, it doesn't matter because that's not who I was ready to just spill the beans on.
That was still weird.
If you remember too, there's another, she also wrote a report for Jennifer McCabe. We have that. And it has things that are not in Proctor's thing. All right, let me put on, I got old lady glasses. I just bought them. I'm gonna go pick up my food.
Okay.
I'll join you
Sweet
on
fruit.
the phone.
Yeah. She had a plan if it was his report. I agree. Sleuthie sold me on that. I see it. I think that was still weird though. Yeah, no, Alan Jackson is sharp as a fucking whip. That's why I said I said this yesterday. But like he's not like an attractive man, but the amount of sex appeal that comes from his intelligence and his ability in a courtroom is like overpowering. Like if you saw him walking down the street, he's just an average bloke. But when you see him in a courtroom, you're just like, fuck, that dude's hot as hell.
Trooper Prince and Trooper Keefe, that you noticed the back right taillight in the middle, quote, in the middle, your words, was broken and a piece of the metal encasement was pushed forward.
Yes.
Okay.
He's not ugly. He's just average.
You didn't say
Yes.
the taillight was completely shattered, correct?
Correct.
You didn't say that the entire lens was missing, correct?
Correct.
You said it was broken in the middle. Is that
Yes.
right? And then you described today that a square piece was missing.
Yes. That's the piece I was referring to in the
Okay.
middle.
The piece still not found.
That was how you described it.
Yes.
Okay.
He probably smells really nice, doesn't ya? Oh, fuck yeah, he does.
I'd like to shift gears for a quick second and talk about a March 7th, 2023 text message with victim witness advocate Steve Nelson. Do you remember communicating? You don't have to know the exact date, but if you do, fine. Do you remember communicating in March of 2023 with victim witness advocate Steve Nelson about the Ring camera at One Meadows?
I don't know the exact date, but yes.
Okay. Is it true that you contacted him to inform him that the O'Keefes needed to replace or wanted to replace the driveway Ring camera, that same Ring camera that we just literally saw through that perspective
Yes.
of you arriving?
Yes.
Did Mr. Nelson indicate that he believed that would be fine to replace that Ring camera if the O'Keefes wished to do that?
I don't remember if he said it would be fine, but at some point they were told they could replace it. It had broken. It wasn't working.
Did he indicate that he would check with DDA Adam Lally and then get back to you?
I don't know.
At some point, you were informed that the O'Keefes had the green light or the go-ahead to replace that Ring camera at One Meadows. Is that right?
Yes,
Okay. And then ultimately you then relayed that to the O'Keefes that they have the green light. You've talked to somebody at the DA's office and they said, yeah, go ahead and replace the camera, correct?
yes.
Okay. Did you ever receive any kind of response from the DA's office either before or after you relayed this information to the O'Keefes to say, wait, hold on, we need to do a reconstruction. We need to make sure that the camera is in the exact same spot that it was at the time of the incident?
No,
Any communication like that?
no,
So the communication that you got was, yep, go ahead and replace it. It's no big deal.
correct.
And ultimately, you learned that the O'Keefes did, in fact, replace that Ring camera.
Correct.
You have already described your relationship, at least in part, with Canton Police Officer Sergeant Michael Lang, correct?
Yes,
He is friends with you.
his daughter is friends with my daughter.
You're friendly with the family.
Yes,
Okay. And you're aware that he's also friends with the Albert family.
no, well, no,
Were you aware that Michael Lang grew up with Chris Albert?
I was not.
Have you ever been in a social setting with both the Lanks and the Alberts?
No,
You're aware, obviously, you were at the scene. He was the first officer to respond to the crime scene at 34 Fairview on January 29th after Officer Seraph and after Mulaney arrived. Right? Then it was Sergeant Lang.
I don't know which order. I did see Sergeant Lang there, yes.
Was he the, excuse me, sorry. I was just reminded, you indicated that you don't remember the date of that text communication between yourself and Mr. Nelson.
No, I don't remember the date.
Would it refresh your recollection if you looked at a text message between the two of you about the subject of the Ring camera?
Sure.
Okay.
Do I need to know the date?
May I, Coach? I need to know the date.
Oh, okay.
That's
Sorry.
okay. Thanks.
Is it March 7th, 2023?
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Testing.
You indicated that you did recognize
I hear you.
Okay.
Sergeant Lang at the scene.
Yes, I did.
You had a conversation with him.
No, I said, Mike, is that you? He said yes, and that was it.
All right.
Since when were they at the scene together?
Following that, the next day,
I don't
you
know.
did go to his house. You've already described that.
I did.
You indicated that you went to his house to drop off your daughter for a play date. Is that right?
Yes.
But
And
you
she
also
was 14.
indicated that you took Jennifer McCabe with you.
Yes, because I drove Jen McCabe to the O'Keefe's house, so she was leaving to go home with me. So I was
So-
going to drop her off.
Okay, so your memory is you took Miss McCabe from where over to the Lanks house?
I think she was at home.
So you picked her up
Yes,
at her house
yes.
with anybody else?
With my daughter, my son. I picked up her and either one or two of her daughters. I don't remember.
And then you drove over to the Lanks house, is that right?
No, I drove to the O'Keefe's house.
First.
Yes.
And what did you do with the
Then
O'Keefe's house?
left a couple of kids and my daughter wanted to go to the Lanks house. So I drove my daughter to the Lanks house before driving home.
And Jen's child was with you on the way from Jen's house over to the O'Keefe's house.
Yes, one or two daughters. I don't know.
Dropped the one or two kids off at the O'Keefe's, is that right?
As well as my son.
As well as your son. Then you went to drop off your daughter for the play date.
Well, she was 13, so it wasn't a play date.
Whatever, I don't know what you
I
call it.
know.
I don't have a 13-year-old. What a date, whatever
Yeah.
it is.
So she went over to her friend's house. Yes.
Okay. But you took Jennifer McCabe with you
Yes, because I was driving her home.
back to her house without her kids?
Yes, she was going home.
Why
Were
she
you going to
driving
go
off
back
all
to the
these?
O'Keefe's and pick up her kids and then take all of them home?
I didn't have a plan. I mean, Patrick,
Okay,
nephew, is my son's best friend.
got
So
it.
he wanted to be with him.
Okay.
Why are they dropping all these
kids off with these old people. I mean, not to be rude, but I mean, they just lost their son and they're old people and you're dropping your kids off to hang out there?
Yeah, I don't understand that either.
This makes no sense.
It's because they were like, we're going to go over to Link's house and figure out what's going on. Can you watch the kids? And Peggy's like, fuck yeah, I will. Bring them over so you guys can go get the scoop.
Exactly.
Yep.
Did you, I think you just answered this, but I want to make sure I'm clear about it. You didn't take separate cars. You all went in the same car. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Did anybody stop by or go by 34 Fairview during that roundabout?
No,
Nobody stopped off at 34 Fairview either on the way or on the way back?
no. I don't believe so. That wouldn't be the route in
Now,
which
you
to
should
get
know that we
to my house. Right, exactly.
exactly.
You indicated that you stayed, even though you were dropping off your daughter, y'all stayed, you and Miss McCabe stayed at Sergeant Lank's house for some 45 minutes. Does that sound about right?
Yeah.
And Sergeant Lank's wife, you indicated, was in the backseat of your car?
Yes.
Did y'all ever go inside the house?
Jen went in to go to the bathroom.
Was Sergeant Lank there?
I don't know. I didn't go in.
You didn't have any communications with Sergeant Lank?
I'm sorry?
You didn't have any communications with Sergeant Lank himself, Mike Lank, on that trip?
No, I did not.
But you don't know whether or not Jen did?
I don't know whether or not Jen did. She went in the house to go to the bathroom.
Okay. You've indicated that there have been occurrences in which Jennifer McCabe has asked you to contact the DA's office on her behalf to ask a question here or there, get some information, correct?
To Steve Nelson, yes.
Okay. How many times, just a number of times, the volume, would you say that Ms. McCabe has asked you to reach out to the DA's office in one particular or another on her behalf?
I don't think very many.
What does that mean? Of the 50 times that you've had
No,
communications?
maybe like 4, not many, to my knowledge.
It's amazing how easily they involve children.
When
in
you
all-
would, on these 4 occasions or 4 or so occasions, when you would reach out to the DA's office, gather information, whatever that information may be, would you then report that information back to Ms. McCabe?
Yes.
Ooh.
Why couldn't Jen call herself? Because if she did, she would know that she was fishing for info. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like, why can't she just call? So the victim advocate or whatever is also Jen's. So why couldn't Jen just call herself? Unless she didn't want them to know that she was
so involved.
Fishing for information. Yeah.
You obviously understand the importance of providing statements to law enforcement that are free of influence of other people, other witnesses. Is that right?
Oh, yeah.
You understand the importance of providing information to law enforcement as a witness to law enforcement free of influence from other people.
Yeah.
In other words, you want to be as accurate and as independent as possible.
Yes.
Not them. They don't.
And that's because if your statement is somehow, or if your communications with law enforcement are somehow influenced by others, it might call into question the credibility of the person providing the statement.
Objection.
Yes,
Can you
sir.
answer that question, Ms. Roberts?
No.
Okay, next question.
Sure.
No, or no, you can't
It's
answer.
been colored by influence from someone else.
She can't answer that question. She can't answer that question. She doesn't know. I don't know how she wouldn't know if talking to other people about what she witnessed, how it influences her memory and her testimony. She's like, no, I don't know. I don't know how that goes.
I mean, everyone knows, like, just this morning, I couldn't remember if what I heard of her testimony, which, oh, by the way, was her saying that Jen switched off and she helped with the compressions, which was obviously today. But I couldn't remember if it was this morning or yesterday.
Right.
So if you've got other people giving you information and telling you things that happened over the course of 3 years, 2 years, you might start forgetting or mixing up like what is actually true and what's not.
1,000,000%.
A statement that's been colored by influence from someone else would lack credibility, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
I want to talk about the statements in the prior testimony that you have provided in this case, Ms. Roberts. There's been several of them. The first time you told your story to law enforcement was on January 29th. We've already established that, correct?
Say that again?
It was on January 29th, the first time you relayed your story to law enforcement.
Yes.
And that was to Trooper Dunn and Trooper DeChico. That's the name I couldn't remember.
I don't remember.
But you do remember Trooper Dunn.
I remember 2 troopers. I don't know their name.
Okay. Where did that interview take place?
In my dining room.
And who was with you when you gave that interview, if anybody?
My husband was home. I think my daughter was home at that point. My husband was home. I don't know if the kids were home.
Nobody else from outside the family?
No.
Okay. Who contacted you about doing that interview? How did they know to come to you at your home?
I don't remember. They may have just shown up. I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember what time the interview was?
Maybe around dinner time, maybe around 5, 6.
Was it recorded?
I'm sorry?
Was it recorded in any way? Tape
I don't-
recorder running?
I don't think so.
The troopers were taking notes, obviously.
I believe so.
During your conversation with, and I'm jumping around a bit, so I apologize. During your conversation or conversations with Mr. Brennan and the members of the DA's office in preparation for your testimony, were any of those interviews recorded?
No.
Was anybody taking notes?
No.
No, none of the DAs were actually taking notes, the ADAs?
I didn't look around the table to see if anyone was taking notes, but I didn't see them taking notes.
No pads and pens on the table?
There's
Interesting.
a lot of stuff on the table, but I didn't see anybody taking notes.
Okay.
Like exactly what Jen said.
You received a phone call just before that interview started at 5:25 p.m., correct?
Around 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock. Is this the night of the 29th, you mean?
This is the night of, I'm jumping back to the night of the 29th.
Yeah, I'm not following you very well.
He's kind of losing
Okay.
me too, Carrie. So I'll agree with
On
you
the
on that one.
29th,
Yeah.
when you were interviewed around 5:25 p.m., maybe just a little bit before that,
Yeah.
you received a phone call just before that, correct?
I do not know.
Isn't it true that Jen McCabe called you and spoke to you just before that?
I spoke to Jen McCabe the entire day.
Okay.
We have your records.
Including just before that interview.
I don't know.
Did you tell Jen McCabe that you were about to be interviewed?
No.
Did you tell her at some point,
If you don't remember the call, how do you know you didn't
did
tell
you
her that?
text her and tell her that
Exactly. I was just thinking that. That's why I was like, what?
the officers
Now
had
she's not
arrived?
very observant.
I don't think so.
Did she text you back and say, call me right after?
I don't know.
Okay.
We
During
do.
the
We
course
know.
of that interview, when the incident was still pretty fresh in your mind, you indicated that at about 5 a.m., you got a call from Karen Reed indicating that John never came home and that she was worried, correct?
Correct.
You also indicated that she was worried that John may be walking and may have gotten hit by a plow. You relayed that to the officers.
Yes.
You indicated that you met up with Karen Reed and Jennifer McCabe at Jennifer McCabe's house, and Karen was hysterical and worried that something had happened to John.
Yes.
You also indicated that once you were at 34 Fairview, once y'all had made your way over to 34 Fairview, Karen saw John and ran to him, although you and Jennifer didn't see him initially, correct?
That's correct.
You said that Karen was repeating the phrase, "Is he dead? Is he dead?" over and over. Is that right?
That is correct.
You also indicated that she said that if anything happened to John, she'd kill herself, correct?
That's what she said to me.
Object.
Why?
So the objection sustained.
Oh, because she said it.
Did you indicate
Yeah, but they're allowed to say
at
that.
any time?
You can't testify about what Karen said, right? They
Yes,
can't.
Can, because yeah, they
No,
can.
only the state can. Otherwise, because the state can't call Karen.
Yeah,
So
but
the-
but all these witnesses are allowed to say what Karen said to them, just not what they said to other people. It's not
Yeah, but
hearsay 'cause she's on trial. It's a statement by a party opponent or whatever. So she can't say Karen told Jennifer this, but she can say Karen said to me, "Is he dead?" You know what I mean?
mm,
Yeah, they already have like a bajillion times.
yeah, but
Karen,
that's because the state's already brought it up. If you want to introduce statements from Karen from the defense team, then you have to put Karen on there. Yeah, Ems is agreeing with you. It's testimony of a party opponent. It's allowed.
and if it's in the report and it's what Carrie has testified to, now I forget the question. I forget what I remember he said she was saying, "Is he dead?" But I forget now what she said next. I just remember there was an objection. It's testimony of part, yeah.
Sorry, let me ask it a different way. Did either of the troopers indicate to you after your initial interview that if there was anything further that you could recall that would be useful, please provide it? Please give it to at that time.
I don't know.
Okay. Would it refresh your recollection to look at that January 29th report?
Sure. Thank you.
Show the second page of that report, January 29th. And there, I put a little mark by paragraph 5. You could take a look at that.
Okay.
May I?
Yes.
During this interview with Trooper Dunn and Trooper DeChico, they indicated after you gave your statement that if you wish to provide anything additional, now is the time to do it.
Objection.
Sustained.
Oh, see, he can't say what the
You
troopers
were
said to
limited
her.
on time
Right.
in that interview. Meaning, we got to get this done. We're leaving. We're out of time.
No,
They didn't cut you off, correct?
no,
They didn't tell you that they had a limited amount of information that they wanted, and then they were just going to leave, correct?
I don't remember. I don't recall.
As a matter of fact, they told you that anything you wanted to provide to them, provide it. Give them as much detail as you could, correct?
I don't recall.
You just read the last statement that these troopers indicated, correct? If there's anything further she could recall that would be useful, please provide that information.
Object.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
It feels like she prepared for her testimony more with Jen than anything.
That's really what it does feel like. What are they approaching for? I had to open the door. Sorry.
He asked another question about did they
Hi, 714.
they asked another question about whether the troopers said to tell them if she had anything else she needed to say.
Right. May I approach?
Yes.
Would it refresh your recollection if you were to look at the report of that interview?
It might.
Okay. First paragraph.
Thanks. Am I reading the whole thing or just the part where you dotted?
Just if it refreshes your recollection.
Oh.
of the date.
Oh, for the date, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
What date was it that you met with me?
February 1st.
That second interview was conducted at 12 Country Lane, correct?
Yes.
And who again lives at 12 Country Lane?
Jennifer McCabe.
So the second time you told your memory, your story to law enforcement, you were literally sitting in Jennifer McCabe's house.
Yes.
And you had met with Jennifer McCabe before your interview, correct?
Yes. We were putting a timeline together.
So you two were actually prepping. That's a
Yeah.
valid term. Prepping for your interview, putting a timeline together, correct?
I wouldn't say that.
We were putting a timeline together at the request of Mrs. O'Keefe.
And she was.
Why?
she was helping
Why?
you with the timeline, and you were helping her with the timeline.
Because Peggy
Yes,
asked
we were putting together the events of what had happened.
So she was helping you.
Well, you weren't
and you were
there.
helping her, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
You were
So
there.
both of you were assisting in each other's memories, correct?
Yes.
I remember this, and you remember this, and okay, now I remember this, correct?
Yep.
Obviously, that would help influence your memory going
Yes.
over the event with someone else, correct?
Yeah.
So what's on that timeline, you would agree, is not completely independent, your memory. It's a combination of your memory and Jennifer McCabe's memory. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And now your personalities have matched.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Were you solving the crime using yarn and a corkboard? Low like your mom does? The interjects from SpaceX.
Thank you, Your Honor. So the two of you drew out some sort of a timeline for you to follow during the course of that interview. Is that right?
For me to follow what?
During the course of that February 1st interview, as you were interviewed in Miss McCabe's house. I mean, that was the purpose of the timeline, to help you with that interview.
No, that wasn't the purpose of the timeline.
You used it for that purpose, though, obviously.
We did not. I was at Jen's house making a timeline, and the two officers showed up to interview her. I just happened to be there.
Right. And when they
where's the
interviewed
timeline
you,
at?
did you have that timeline in front of you? That's my question.
No, I did not.
Okay. But you had just created it along with Jennifer McCabe.
Some of it.
Okay. And then it was after that that this timeline was coordinated between the two of you, that you actually told your second story to Trooper Prince. And when I say second story, I mean the second time you were interviewed on February 1st as opposed to January 29th. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you ever become aware of text messages that Jennifer McCabe was sending to others in a group chat talking about you in that interview?
No.
You were never told or became aware that she sent text messages to a group as she listened in on your interview?
No. I don't think she could listen in. She wasn't anywhere near me.
You weren't aware that or are you aware as you sit here that she sent a text message that said she's telling them everything, all the stuff?
Sustained.
Oh shit.
Have you
Wait
ever
a
been
minute.
provided?
Oh,
She's acting like she doesn't know that right now. We already know that she testified to that in the last trial. There's no way Carrie's saying she doesn't know that happened.
she's gonna act like she didn't watch the last trial.
Right. Right. Shit, no, Mav Hawkins
Look at
did
that!
not.
Look at that dumbass look on her face. Like, ma'am, if this is surprising you, then you believe Jennifer too much. You should have reviewed yourself.
A text message or told about a text message that perhaps Jennifer McCabe was sending to a group,
No.
listening to your suggesting that she was listening to your interview?
No.
Girl, they used you. They
The
absolutely
third time
used you.
you told your story was later that night in a telephonic interview. Is that right? With Trooper Proctor?
I requested to speak to Trooper Proctor because I had remembered the very first time I spoke with Karen that morning, and I wanted to make sure it was recorded.
Okay. That wasn't my
Why'd
question.
you have to speak to
The question
Proctor?
was, did you have another telephonic conversation with Trooper Proctor? Yes or no?
You said that night, but it wasn't that night.
When was it?
I think it was earlier that day.
Okay. Meaning, but it was after the interview with Trooper Prince?
I don't think so.
I think it was beforehand.
I think it was beforehand.
You were still with Jennifer McCabe when that call took place, correct?
I was in her house. I was not with her. I stepped away to speak to him by myself.
In her home at 12 Country Lane.
Correct.
Who else was with you other than Jennifer McCabe in the house?
Her sister was there writing down the timeline for
Who's
us.
that?
Her sister, Denise.
Denise? So she was scribing the timeline as you and Jennifer McCabe were creating it?
She was writing it down as we were remembering things.
Right. And the three of you were doing this together, sort of communally.
Yes.
She would say something, then you would say something, then it would spark something that she would say, and back and forth, correct?
Yes.
How is it that Trooper Proctor got a hold of you? Did you call him or did he call you?
I think he was on the phone with Jen and I asked to speak to him.
So Trooper Proctor got a hold of you through talking to Jen McCabe.
Well, I asked to speak to him, but yes.
Right. Was that interview recorded to your knowledge?
I don't know.
The fourth time you met with police was February 2nd, the very next day at about 12:08 p.m. Is that right?
I don't remember.
Do you remember signing a consent form for your phone?
Yes.
Was that the next day after this interview with Trooper Prince and Trooper?
I don't know
Keith?
what day it was. It was right after Karen was arraigned for the first time. Jen and I met with them and both handed our phones over willingly.
So you just answered my question. So when you met with police, whatever the date was, it was a few days later, you met with police. You had a fourth time, you were still in the presence of Jennifer McCabe when you met with police.
Yes.
And handed your phone over, is that right?
Yes.
She handed her phone over, is that right?
Yes.
And the two of you were together when you signed your consent forms, is that right?
Yes.
The fifth time you told your story was in front of a grand jury, is that right?
I don't know.
Do you remember testifying in front of a grand jury?
I do.
Okay, let's talk about that for a second. Before you testified at that grand jury, just physically, you were brought into an anteroom where you waited to be called by ADA Adam Lowley, correct?
Yes.
Who was in that anteroom with you just before you gave your testimony?
My husband and Jen and Matt McCabe.
So Jennifer McCabe was with you yet again just before you gave official testimony under oath concerning this case and concerning the incident.
Correct.
Ms. Roberts, when was the last time you've spoken to Jennifer McCabe before you testified in this trial?
In this morning.
Did you discuss your testimony?
Oh,
So
we're
you and
supposed
Ms.
to know.
McCabe, who became friends because of this incident,
Correct.
talked as recently as this morning before your testimony.
Correct.
And your testimony now is that you did not discuss anything about what you're doing here
No,
or what you're
I
going to
did
testify
not. She
to.
called to wish me good luck today.
When did you talk to her the last time before this morning?
Yesterday.
I don't know, maybe a couple of days ago. I don't remember.
Within days.
Okay, so get this. So Jen McCabe calls her this morning to wish her luck, but yet Carrie Roberts started testifying yesterday. Why would she have not called her yesterday to wish her luck? Why is she calling her? She's technically in the middle of testimony this morning.
Yeah, that's a great catch, actually. And also so technically these people are all supposed to be sequestered. So Jennifer's also on the witness list. She shouldn't even know that Carrie is testifying today or that she testified yesterday.
Right.
You know what I mean? But that's a good catch. Why didn't she call her right before she actually testified for the first time?
Right. Yeah, she's like, I talked to her for a few days, but then she called me this morning and wished me good luck. Okay. That makes sense.
Days of you taking the stand yesterday, correct?
Yes.
I agree with Angela. She wanted to refresh her before cross. That was the main thing.
Exactly.
Did you ever?
Yes.
Ms. Roberts, I'm going to ask you, to take a look at, actually, let me ask it a different way. Did you say that you did or did not recall texting with Jen McCabe during the course of that January 29th interview with state police? Do you recall that or no?
No.
Okay.
During the interview, I didn't text anybody.
Okay. Are you saying you didn't text anybody or you don't recall?
I don't recall. I don't think I had I wouldn't be texting somebody if I was being interviewed by the state police.
Right. Okay. Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at a report of text messages?
Sure.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Like, how dumb can you be? You know they have your phone records.
Jeez.
What was that?
Yes.
Take a look. There's two tabs. Take a look at the tabs and the data across the two tabs. If you don't mind.
Okay.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm in no rush. So, may I?
Yeah.
Take this back?
No, R&M, she wants to add more to it, more gem.
Okay. Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch if you'd like. And I forgot to tell you, anytime we're at sidebar, please feel free to stand up and stretch, okay?
That was quicker than we thought, Judge. May I
Okay.
proceed?
Yes.
Okay. Did you take a look at this document?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection that there were two text messages at around the time of your interview with those two troopers?
No.
Do you recall, as you sit here, texting Miss McCabe that the state troopers were arriving or they're just getting there?
No.
Do you recall Miss McCabe texting you anything back about calling me after?
No.
Okay. Did you, in fact, different question, did you, in fact, call Miss McCabe right after the interview and talk to her?
I don't know.
Have you ever testified that at the scene, Miss Reed was seated in the back of a patrol car along with Jennifer McCabe, and you were standing just outside the car and there was an interaction among the three?
Yes.
Have you ever testified or have you ever stated in any particular that during that interaction, Karen asked the three of you to pray?
Yes.
Have you ever said or testified that during that interaction where you're seated, where they are seated in the back of the patrol car and Miss Reed asked you to pray, that Miss Reed said to Jennifer McCabe, Google hypothermia?
No.
Never said that.
I've never said that.
You testified at the grand jury on April 26th. Is that right? April 26th, 2022?
I do not know.
Right? Does that sound right? April 26th, 2022?
I have no idea.
Late April 2022, does that sound right?
I don't know. It was 2022.
You testified under oath, correct?
Yes,
Swore the same oath that you swore here.
yes,
Tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, like guilty of perjury. Is that right?
yeah.
Did she do a perjure?
She's saying that now she didn't say things that she said.
Yeah, basically. She got to line up with Jennifer's testimony, whatever that's going to be this time. That is Auntie Bev. Auntie Beverage.
That's what I needed. Is it your testimony that you have never said that Karen told Jen to Google hypothermia, or that you don't recall saying that?
I don't recall saying that.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at portion of your grand jury testimony from that day?
It might.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Sure.
Hey, Johnny. I mean, this could go two ways. So essentially, they asked her if from her testimony at the grand jury, she said that she heard Karen Reed ask Jen McCabe to Google hypothermia. Now she's saying that she didn't hear that. But we're kind of going with the whole theme of their memory is better at the beginning versus now. So unless she admits to not actually hearing that and only going off of what Jen said, there's going to be an issue. What's up, Charles Manson? You know what I'm saying? Like, so she has to actually admit that she didn't hear it, that she just went off of what Jen said. Or that she could just say, I don't remember it at this point because now it's 3 years later, and it's going to go back to the same thing, that her memory was better at that time and she said she heard it. It would be better perjury-wise if it was opposite. If she was saying it today but didn't say it then. Tammy, like you're not already a
And
member.
if you could read on to page 83 as well.
Yep. I testified. I didn't hear it, but I was told that she was asked to Google it.
You testified under oath at the grand jury that at some point Karen was in back of the police cruiser, correct?
Yep.
Objection.
So you were told to say it by Jen.
No, I'll allow that question.
That's essentially where he's
Does
getting
that
to.
refresh your recollection as to what you told the grand jury?
Yes.
And isn't it true that at some point during the course of your testimony under oath, you said that Karen was in the back of the police cruiser?
Yes.
And then you went on to describe that Karen and Jen and I were standing outside and she made us all start holding hands and starting to pray.
Yes.
Meaning the she being Karen Reed, correct?
Yes.
So you
And
played
at
it off
this
like
point,
your
they had
memory.
lifted John up and taken him onto the gurney, correct? That's
I don't
what you
know.
described.
I don't recall.
Okay. I'm going to do this again, just so we're clear.
Jen didn't tell her if she should recall that or not, so she can't recall it.
Yes.
Sure. Thank you.
portion at the bottom of the page.
At the bottom?
At the bottom, last couple of paragraphs.
Okay. Yep, I say I think, so I'm not
I have
positive.
a question for you.
Okay,
Is that refresh my recollection?
yes.
Okay, thanks. Thank you. And you testified basically that you think, at least that's what you were telling the grand jurors, that you
Yep.
think that was the point at which they lifted John up
Yes,
and moved him into the ambulance, correct? Is that right?
yes,
And then you were asked a question, what, if anything, did she, Miss Reed, ask Miss McCabe while they were sitting in the back of the cruiser that you heard, correct?
Objection.
Do you recall that?
I did not hear the question about Google being asked.
That's not my question. May I ask? May I inquire?
Nobody asked that.
Just repeat
Nobody
that
heard that.
question.
Sure. Isn't it true that you were next asked by Mr. Lally in front of the grand jury, quote, what, if anything, did she, Miss Reed, ask Miss McCabe while they were sitting in the back of the cruiser that you heard, end quote. Remember being asked that question?
No,
You just rewatched your testimony with fucking Hanky Spanky.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. So we're going to look at lines 16 through 18.
okay,
May I?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection? That was the question that you were asked?
yes,
Okay. And in response to that question, you stated, quote, at one point she asked her to Google hypothermia and how long Google hypothermia, correct?
Mhm.
I'm sorry?
yes,
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
That was very detailed. You'll agree that that's a very detailed and specific recount of an event. You recounted where you were, back of a cruiser, or they were in the back of a cruiser, correct?
yep,
You recorded or reported the time. It was right around the time that you thought they were lifting John up and scooped him up onto the gurney, correct?
yep. I thought it was about that time. I
The
wasn't sure.
location,
I'm sorry, I didn't get that answer. You were talking over each other.
That's my mistake.
What was your answer, Ms.
I
Roberts?
thought it was about the time they lifted him up, but I wasn't sure.
You were very detailed about who was there. It was you. It was Jen. It was my client, Karen
Yes.
Reed, correct? Is that right?
Yes,
You were so detailed that you talked about where you were standing next to the cruiser open door, correct?
yes,
What the others were doing, holding hands and praying. Is that right?
yes,
And the actual words used. You were as detailed about all of that as the actual words used. She asked her to Google hypothermia and how long, and then you stopped, Google hypothermia, end quote, correct?
correct.
You will agree, at least for that purpose, you painted a very, very detailed picture in front of the grand jury, didn't you?
Yeah,
On purpose, at Jennifer McCabe's request.
Except it's not true, is it?
I did not hear her ask that. I was told she was asked that.
That's a perjury.
The answer to my question, Ms. Roberts, and I'm not a trick question. What
You told them you heard it.
Was
It was a
not
lie.
true. You never heard her, my client, ask anyone to Google anything, did you?
I did not.
And yet that's what you testified to under oath, under penalty of perjury, in front of the grand jury, didn't you?
I did.
And the reason
Damn.
you did
So
that-
it was a lie. She's admitting to
She
perjury.
just admitted it. She just
But she
admitted
knows-
it.
But she knows that, like, Morrissey's the one that would charge her for perjury. He's not going to do it. So it doesn't matter. But she just admitted on the stand to committing perjury.
Absolutely. Hey,
The
Queen.
reason that you said that false statement was because someone told you to say it, correct?
Object.
Is that, I'm going to let her answer that.
Nobody told me to say it.
Why'd
I
you
knew
lie?
it happened at that time,
How did you
which
know
is
it
why I
happened?
said it.
How did you know it happened, Ms. Roberts, if no one told you it happened?
Because we wrote a timeline. We already spoke about
So
that.
the timeline
There you
that
go.
Jennifer McCabe helped you with, that influenced your testimony in front of the grand jury, correct? Obviously.
Oh!
I was telling what happened in the back of the cruiser.
The time
Fucking Alan Jackson. There it was. Obviously. Obviously it influenced you. Oh, Bev's gonna get real mad about that, obviously. Hey, Delana. Do it again.
no one told you it happened.
Because we wrote a timeline. We already spoke about
So
that.
the timeline that Jennifer McCabe helped you with, that influenced your testimony in front of the grand jury, correct? Obviously.
I was telling what happened in the back of the cruiser.
The timeline
You can answer.
you wrote.
So when you ask a question, let her answer, okay?
Did I just hear Hank say you can answer to her?
Jennifer McCabe's.
Oh, I didn't. I was clapping.
I think he just said you can answer.
I was telling what happened in the back of the cruiser.
The timeline
You can answer.
you wrote.
So when you ask a question, let her answer.
Or maybe she said, can
Yeah.
she answer?
Yeah.
Okay.
Jennifer McCabe's help influenced your testimony to testify in front of the grand jurors to a statement that you never heard, correct?
Yes.
Boom. You testified in front of the grand jury saying that you heard a statement that you never heard because you were influenced by Jennifer McCabe and this timeline that you made.
Not
Oh.
great. Not great for Carrie.
Well, nobody's going to charge her with perjury. The whole point is just to say that you can't trust anything this woman says because her influence is based off of what Jennifer McCabe said.
Yeah, and it also doesn't matter. Like, if the jury's not sitting there thinking, like, who is this Jennifer McCabe? And when she gets up here to talk, like, what is her purpose for having to tell everyone what to say? You know what I mean?
Yep.
You don't just do that.
Nope.
You were later asked about that statement in another investigation, by another investigator or set of investigators, correct?
I don't know.
Were you interviewed by a different law enforcement agency, a separate law enforcement agency from the Massachusetts State Police at any time?
Yes.
Can't tell you what it
And
is.
you were told that to lie to those agents would be a crime, correct?
Yes.
Punishable by prison, correct?
Ooh.
I was not told that.
Pretty sure they tell you
They
that.
asked you whether or not you heard Karen Reed ever say anything to Jennifer McCabe about Googling anything, correct?
I
Wait.
don't know.
Are we talking about talking to the feds now?
Yes, but he can't say
Oh,
that.
that's a big problem because if anybody can do something, it's them because you can't lie to them. Thank you. It's a federal crime to lie to them.
Yeah, they don't fucking do anything about it though.
Like, just lie to them, let alone like lie in a federal grand jury. Like, if you lie to an agent, like that is a federal crime.
Yeah, and they typically will tell you that when they're questioning you. So
They
she's like,
absolutely
"Tell me
do."
that."
She's not going to say that she did not know that it was punishable by prison because they tell you in the interview that, like, because most people walking around don't know that it's illegal to lie to one would just assume, really, and you're probably not supposed to lie to the police, but like it's not a federal crime like it is when an agent is talking to you. And usually they will tell you that if you lie to me, you can be sentenced to blah, blah, blah prison and fine up to blah, blah, blah amount. Oh, she's done dug her. Oh, this is so good. And we're only at like the second witness, right?
This is second. Oh shit, this is only the second witness still.
Yeah. Yeah. This is great.
Yeah, you have to be sworn in that you're going to tell the truth and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
Yeah. Oh dear. Let's go.
And she just admitted that she did not tell the truth.
She sure did.
All right, let's keep going. But Matt, I love Mavs. Jury's like, is this Jen McCabe person really the type to like orchestrate this whole thing? And then Jen testifies, and the jury's like, I see.
Yeah. Like, wait, do you have my records so I can review them? Do you have my grand jury testimony so I can review them?
Yeah, if people don't know what just happened here, this is literally all going to be a setup for Jen McCabe. He doesn't need a big production right here. He needs this testimony to fall back on for later big blow up testimony. This is a foundational. This is just getting the foundation laid to show everything that he wants to show, and she is helping him. It doesn't have to be loud and proud. You just have to be able to foresee what he's doing, and then you'll understand how important it is.
Once he gets Jennifer up there, he's gonna have all of this to cross-examine her about the fact that this was so important to her that Carrie say things that were that were what she wanted them to say, that she committed perjury.
Yep.
She perjured
and
herself.
let's not forget, if they get Brian Albert on the stand, and then you've got Brian Albert, who's literally in the house, who's in the house during these interviews, which he has no reason to be at the house listening to these interviews. And then you get Jen McCabe's text messages that he kind of touched on here, where she's listening to the whole thing, saying she's telling him everything. And that's all going to come in. And he's going to go back to this, and it's all going to come together.
If Jen wasn't watching this like she's not supposed to be, right, then she would get back on the stand and be like, Karen asked me to Google how long to die of hypothermia. It wasn't just me that heard it. Carrie heard it too. Well, now she can't say that because now she's the only person that heard her ask to do that Google search is the person who was Googling it at 2:27 in the morning.
That's right.
If Carrie's not shitting herself, and Jen should be shitting herself too.
Doing anything, correct?
Yes, she should.
I don't know.
Isn't it true that you told them what you've just now told us, which is, I did not hear Karen Reed ask Jennifer McCabe to conduct any Google searches?
I don't recall.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a copy of that interview and that report?
Sure.
Do you think that jurors are ever like, how do you have this perfect memory when the prosecutors or Commonwealth in this case is questioning you, but as soon as somebody else questions you about anything, you can't fucking remember shit and need your memory refreshed every 5 seconds? Do you think jurors actually pay attention to that?
I think
like,
so. I
want to know, like, I want somebody to, if you ever get to interview a juror, anybody out there, ask them that question, because I'm very curious to that. Like, how do you not know? She has everything memorized, and then all of a sudden can't remember shit.
Yeah. Well, and even like specific details, and then you can't remember generally like the day that things happen or whatever.
Right.
But also, I would imagine that even if they don't
6 a.m. It's 12 minutes and 32 seconds.
Like Colin Albert, like Colin Albert, I left at 12:10 a.m. Everyone's like, you left at 12:10 a.m. And they're like, how old are you? And he's like, I don't recall. It's like, you remember the exact time you left, but you don't remember something that you should just know. And whether it looks facetious or not, like, it might not necessarily say to a jury, oh, this person is lying because they're part of a conspiracy per se. But you'd have to be like, why is this person so combative and like disingenuous? Like, memory doesn't work that way.
Right.
Like Timmy saying that he remembers, vividly all the stuff that happened 3 years ago, but can't remember a conversation he had 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, I wonder if they noticed that. So a couple of people in chat said that they're worried about the jurors, and that Turtle Boy said it looks like some of the jurors are going to fall asleep. I get that. I think that he's definitely he's definitely toned down for this, because he does. So you have to remember, there was the issue in the first trial where people were giving AJ a hard time because he's not from there, and how like inclusive people are that are around there, and how he's really an outsider, kind of like Karen herself is. So he can't come off as just a complete dick, especially with somebody who is going to cry on the stand and everything else. So he has to play down And then, like I said, this is all foundation. They may not understand what's happening right now because they don't know what's to come, which would make that really fucking boring. Because I mean, some of us who know what's happening, we're like, okay, Alan, like, let's get going. But this is all going to come back. If he doesn't bring this back, then that's on him. But I can't imagine the type of attorney he is. He's not going to use this all later on. And that's where it's important. It's not as important right now. Right now, it's important to get it on the record so he can use it later.
But it's also important because will they miss, like, will they miss how important or earth-shattering, you know, whatever he does bring up later is if they aren't paying attention here? Do you know what I mean?
Right.
Like, do you have to have this as a back, you know, do you already have, like how we come into the trial and we have all these things in our mind that we already know? Like, if the jurors hear it later and they don't remember this part, is it going to be as impactful? I wonder. I don't know.
Well, if they, I don't know. I mean, he can't just come out and be like mic drop. But I mean, he kind of did though with that obviously comment. So I don't know. That might have woke him up. It woke me up a little bit. We'll see. We'll see what he does with it.
I mean, at the very least, he got her to admit that she committed perjury. So they should be just discrediting everything she has said.
Correct. She's too influenced by this timeline that was made. That's what I think too, Chelsea. But other people, I think, are disagreeing.
That Peggy, who's the next witness, asked her to create.
I got to run and get a battery real quick. I'll be right back.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at the entire document, just to familiarize yourself with it. If you don't mind, go to the front page and don't answer anything about the document until I ask you a question, if you don't mind, please.
Sure.
Thank you. Ms. Roberts, do you recognize that as being a report of an interview that you conducted?
I've never seen this before, but
Understood. Yeah, you may never have seen it, but does it remind you that's
Yes.
a report of a conversation you had with another law enforcement agency? I'm going to ask you to turn to page 7 of that report. And if you look, there's a small paragraph, about 2 paragraphs up from the bottom. I think I may have put a little blue dot by it, but I'm not sure. Please read that to yourself.
correct.
Done?
Yep.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Roberts. Ms. Roberts, does that refresh your recollection about what you told these investigators?
Yes.
And what you told them was you, quote, did not hear Karen Reed ask Jennifer McCabe to conduct any Google
That is
searches.
correct.
And you went on to say you saw McCabe on her phone.
I'll allow it.
You saw McCabe on her phone, but you did not hear Karen ask Jennifer to Google anything.
Correct.
So what you told the grand jurors was in fact false.
I misunderstood Mr. Lally's question.
Got it.
Oh, fuck me.
Girl, what?
Mr. Brennan, any questions?
Thank you. Thank you.
She doesn't want to admit to perjury.
You already did.
Yeah, but now she's changing it.
Oh,
I misunderstood. I misunderstood.
When you spoke to the grand jury about your memory, were you trying to fool them in any way?
No.
Were you
Okay.
trying to?
Watch the form of your questions.
Were you trying to
Yeah.
mislead them in any way?
Sustained. Watch the form of your questions.
Watch the form, bitch. You can't
When
say
you
those
spoke
things.
to the grand jury, were you honest?
Yes.
When you were asked the question,
But
what,
you
if
weren't.
anything,
Not
did
true.
the defendant ask Ms. McCabe? Did you begin your response by saying at one point?
You can show her her response.
May I approach?
Yes.
Page 83, line 19.
M said, Hank is also shocketh.
I asked you to look at 83, line 19. Just read it to yourself and the lines that follow. You got it? When you were asked that question by Mr. Lally at the grand jury, did you ever say you specifically, personally heard that statement?
I'll allow that.
Did you
No,
ever
I
tell
did
the
not.
grand jury you actually heard that statement being made?
I did not.
And
Oh,
when you
come
spoke
on.
to
Oh,
the people
whatever.
in that report that you looked at on page 7, did you ever tell them you specifically heard that statement being made?
No.
Were you consistent?
So here's my
If
thought
I
on
say
this.
Teresa told me I was a raging bitch, am I not saying that I heard Teresa tell me I was a raging bitch?
Correct.
Ugh.
But here's the thing is, we were just talking about this, is the jury tired? Were they even paying attention? Did they even understand what was happening because it took Jackson a while to get where he wanted to go? What Hank is doing right now is making sure the jury's paying attention because now he's arguing just about that specific point. So everything that did happen is becoming more important the more he talks about it.
In both of those statements?
Sustained.
Did you say anything different as
No.
far
Can't
as what
ask
you
the right
personally observed between those statements?
I'll allow that.
Hank, just sit down.
No.
And when you were asked about what the defendant may have said to Ms. McCabe or Mrs. McCabe, did you generalize your answer?
Sustained.
Did you begin your answer with at one point?
Yes.
When you chose the words at one point, what were you trying to convey to the grand jury?
I'll allow that.
I didn't know at what time it was done.
Was that a topic of conversation around the time you were brought to the grand jury?
Around the time what?
That you were brought to the grand jury to testify? This Google search.
What?
Was it? I don't know.
Okay. Were you asked here in front of this jury whether or not you personally heard that statement
Yes.
by me? Did I ask you that question?
No.
Did you personally hear that statement?
No.
After this happened, you
No
discussed
one cares if she's not lying
what
now.
had
She's
happened
lying.
with people, didn't you?
I'm sorry, say it again.
After you found John lying in the snow, did you discuss what had happened, what you saw with other people?
Yes, of
Did
course.
anybody tell you that you couldn't discuss the trauma that you had been through?
I'm going to allow.
Oh my God.
Say it again.
Did anybody tell you that you couldn't discuss what you had just seen?
No.
With
Say
other
it
witnesses?
again? I'm sorry.
After you found John that morning, did anybody, civilian or law enforcement, ever tell you you weren't allowed to discuss what you had just went through?
No.
Did anybody ever tell you
Make a
that you
timeline about
couldn't
it though.
have support of other people?
No.
No, you're sitting around making a fucking timeline. That's not support. Let's make a timeline of everything we remember.
Yeah, that's
No, support is hugs, crying, passing tissues.
talking about John, maybe, not Karen.
Jesus criminy.
I'll allow that.
No.
I'll allow that.
Was this a traumatic event?
Yes.
Have you spoken to it to a number of people about it?
Yes.
Tell us why you would want to speak to somebody about what happened that morning.
I'm going to allow that.
Like Karen.
I've spoken to many people, obviously, that we all grew up with. But Jen in particular, I do speak to her. I am friends with her. We went through a really traumatic experience together.
Did you ever confide in other people other than Jen McCabe about what you endured that morning?
Yes, many people.
Why?
because it helps me get through. And
We gossip about it.
Did you talk to a therapist, ma'am?
whether John's family, friends, whoever, I've talked to a number of
I
people
hope
about
you
it.
asked for that.
So wait,
I'm
so-
really
Friends with John's parents?
so you talk to John's family, parents, friends, people that knew him about you finding him dead in the snow and what that was like? That's not support.
No.
I mean, what? So it's none of this. This all, like, any empathy I had for her when she cried at the first trial, and I really felt like she was probably in love with him, but did feel like she felt like he was a good friend and stuff. Like, she just looks evil now, and easily manipulated, and I would maybe feel bad about someone that can feel easily manipulated, but the fact that you're going to continue to go through with it and now you're changing what you said at the first trial, it's like, I don't want to say you're a piece of shit, but I mean, if this is really about John, you would
It's
just
not
say
about
what you
John.
need to say. She's hardly cried this time, and people want to give Karen shit about her not crying. And her thing was, well, and like, Karen talked about any of these people.
Yeah, how much emotional
You know what I
support does Karen get?
She found too.
You know, these people who all are
Well,
bonded
it's
over
probably
this
not-
traumatic event, Carrie's just calling her crazy and says that she killed John. Like, that's the kind of emotional bonding that they do over traumatic events.
I just wouldn't talk to his parents about me finding his dead body in the snow. I mean, that just doesn't even make any
I'm
sense.
telling you, this is Peggy. This is all Peggy. Peggy's like, I want the timeline. I want the details. I want everything. And we're going to get her because she's the one who did this. Because even if she didn't think Karen hit him with the car, her immediate response was it was Karen's fault for leaving him at a party. Well, he's a grown-ass motherfucking man, and she's allowed to leave him wherever the fuck he wants to be. He is not a toddler. If this was her child and he was like 3 years old and she's like, you just left him at a party? Okay, fine, you can do that. This is a grown-ass fucking man. She was pissed at her from the get-go. She does not like Karen, never liked Karen, and blamed Karen from the immediate time that she found out anything even happened to John. And everything has spiraled based on that.
Before she even knew that John was dead, it was Karen's fault. Anything that happened, whatever the outcome was gonna be, it was Karen's fault. And I think you're right. I think that Peggy, and you remember that morning, I don't know about Carrie, but I do know that Jennifer spent like 7 minutes or something on the phone with Peggy, like likely before the police even really, you know what I mean? And so I think that if anything, Peggy might have given Jennifer, like said to Jennifer, get everybody's information, make sure it all makes sense. I know she did this. And that's why everybody's pushing so hard about it. And to be honest, if Jen did know something, hence the 2:27 in the morning Google search about how long to die in cold, I would imagine that Peggy coming to her and wanting her to create this timeline and gather all the information and stuff and get everybody on the same page would be important to her.
Yep.
Her, Jennifer. Interesting.
Parents?
Nobody special.
John's parents, the O'Keefes.
Yes.
You still friends with them?
Yes.
Do you ever discuss what happened?
Yes.
Why?
You were asked by law enforcement if they could have your telephone?
Yes.
Was there a warrant?
Objection.
Sustained, ask it differently.
Did you feel like you had any obligation, legal obligation, to give your phone to law enforcement?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, they asked for my phone. I handed it over willingly.
Did you
Why
think
did
you
they ask
had-
for your phone? You weren't there.
No, but there was no reason not to.
When they went through your phone, do you know whether they saw all of your phone calls that were on that phone?
Objection.
Do you know that?
I don't know. They cloned my phone, so I assume they saw everything.
Objection.
I'm going to strike that answer. So the answer is I don't know.
What type of information did you have on your phone when you voluntarily gave it?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Text messages, phone calls, call logs, pictures.
You said that you stayed friendly and still are friendly with Peggy O'Keefe and John Sr.?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, at times, do you try to help them with things?
Daily.
Do you try to help them with the children?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, you were asked about contacting the district attorney's office about replacing a Ring camera.
This redirect is going terrible.
Whose Ring camera was that?
It was at One Meadows where Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe, John's parents, are now living.
What motivated you to call the district attorney's office about the Ring camera?
Because we knew the Ring might be some sort of evidence that they didn't want to take the camera that was not working down without permission.
Do you have a Ring camera?
I do.
Do you know if there's a difference between the actual physical camera and the iCloud storage that keeps the actual video on it?
I don't know the difference.
Okay. Did you ever ask to replace any hard drives or storage, or were you asking to replace the camera itself?
Just the camera.
And that was in March 7, 2023?
I don't know when.
You were asked questions about what the defendant said that morning when you were trying to help Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes.
You were asked whether you heard any comments about her, from her, about dropping John off.
Say that one more time.
You were asked whether you heard any comments about her saying she dropped him off.
In the car on the way to the hospital. She said it to Mrs. O'Keefe.
When you were outside trying to help John, were you ever told where the defendant dropped John off?
No.
Were you ever told where he was left?
No.
Was it ever suggested that he went into 34 Fairview?
No.
Was it ever suggested that he went into any house whatsoever that morning?
No.
Were you ever asked to go into the house to look for him?
No.
Why did Jen want them to go to 34 Fairview if she knew he didn't go
You were
inside?
being interviewed by law enforcement.
Well, don't you find it weird that Jen wanted them to go back to One Meadows when Karen already knew he wasn't there? So and then here she is like running around the house trying to figure out like if he's hiding in one of the rooms.
I told you that I thought it was strange to just like assume that she would leave the house in a blizzard without looking around the house first. So the whole trip back to the house makes no sense other than to drop her car off. But like having to go inside is bizarre because she just came from inside and she left the niece there, and the niece supposedly heard her on the phone with Jen and Carrie or whatever saying that John wasn't there. So in the meantime, while Karen's out going to their houses, I'm sure the niece would look around.
Karen was just there. He's not there. That's why she's calling all of you in a panic.
So that is weird, but then
that makes no sense. So it's like, why are you wanting to go there and then drive Carrie's car over to that? Why didn't you just drive the fucking SUV over? Just drive the Lexus over there. Why not just drive the Lexus straight to 34 if you knew that that's the last place that you saw him?
Well, and
or
also
even saw the car.
If Carrie was insisting on going for whatever reason, it wasn't even necessary really to bring Karen's car back to 34 Fairview because they all could have just jumped in Carrie's car at Jen's. if she followed them over to 34.
Right.
So
Which there's no reason that Carrie was even in her car.
how did Carrie, if Carrie didn't know Jen before this and hadn't been to her house, didn't have her phone number, wasn't talking to her or whatever, how did she get to Jen's? Like, I don't remember her saying that Jennifer gave her directions.
No,
while they
she
were on
had.
the phone.
She knew where Jen lived, but she didn't know what house it was. So that's when she calls Karen,
Okay.
I think, and that's how she ends up over there, and that at the exact address. And then she But now, once again, here's the thing: she's warmed up her car, no reason. Now, Karen already tells her Jen's got my car. I'm not driving. So Carrie, once again, no reason for her to even get involved in any of this.
Yeah.
And then Jen decides to take they decide to take Karen's car back to John's for no reason. And then they get in Carrie's car for Carrie to drive over to 34 Fairview for no reason.
Yeah.
Like, none of it makes any sense.
Carrie should have just went home. Like, once she said, I'm at Jen's, Jen
Carrie
is
never
going to
should have
drive my
fucking
car,
left
she
home.
could have just went home.
Carrie never should have left her house because she didn't need to go warm up her car. And she was waiting for Karen to get there to go get in Karen's car to drive. Why does she need to warm up her car? Carrie never should have walked out of her front door, ever.
I agree. And if I'm waiting for someone to show up and it's a snowstorm outside, I'm not going to go wait in my car. I'm going to wait in my warm house.
Right, because your car isn't even warm yet. It's fucking cold.
Right.
So you're going to be waiting in the cold to get into a car that is warm. So just stay in your house and go get in the car that's warm and drive, because that's what you're supposedly worried about, is that she's still drunk and she shouldn't be driving. Yeah, I don't know. It just doesn't. None of the math makes sense to me.
Ever refused to be interviewed?
No.
Were the interviews
No,
all the
I
same? or
wanted to be
different?
involved.
They were all different. They were all different.
Were you ever asked to give a complete review and detail of everything that you knew?
I was just asked to tell me the story of what happened that morning.
And at some point when you were interviewed, you were asked about the phone calls that the defendant made to you that morning at 5 o'clock.
Yes.
When you received those phone calls, Jennifer McCabe was not on the line, was she?
No.
Was she a party to the calls?
No.
Did she influence your memory in any way about the words that the defendant spoke to you that morning?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No.
You already admitted she did.
Memory of what the defendant said to you on the morning of January 29th, 2022 at around 5 in the morning when she first called you.
Yes.
Is it your independent memory?
I'm saying.
Is it
sorry.
your independent memory?
Yes.
How
See how
well
it comes
do you remember
there?
it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Tell us what you remember her saying to you.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
What?
When she first called, she said, John's dead. Carrie, and hung up.
Thought she said, Carrie,
Okay.
John's dead. And
Come
then hung
back.
up.
Did you call back? Was there any other party on the line other than you and her?
No.
What do you remember the second time that she called you?
Yes. She said, John, I think he got hit by a plow. He did not come home last night. He would never not have come home. I wasn't supposed to stay in Canton, and Kaylee was here. He would never leave Kaylee by herself.
Did anybody ever ask you to lie
No.
or exaggerate?
No.
Would you?
Say that?
Would you?
No.
Sustained.
You were asked whether or not you told people on January 29th about the missing pieces to the defendant's taillight. And you began to say you didn't tell anybody that morning.
I didn't think it had anything to do with John. I didn't want to point fingers at anybody
Why not?
because I had no idea what had happened to him. I wasn't going to point fingers at his girlfriend.
Why? You called her crazy in the car.
Yeah, a babysitter with benefits.
Looking at
Yeah.
some pieces
You
that
had no
morning?
problem talking shit
Yes.
about Karen. No, I wasn't gonna. I
You
was
saw
so
the ring
sweet.
video of.
I bet you if they have
Mr.
texts with
McCabe
her
and
and
the defendant
Jennifer
going in.
from like that day or the day after, I bet you there are texts like that Karen did it, like that Karen hit.
Oh
Like
yeah, for sure.
I would guarantee that there are texts like that. So you didn't want to point fingers, just like when Jen was like,
You didn't fucking
well,
like her to begin.
exactly. Well, before we
She's right.
before I turned my phone over, the police told me I could delete text messages, but I only deleted the ones with my daughters.
Right.
Into John's house.
Yes,
Had you seen that video before today?
yes,
Had you been shown it before in
Yes.
other proceedings?
yes.
When you went into the house with Miss McCabe and the defendant, did you do anything before you went into the house, actually in the house?
When I
take
took
any-
off, we took off our shoes in the,
You took off your shoes?
Oh fuck.
Jen and I both took off our boots
Why did you take off your boots?
because you had to take off your shoes to go into John's house.
Well, you say you had to. Explain to us a little bit of the background on that.
No.
John was a
fucking
neat
care?
freak. You were not allowed to wear shoes in the house.
Had you ever worn shoes in his house?
Oh,
Had you ever seen anybody wear shoes in his house?
no,
You and
they
Miss
do
McCabe?
now. They do now.
I see. You and Miss McCabe took your shoes off?
Yes,
Did the defendant take her shoes off?
she did not.
How do
Who
you remember
fucking
that?
cares? This is so
Because Jen
dumb.
and I were standing there for about a good 2 minutes trying to get our boots off, and she had already gone in the house.
Again, she's such a bad person. She
Do you
didn't
know
take her
why
shoes.
you were called that morning?
No,
Did you volunteer to be part of this
yes,
after the call?
yes,
Why?
You had said you thought that you looked at the taillight before you went into John's house.
yes,
Do you remember actually seeing the tail that light that morning?
I do.
Was it simply cracked?
No,
Yeah, the piece that
So
was
much
missing.
snow coming down.
Um,
The piece
do
that
you
remains
know
missing.
that the
Really?
portion of the ring video from when you came out of the house with the defendant, Miss McCabe, do you know that that portion is missing?
Objection.
Sustained.
Have you ever seen any ring video depicting when the defendant was showing you her missing pieces of taillight that morning?
no,
Despite no video, you certain that you saw it?
Sorry.
say it again.
Are you
Yeah.
certain that you looked at it with the defendant that morning in that driveway?
Objection.
Sustained.
I'd like to play clip 3, please.
Okay.
This better be proof of her looking at that fucking taillight
They
because
don't
I'm
have
tired
it.
of hearing about it. After
Unless
Carrie
they-
said there is none.
Yeah.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Huh.
Right, Soulshine?
Quiet, folks, still on the record.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
When you first got to John and you were trying to save him that morning,
Oh.
do you have a distinct memory of it?
Defense
Yes.
one, whatever that was.
Yeah.
Counsel had asked you if it was your story. Was this a story?
Say it again.
Was it a story that you told?
A story?
Yes.
It's a story.
It's what happened.
She called it the story.
You wish it
Yeah.
was
She
a
said they said to tell us the story.
Sustained.
It is. But it is a story.
Okay, so recross.
Just asked, just a few minutes ago.
The attitude.
Did you ever say that you actually heard that statement about that Google search? And you said no.
Correct.
The question that was posed to you by Mr. Lally was, what, if anything, did she, Miss Reed, ask Miss McCabe while they were sitting in the back of the cruiser that you heard?
Right.
Correct?
I misunderstood the
And
question.
you misunderstood
No,
that
ma'am.
question?
Yes.
What
I
did you
did.
misunderstand about that question?
I didn't know it was that you heard, so I was explaining what happened in the back of the car.
I see. So you just ignored the part, literally, the part of the question where he said, what did you hear her say?
Mhm.
That's
I
what your
think the word
testimony
was
is now?
heard, and I didn't hear it. I obviously got the question wrong because I did not hear anybody ask about a Google search.
Well, I know that's what you're saying now. I
Yeah.
get that. But when you were asked, what, if anything, did she ask Miss McCabe while they were sitting in the back of the cruiser that you heard, your immediate answer was, at one point, she asked her to Google hypothermia and how long dash Google hypothermia, end quote. Correct?
Correct.
That
She
was
almost
your
said how
answer.
long to die in
Yes.
cold.
Correct?
To a question I misunderstood.
And that was a false statement, wasn't it?
Technically.
Technically?
Yes,
It's like being a little
technically.
bit pregnant, Ms. Roberts.
Okay, so
What did he say?
remember, jurors, I said earlier, comments of counsel are not
What did he just say about being pregnant?
evidence. So
Technically,
Yes,
statement, wasn't it?
Oh,
technically.
technically being pregnant.
Technically?
Yes,
It's like being a little
technically.
bit pregnant, Ms. Roberts.
okay, so
That's like being a little bit
Is your
pregnant.
answer,
Yes,
correct?
to a question I misunderstood.
And that was a false statement, wasn't it?
Technically.
Technically?
Yes,
It's like being a little
technically.
bit pregnant, Ms. Roberts.
okay, so
What is that a saying that I'm not aware of?
Yeah, like that's like being a little bit pregnant. Like you're not a little bit pregnant. If you're pregnant, you're pregnant. If it's false, it's false.
Oh,
Or technically pregnant. It's like,
I don't think I've ever heard that.
I'm going to look up the actual words he says and see if it's.
Maybe I have, and it's just not coming to me right now. Technically pregnant.
Let's see.
Chelsea, I think it's entertaining to me that Bev hates it so much too. Yeah, I don't think I'm not familiar with it's an East Coast thing, but he's a West Coaster. He lives out here by me.
Why do we say a little bit pregnant? Is that even possible? Of course it's not possible. It's a silly term usually said in jest or sarcastically for someone who is very early pregnant before their belly. So like basically he's saying,
I think this sounds more familiar to me, like being a little bit pregnant.
that's what I said.
Yeah, but he said like technically pregnant. The way he
No,
said,
I think the closed captions are wrong. He said technically, and then he said that's like being a little bit pregnant. Like
oh, let me go back. Hold on.
remember, jurors, I said earlier, comments of counsel.
On White.
Roberts.
Okay.
Tech was a false statement, wasn't it?
Technically.
Technically?
Yes,
It's like being a little
technically.
bit pregnant, Ms. Roberts.
Oh, I
Okay,
think you're right.
so
It's like
remember, jurors, I said
technically, it's like being a little bit pregnant,
Mhm.
Miss Roberts. I got you. Okay. All right.
earlier, comments of counsel are not evidence and you're to disregard them. Ask a question.
Thank you, Your Honor. What do you mean technically?
Technically, I was under oath and I did not hear Karen asked Jen to Google it,
And yet under oath.
but I
you-
knew it happened at that
And yet
time.
under oath, you said you did.
Correct.
And that
How
was
do
a
you know it
lie,
happened?
correct?
Objection.
Was that a lie? Did you lie?
I did not intentionally.
But you did.
And
Not intentionally.
okay,
Doesn't
that's
matter.
I understood the question, Mr. Jackson.
all right.
Did you
Is
see her
there any
face?
other question or was that it?
I mean,
Said
you could
misunderstood
accidentally.
the question.
Oh,
my
she's
God,
still
this-
going. You're gonna have to rewind.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's like saying, like, if you kill somebody and it was an accident, it doesn't mean that you didn't kill somebody. It was you did it.
Right.
Just
So
because
that's
you
exactly
didn't
the whole point.
intentionally lie doesn't
That's
mean
a
you
great
didn't lie.
analogy for this case in itself.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna have to replay it, Joanna. I need a replay too. You got to watch your face. If you guys are just listening while doing other stuff, take this opportunity to watch your screens.
Was that a lie? Did you lie?
I did not intentionally.
But you did.
And,
Not intentionally.
okay, that's the end of
Understood
this.
the question, Mr. Jackson.
All right, is there any other question or was that it?
I didn't hear what you just said.
I said I misunderstood the question, Mr. Jackson.
That's what you're saying now, correct?
That's what happened.
All right,
Can I ask one more question?
okay.
In that quote, you said, at one point, she asked her to Google hypothermia and how long. Then you corrected yourself and finished with Google hypothermia. What did you mean by how long? What were you about to say?
I don't recall.
Hustling the dying cold.
Had someone told you something about a phrase that started with how long?
Uh-huh.
I don't
Related to
recall.
hypothermia?
I don't recall.
Like, for instance, how long to die in cold?
I don't recall.
If he had said house long, I would have died.
Do you remember Haas?
All right, Ms. McKay.
I would have said, maybe if
What?
I
Did you hear? Did you hear Bev?
What'd she say?
She said, "All right, Miss McCabe." Hold on.
Like, for instance, how long?
I mean,
I
it's
don't
the same
recall.
thing, really.
I don't recall.
Like, for instance, how long to die in cold?
I don't recall.
Okay. All right, Ms. McKay. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Thank you.
and she laughed like she was flattered.
That is funny. I mean, it really is the same thing. So
That's exactly how much
I see what you're doing there, Bev. I see what you're doing.
She took on Jen McCabe's personality for this entire thing and some of her stories. And even Bev noticed.
She's like, "All right, Miss McCabe."
Oh my God.
You guys are the same person. So thank you, Miss McCabe, for being here. The purple. How are you not going to watch this trial? Like, you have to watch this trial, even though none of us want to watch this trial. This is, like I tell my kids, there's have tos and there's want tos. This is a have to.
I just hope this is the last time. I hope.
I don't even want there to be a trial to watch. Oh, that was good. That was good, Bev. Oh, best thing you've done this entire case.
So we get Peggy now?
May I?
Do we get lunch?
Yes.
I'd like to play clip 3, please.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, this is the one that he couldn't play on the state when she was on the stand.
Before this is played, is it possible to take a quick break so we can review this? There's a lot of clips. I'm not sure what this is. I'd like to see it before it's played.
All right, how long a clip is this?
Probably about 10 seconds.
Oh.
15 seconds.
All right. Jurors, we're going to ask you to take a break.
Oh, not lunch?
She acts like she's so put out, like she doesn't want to take a break every 5 minutes.
Lolly's over here going like, "Fuck yes, I get to go smoke."
Yep.
Hi, DG. Come on.
I'm showing Jimmy Carrie.
See, dang it.
You are unmuted.
You are unmuted.
I can't wait to see, that, because I already see what his personality style is in trial. And he's very much emotional. Like when he paused for a long time, he let Carrie sob on the stand, like,
Yes. Oh, yeah.
So
He's
I have a feeling Peggy's going to be a basket case. He's going to allow it. He's going to be doing the
God, yes.
Take me back to A, B, and C. And how did you feel? And so this is going to.
And everybody's going to be like, "You guys that are mean to Peggy, you're terrible human beings." Like, oh my gosh.
Well, he'll use this as an opportunity to manipulate the jury. No doubt about it at all.
Yeah.
And
I think
because he knows
realized,
she's probably not going to be crossed. You know what I mean?
Yeah, probably not. I mean, the defense team did not cross Paul. They did not cross Aaron. But I don't think they were going to take the chance that Paul was going to be intoxicated when he got on the stand this time. So the O'Keefe's do, yeah, I believe so.
Please.
When my car was seized, there was a few small pieces of taillight missing that I had picked out at John's at 5:45 before we drove over to Fairview. I'm showing Jim and Carrie, look what I just did to my light, and I'm worried that there's gonna be some kind of electric short circuit. There's like the bulb is showing and some of the red plastic's missing. So I picked pieces out of the light housing that had kind of collapsed within the light and dropped them in John's driveway.
So why were they never found? And there's no evidence of her doing that.
No. Well, I think that this part is because there is no ring camera footage of Karen, Jen, and Carrie leaving O'Keefe's, which is where it ended up being, where Carrie is then saying that's where she showed me the tail light. So this is to corroborate Carrie saying that Karen did show her the tail light, and Karen saying, yeah, here, look, I picked the parts off as I was showing it. Like, I'm like, here, like, this is like parts of my tail light are missing. So
yeah,
now
but Carrie didn't testify to that. Like, Carrie didn't say that Karen was pulling pieces out and dropping them in the driveway. You know what I mean?
Not. But she did. But it's just to show that, look, she did say, she
when we
did
were leaving.
say it. Yeah, she did
Yeah.
show me it when we were leaving, and it proves that Carrie's telling the truth about that.
Well, I personally think that that small, like, rectangle that's still missing to this day is what she is talking about and pulled it out. Like, that's what I think. And we always hear that they didn't find anything in John's driveway. Well, for one, that same day, Paul O'Keefe decided to snowplow the driveway, which flung snow all the way out into the middle of the road over the fence.
Correct.
And two, if they found some plastic and stuff at the house and in the driveway, if the working hypothesis for Proctor on day one was that Karen hit him at 34 Fairview, do we really think he would bring up any plastic found at the house?
You'd think he would. Absolutely.
I doubt it, because if there's any plastic at the house, but it shattered when she hit John at 34 Fairview, why would it be at the house? Why would 46 pieces be at 34 Fairview and then however many?
They don't want it at 34 Fairview.
No, they wouldn't want it at Meadows, at John's.
That's what I mean. Yes, they don't want it at Meadows. I knew I could picture what I was saying. I just obviously am like Brennan now.
It's
I don't
Hank's
know what
fault.
address we're talking about.
Exactly.
Okay, so hold on. This video is Karen Reed's interview with Gretchen Voss.
Yeah.
I did not watch the interview, but I do know that the Commonwealth got the entire thing outside of editing. So anything that wasn't even in the actual interview, the Commonwealth has.
So
I don't know if this was in the interview that was aired or not.
So Gretchen Voss only wrote an article. I don't think she ever posted. She had recordings.
Is that what it is? Okay.
Yeah, like she would record her discussions with Karen, and they had text messages and stuff because she was writing a story.
Okay.
And so they got all that stuff from her.
Yeah, I've not read it. I just know that I know that in the court orders they were given all Gretchen Voss's stuff. So that's what that's from. And
Before we start, Peggy, do you think that the harassment, I'm waiting for the harassment to come in. I see Carrie tried to and it didn't, but do you think Peggy's going to try to bring in the harassment?
I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if they all try to bring it in, even though they're not allowed to.
I think Peggy might.
They should ask for a mistrial if they continue to do that. If more than one witness that is in this scheme does that, I think they should ask for a mistrial. But they don't want a mistrial because they want this done and they want the jury to.
Correct. Look how hard it was to get a jury this time.
Right.
I think that she's going to, if it was going to come in for anybody, it would be her, because she's the mother of the victim. She's no doubt going to be emotional, and they're likely not going to cross her.
Yeah, maybe they should put the fucking picture of her flipping off the public.
Yeah, but they won't do it.
I know, but I'm just saying, like,
So
she's not some innocent little old lady.
Oh yeah.
People try to portray her to be.
No.
Like, she's out here like telling people to fuck off.
Within minutes of finding out something happened to him, she was blaming Karen. So, like, take away any obvious bias, which one would have if your child died, obviously. But on top of that, it was always her theory of what happened. Like, from minute before she knew listen to this. She didn't even know that Karen's taillight was cracked And she automatically assumed Karen did something. Like you said, whether it just be that she left him there and you know what I mean? And so we'll see.
So Lacey didn't watch the first trial, but it's not even. So Paul O'Keefe was the very first witness. So Paul O'Keefe is John's brother, and you see him sitting over. He's over here in this area. You can't see him right now on the screen.
He wasn't even a bad witness for the defense, to be honest.
But he apparently, in messages to his fling on the side that he met online, was that he drank until like 4 a.m. before testimony, and that he thinks he could have still been drunk when he was on the stand.
He also told this person that he was going to like wear certain color clothes and
touch his face a certain way.
Yep. And that was after the hearing. Like he said, okay, in this hearing, I'm going to do A, B, and C. And then he did it. And then it got put out there. And so his wife then knew that like she could look back and watch the hearing and be like, oh my God, he was talking to this person and said he was going to do this when he's thinking of them.
Yes.
And he did.
Yes, so that the person online who was watching the trial would know that Paul O'Keefe was thinking about her, and her glazed donuts is what he referred to her stuff as.
Blech.
Yeah.
Blech.
Yes.
I don't know who has worse game, him or Higgins.
The flirting in Massachusetts is just off the charts, man.
Horrible.
It's crazy. It's so cringe. I know it is so cringe. Yes. Which is why everybody was talking about why is Aaron still sitting next to him. I just don't think she cares. But that's me. Okay, so that's it.
Right.
Were they birthday donuts?
All right.
Oh,
rather than calling your next witness, who it'll take 10 minutes to bring a witness in and do all of that.
Yes,
Why
Your
don't
Honor.
we take the lunch and recess? I'm sorry, is the food here? Okay.
Wait.
Why is it going to take 10 minutes to bring Peggy in? She's been sitting there the whole time.
All eyes for the court, please. Jurors, close your books, put them on your chairs, and follow me.
So this is Paul right here. Wearing a blue shirt, ironically.
Who's that sitting next to him?
Can't tell, but it does.
His girlfriend? Was he finally like, fuck it, I'm just gonna bring my girlfriend?
Yeah, he was like, "Fuck it, I don't know." I mean, I don't know who that is. Turtle Boy would know who all these people are, so
Yeah.
I don't know who
Maybe
that
I'll
is.
ask him.
Yeah, where's he at? Speaking of,
He probably had to leave for Peggy.
oh, for Peggy.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe. Yeah, I don't actually see Erin there at all. And I wasn't paying attention earlier to see if she was there. Yeah, so he would know who all these people are. So, I mean, he may have already posted it too, to say, like, this is who's sitting next to him. I don't know. I haven't looked at his stuff today. Is the next woman his mom? No, his mom is about to take the stand. Turtle Boy is alleged to have harassed Peggy. Now, there's going to be two very different sides to that on what you consider harassment and what you don't, and what the law considers harassment and what they don't.
Yeah. Let's just hear.
I think it was the girl who was throwing hand signals at Katie McLaughlin.
No, she was a big lady. This lady's like a blonde lady sitting next to Paul.
Yeah, but she's sitting pretty close to Paul too.
Yeah. I don't remember seeing her before.
Thank you.
I can't even tell who it is, so.
All right, your next witness, please, Mr.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth calls Peggy O'Keefe.
Yeah, I was going to go back on camera, but I think I should stay off.
So, good afternoon, Mrs. O'Keefe. Yeah. All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Bev, shut the fuck up.
Good afternoon, Mrs. O'Keefe.
Good afternoon, Mr. Brennan.
Could you kindly introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Margaret O'Keefe. I am John O'Keefe's mother.
Are you married?
Yes,
Who are you married to?
John O'Keefe Jr.
How long have you been married for?
Too long. 53 years.
I'm sorry, ma'am, I didn't hear you.
53. Long enough?
Long enough, yes.
How long have you lived in the area?
We moved to Canton 3 years ago.
Before you moved to Canton 3 years ago, where did you live?
Braintree.
How long had you lived in Braintree for?
50 years?
Did you begin your family in Braintree?
No, we lived in Mattapan first, and that's where my daughter was born. And then we moved to Braintree.
Your daughter was born when you were in Mattapan?
Mm-hmm.
Your daughter's name?
Ems, that's what I was thinking too.
How many children did you have?
Don't make me laugh.
Did you Kristen and John?
And Paul.
Is Paul the youngest, the baby?
The baby.
Did you raise your children? Well, how long were you in Mattapan before you moved closer to here?
I'm sorry, repeat that?
How long did you live in Mattapan before you moved closer?
2 years.
And then the rest of the time you were in the area?
In Braintree.
Tell me a little bit about your immediate family.
My daughter.
Oh, see this sucks because you do feel bad for her.
My daughter,
I can imagine losing children, but I mean,
Two of them? I mean, fuck.
I mean, my grandpa though, well, and everybody handles stuff differently. Like my grandpa buried a wife and multiple children before he died, you know, and so. Yeah, I hate to, however I'm going to sound, but I agree.
I agree. I do too. I mean, I think
when you know what you know about her with Karen, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I don't. This is all done by design. I don't disagree. It's very strategic. It's to play on the emotions. But I mean, I can't. I also I fucking feel bad. She lost two of her kids, but I don't know what it has to do with the jury and what it has to do with this case besides it being done by design. So it's like I can feel both, and I do feel both.
Why does
and
she?
I also know that I also know what she's contributed post John dying to what's happened to Karen. So I mean, I personally am going to have a lot of mixed emotions about that.
I also just don't know why she needs to testify, why it would be necessary other than that. Like other than for her, I mean, you know, she's going to break down. I mean, she's breaking down. She's talking about her daughter, not even John yet. So it's like,
I know,
you know, this is going to happen. But I just don't see, I don't think that if she doesn't have anything like material to say, I just don't know what the point of this is. And I don't think that emotions should have anything to do with this. And I'm sitting here thinking like, oh, there's a bee.
Okay, Amber Heard.
I'm allergic to bees.
No, get away from it. That's where I'm at. There's like this, weird cross of how to feel about her. But I think that once again, it's just like how the kids were in the last trial. There was no reason to even put them on. Like you're saying here, what does she have to offer? The fact that she yelled at Karen the next day for leaving him there. She has nothing. She offers nothing for what was going on that night.
Well,
so is she going to be the one that testifies about the relationship between Karen and John?
She might be able to say when Karen called when she was in Carrie's car or whatever.
Yeah.
Carrie said that Karen said that he was dead or whatever. She might say that. But then my whole thing is, if that's going to be suspicious or consciousness of guilt or whatever, because so far he wasn't dead and nobody knew that. Well, Carrie said that Mr. O'Keefe said the same thing when they were in the car on the way to the hospital.
True.
That he was gone. And so, you know what I mean? Some people's minds just go straight to that.
Sometimes they just feel it.
And it's not like she was the first person. Like Paul was the first person. And in our minds, I think you thought the same, was he was like the proof of life witness. Like he was a person. This is the type of person he was. He was alive before he was dead. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, that's what Paul was, because remember, Paul was actually supposed to be meeting him the next day, and John doesn't obviously show up. So that was a good proof of life witness, because it was like, hey, we talked, we set up this meet. We decided not to do it because of the snowstorm. And then all of a sudden I never heard from John again.
Do you think she's going to bring up the harassment?
She might try to squeeze it in. She's got that bone in her body. That's all I'm going to say. She just does.
She do be having that bone.
She do be having that bone.
A tumor, a cancerous tumor that she had for 5 months. And she died in November of 13.
If it was a brain tumor, they take you out pretty quick, a lot of them.
And then 2 months after she passed, her husband passed from a heart attack.
That's just weird too.
And then you all know about John.
And then you all know about John.
My son Paul is over there.
He's over there.
Yeah, he's just there.
That was 2013, ma'am.
He's also a potted plant.
I asked you about her children.
She had 2 children, Kaylee, who's now 17, and Patrick is 14. And he's a run for my money.
Do you remember how old the children were when your daughter passed?
3 and 6.
Jeez.
When that happened, was there any plan for the children?
I'm going to pause it really quick because I just got a message and I want to share it with you guys. It has nothing to do with this, but just talking about kids. My husband has my son taking his driver's license test today. That's what he's doing. And so I just got the message that my son got his driver's license.
Yay! Now you can be terrified for a whole new set of reasons.
Yeah, I'm very fucking scared.
Normal.
So that's my good news about one of my kids.
As far as?
Well, what was going to happen with the children?
When she passed?
Yes, ma'am.
And when he passed?
Yes, ma'am.
My son decided to be the head guardian. And then we had, I was the other guardian, and there was Steve's brother and sister were the other 2 guardians. There's 4 of us.
May I approach you just the microphone?
Yes.
I don't think I knew that.
Talking too soft? Okay.
So 4 people were guardians, but John was the only one taking care of them?
Yeah, I did. And had to have Jen and Carrie running him everywhere, and then having Karen, who was the glorified babysitter.
Out of these 4 people?
That's interesting. I don't think I ever knew that.
No, I didn't either.
That the brother-in-law, the daughter's husband, who passed away from a heart attack, actually had 2 of his siblings also involved.
I thought John adopted them, like took full responsibility for them.
I thought he did too. I mean, he moved into their home, and then he ended up getting their own home. But he moved into their home to help after his sister passed.
Oh yeah, that's something I don't think they clarified, because they did ask. Hank asked something about him moving into that house, or moving into his sister's house or whatever, so they wouldn't have to move houses to another house, like an unfamiliar house. And it kind of did make it seem like One Meadows was like the house they grew up in or whatever with the parents. And that's not true.
Right.
Like
No,
that
yeah.
was John's house.
Yeah, he bought that house later. But yeah. I mean, nobody else moved in. Nobody else was driving the kids to sports. That's why John was getting all this help from these quote unquote women.
When there were 3 other people. Yeah. I also wonder why they made it Peggy and her son versus
Peggy and her husband, who's now the one that is actually in charge of them.
Or Paul and his wife. You know what I mean?
Paul and his wife. Paul testified that they had young children at the time and didn't think they could handle having 2 other young children.
Yeah.
So that's why they didn't do it. Sorry, Nanya.
Did I understand that there was a decision that John would be the primary guardian? Can you share with us how that decision came about?
Well, he was single. The other two guardians were married, and they didn't have children, but he decided to do it himself. And then I was the second one in case he needed me. So I was over there most of the time, like when the kids get home from school or, take them places, and then have them on weekends so he could have a break. So that's what I did.
Okay, so I see what happened here.
Help out?
That's what she did for years and years and years. And then, because this kind of happened with like my stepdaughter. So before I came around and met my ex-husband, his mother was the one that would get his daughter like every weekend or whatever, and did Christmas with her. And like whenever they would get him, she would go stay at their house. And like his mom took over because he was not well. And then when he got well and we got together and then moved here, we wanted to start getting her. And so we did. So like her father would pick her up, or I would pick her up and her father would bring her home. Like she would come to our house. When we got a house here, we made sure to get a house with an extra bedroom. So she had her own bedroom. Christmas would come around. Well, we wanted to wake up on Christmas morning with her at our house with the presents. And it didn't take very long. Like a resentment built because his mom wasn't seeing her as much. We weren't coming over every single time we had her. She had to come visit her at our house and she didn't like that. She wanted to have her at her house. You know what I mean? And so it turned into like well, I was so present all this time. And now you're like pushing me out for this because you have this woman because we did hear before that Karen worked from home. She was always with the kids. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So it was like, it's like a replacement kind of thing. And I would be willing to bet something like that happened here.
I just don't understand the other two, but the other two don't have kids. Why didn't they take? And they're married, not single.
Yeah, when he asked like, why did John do it? She's like, well, he was single. The other two were married, and the other two were married and didn't have any kids. And I'm thinking,
that's
so
interesting.
isn't he like the least likely to do it? Like the other people had help.
Yeah.
But I bet that's what it is. She was raising them and then she wasn't.
Yeah. My husband was there, and Paul and Erin were there, and the other members of Steve's family.
I understand at some point John worked in law enforcement.
Yes.
Besides that, could you just share just a little bit about him with us?
He was a police officer at headquarters. And when he first started, he was in Hyde Park, and then he moved to Dorchester, and then into Boston itself. And that's what he did.
I was hoping if you could tell us a little bit about John besides his work.
He was enthusiastic with sports. He was wonderful with the kids. He took care of them and did everything for them. Take them places on vacations and everything. He was their number one, and they called him JJ.
Would you mind if I showed you a photograph?
No.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you a photograph.
Okay.
And could you tell us what you see?
That's my son.
Thank you. May I introduce this as an exhibit?
Yes.
Exhibit 16.
Thank you. With the court's permission, I'd like to publish.
Yes.
Ms. O'Keefe, do you know when this picture was taken?
Oh. I really don't know. It was in the summer of I don't know what year. I really don't know the year. But is that one he probably took him to a fair or an amusement park, and he had his picture taken there with it, and then the kids were with him too. So,
Do you know how old he was in that picture?
43, maybe.
Okay. What year was John born?
75.
You know what age, but not year?
How old was John when he passed?
45. My mind's not working right now.
I understand. It's okay.
Great witness.
Can I ask you a few more questions? Okay. You let me know.
It might be Indiana Girl. I don't know.
Can I ask
wanna
you?
go back
It's like, come
to
on,
the morning of January 29th, 2022. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Were you home?
I was home in Braintree.
In Braintree.
Mhm.
Who were you with?
My husband.
Did you receive a phone call?
Yes, from Carrie Roberts. It was about 6:15, between 6:15 and 6:30 in the morning.
Did you know Carrie Roberts?
Yes.
How did you know her?
She lived in Braintree for a while. John and her were friends. They went to the junior prom together. And then we found out that she moved. She lived in Canton. And she
Oh,
was
they went to
from
prom together.
us, and she helped us out with the kids.
And when you were helping take care of the kids, would you often see Miss Roberts?
Yeah, because she'd take Patrick
She
and her
was a
son
mother.
Ryan places. And yeah, so I saw her all the time.
Often?
Yeah.
When she called you that morning, do you remember the conversation?
Yeah, she said John was found in a snowbank. And I didn't understand, which I said, what do you mean found in a snowbank? She said, they found him in the snow. They don't know what happened. She says he's brought up to the Good Samaritan Hospital.
They? Why not we?
So she says, I'm going to come get you and Papa because I don't want you driving. And I says, we can drive there. We both have 4-wheel drives. And she says, no, I'm coming.
Wait.
So
Wait,
she came
stop.
to get us.
Wait. What?
So 2 things. A, Carrie calls John's dad Papa, and B, Carrie literally testified that she was going to pick them up because neither of them have 4-wheel drive
Correct.
vehicles.
Correct.
And it took a while to get there because the snow was bad. And in the meantime, I had called one of my nieces to find out because one of my other nieces worked at Good Samaritan. I just wanted to know if she could find out anything about it. And I just couldn't get a hold of her. So when we get up there,
I thought she did talk to her.
To, sit in this room.
Yes, eventually.
And they would bring us down shortly. So finally they said, okay, you can go down. So we started walking down the corridor. And as I'm walking down, I hear Karen Reed yell, Peg, is he dead? Is he dead, Peg? Peg, is he dead?
Yeah, she wanted to know too.
And I just kept walking. And then I asked, I don't know who it was.
Why did you ignore her?
Why did you ignore her?
Yeah. See what I mean? Like,
what the fuck?
Obviously Karen would want to know, like, and so you ignored her? And then this makes Paul's testimony from the last trial even more bizarre, which I felt it was bizarre and cold back then when he said that she was doing that and he blew her a kiss. What the fuck?
Yeah, but then tried to play it off like it was because he cared about her but couldn't really talk at that moment.
So he blew her a kiss and Peggy ignored Karen when she kept asking if John was dead. I don't like that at all.
Shit, that's fucking gross, dude.
That is gross.
Why is she ignoring her? There's nothing happening right now where anybody thinks anything about Karen hitting anybody. They're all just trying to figure out what the hell happened to John.
Unless she talked to somebody else.
Carrie
or
Roberts.
Carrie, yeah, Carrie and or someone else, and they put that in her head. Otherwise, she had no reason to ignore her. She would have.
Wow.
You would think she would assume that she was also suffering too. You know what I mean?
You would have walked up and hugged her. Well, she's
Hugged
over there.
her, or at least said, "I haven't seen him yet."
She's being sectioned because they think she's going to kill herself because of what's going on with John. You just don't even give a shit about that? You just ignore her and walk on? Like, wow.
A worker at the hospital, and I said, "What is she doing here?" And she says, "Oh, she's being psych evaluated."
What is she doing here?
So then they brought us down.
Why would she ask what she's doing there?
What?
Why wouldn't she assume that what she's doing there is the same thing you're doing there? And also, that's a violation of HIPAA. Nobody could tell you that she's there for a psych eval.
Carrie could because Carrie knows.
She just said that a hospital worker, didn't she?
I don't know. Maybe she did. I don't know. I'm so appalled by the fact that why is she even questioning why is she here? That's her boyfriend of 2 years. What are you talking about? Why is she here? Why wouldn't she be here?
Very strange.
He's bruised up. His eyes were closed. It's just not a good scene.
Okay. I'd like to go back, if I may.
Okay.
May I?
Yeah.
When Carrie Roberts picked you up in the car, did anybody go with you and Miss Roberts on the drive from your home in Braintree to Good Samaritan Hospital?
No, we were the only three in the car.
Who was the third person?
My husband.
During the drive to Good Samaritan Hospital that morning,
Yep.
did you ever have a chance while you were in the car to speak to the defendant?
Yes.
Please tell the jury about that conversation.
She, I asked her what happened, and she said, we went to a party. I left him there. I said, "You just left him there?" She said, "Yes, I just left him there."
Did she say whether she left him inside or outside?
No, she just said, "I left him there."
Did she tell you whether
We're
or
already
not
pissed
she
about
left him in the driveway or the street?
She just said, "No, I just left him there."
You told us that when you got into Good Samaritan Hospital, you were walking down the hallway and you had another interaction with the defendant.
Yes.
And you told us that she was asking if he was dead.
Mm-hmm.
Can you describe a little bit where in the hospital you had this interaction with her?
When they took us down to the emergency room, the doors open, and there was a corridor to go down to the other rooms, and she was on the left-hand side, and that's when she saw me come in, and that's when she started yelling, "Is he dead, Peg? Is he dead, Peg?"
So when she was yelling, could you describe her mood or demeanor? Was she animated?
She's loud, and I don't know. She was just loud, and as she was saying it.
And when she was asking you, "Is he dead? Is he dead?" Did you again ask her a question?
I just asked the nurse, "What is she doing here?"
And did you speak to Miss Reed herself?
No.
Why?
See?
No.
Yeah.
At some point, and you and your husband got to see John?
Yes.
And were you with Carrie at some point?
Carrie was there, and then my son Paul was there.
How did you get home?
I think I went home with Paul, and I think my husband went home with Carrie. We went back to Canton at the time.
Do you remember generally the time frame? Was it morning, afternoon, evening?
No, it was morning.
Do you remember getting home that day?
Yeah. It was snowy, icy.
Was anybody home when you got back?
No, it was just us. And then the kids started coming home. And that's when I was trying to, take care of them. And then there was a knock at the door. And it was Karen, her father, and her brother asked if they could come in. And I was just trying to calm the kids because Patrick was just out of control, yelling. And then they came in.
That's different than what Paul
And
said.
he said, "Do you mind if we go upstairs and get a couple of her things?" Which I never should have let them go up there. But at the time, it was.
Why?
I just couldn't think straight.
Why?
And I really didn't have anybody else to help me.
What?
Keep them down in the kitchen. So
Why?
I don't know what they got up there, what they did up there.
What do you think they did?
How long were they?
This is so fucking bizarre.
Like, did she hide the fucking murder weapon in the room? What is
Yeah,
what is
this
going
is-
on right now?
This is really bizarre.
And I thought that they said, I'm almost positive it was Paul that testified to that Karen actually sat down with him and was not speaking when he told the kids about John.
Patrick. Like
When
one
he
of
told-
them.
One of
My
them.
thing is, do you remember that whole rumor all that time about how Karen went and deleted ring footage from John's computer or whatever?
Yeah.
And then trial happened and we found out that there was absolutely zero evidence that she deleted literally anything and that
Oh
she
yeah,
had
that's
never,
what this is. I don't know what
she
they
had
were doing up
never,
there.
she had never logged in. Like,
Never had the password.
is this where that came from?
Oh, maybe. Maybe.
Is she the one that told people that's what she thought she did?
Yeah, who knows what she was doing up there?
Interesting.
I don't how anybody fuck. I feel bad that she lost her kids, but man, this lady is fucking. She's not a good person. I just not there's. I don't feel goodness. I don't feel goodness listening to this.
Room they went to?
I assumed the bedroom.
So
Why
I'm
did you
going to
assume?
that, Mrs. O'Keefe, if you could just, what you actually know, okay, and Mr. Brennan can ask a better question.
Thank you. Could I lead a bit?
Yes.
Ma'am, how many rooms are upstairs in John's home?
1, 2, 3, 4 bedrooms and an office. And off the master bedroom, there's a bathroom, and then there's a closet. It's a big house.
Did you see the defendant and her father go upstairs?
I didn't really see them go up, but I knew they were up there because I could hear them.
You didn't follow them up or go to look?
No.
You didn't know which room or rooms they were in?
No, I'm assuming the bathroom and the master bedroom.
My question was poor. You didn't see which rooms they actually went in?
No.
How long was the defendant upstairs in John's home with her father?
I don't know, maybe 10, 15 minutes.
Did you see them come back down?
No, I did not.
When they were upstairs, what were you doing?
I was trying to calm the kids.
Both of them?
But yeah, well, mainly Patrick.
How was Patrick reacting?
He was very upset once we told him because he slept over a friend's house the night before, and he just said, "I'll never see him again." Sorry.
Would you like a moment?
Hey, catastrophe. I don't feel like this testimony is necessary at all.
Mrs. O'Keefe, would you like to take a short break?
No, that's fine. Thank you.
You can just let me know when you're ready. Take your time.
Okay, go ahead.
You ready?
Go ahead.
Okay. That morning, when the defendant and her father came into your home, did you personally interact with the defendant?
Nope.
Still,
Was there any-
haven't even talked to her.
Hugs, condolences?
Nope.
Nunya, I will not take that bet because you would win.
Did you ever confront the defendant with any accusations when she was in your home that morning?
I don't even remember her being in the house. When she went upstairs, that's the last I saw of her.
How about the question is, did you ever comfort her? Because her boyfriend was dead.
Did you ever lean over a kitchen island? Do you have a kitchen island in your house?
No.
Did you ever lean over the kitchen island and say, I think he looks like he got hit by a car?
No.
Why are you bringing that up?
I don't remember talking to her that morning.
Did you see when she left?
Nope.
Did you ever see her Lexus in the driveway?
Nope.
The children, who's their guardian and custodian now?
Well, there's still 4 of us. 4 of us.
Where do they live?
One in Boston, one in Stoughton, and Paul's in Bridgewater, and
what?
Me.
Where do the children live?
With me.
Wait, what?
In Canton.
They live with you full time?
Yes.
You're their
Your
primary
husband?
caretaker?
Yes.
And now Paul
Thank
is.
you.
And then the other two siblings don't live together anymore. They must be divorced. Steve's siblings. And now Paul is. There's still 4. I'm sorry, that makes no sense. They're deciding whether they're going to say anything to her.
Okay.
All right, here we go.
Mrs. O'Keefe, I'm very, very sorry for your loss. I have no questions for you.
Yeah.
Right, Mrs. O'Keefe, you're all set. Today's court officer.
You should just mouthing thank you. Like, yes, like thank you. Like when somebody gives you condolences.
I would like to introduce 2 clips, labeled 4 and 5.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, both on.
Yes, sir. He has questions,
Both
but
clips 4 and 5 are on that zip drive.
not the best interest of his client to ask them.
There's no objection to these?
These are more clips, probably from Gretchen.
I don't know what they are.
All right, we're approaching again. We're going to zoom in. Nope, we're not. For anybody who doesn't know, that's Karen's dad. Oh, no, this is her other interview.
Jury's excellent. Please be seated.
All right, so I'll watch the first one, then I'll hear your argument, Mr. Brennan, and
Oh, they got rid of
Mr.
the jury?
Jackson. So, Ms. Gilman, if you play that first one.
They're playing these to get in her statements from the defendant that she put on record with a journalist. So that's how they're getting these in.
Please.
This is the 2020 interview.
They had pulled
That's our first
into
interview.
the driveway before me, so I was presuming she saw my cracked tail light and was thinking, did you hit my son? I could sense from her that she was looking at me very warily. And then when John's nephew came home, I just wanted to see him and squeeze him. It was quite uncomfortable. I said, Dad, come upstairs to the master bedroom. I said, I think I need to leave. I said, I think John's mother thinks I did something to John.
All right, so tell me why I should admit that clip.
You should admit this clip because it demonstrates consciousness of guilt. On the morning of John's death, Miss O'Keefe sees her son at the hospital and goes back to Mr. O'Keefe's home. In the driveway is the alleged murder weapon, the Lexus with the broken taillight.
No.
It's the middle of a snowstorm, and a prelude to that is there is a phone call from the defendant's father to the Dayton police looking for a ride to go in and see his daughter at the Good Samaritan Hospital. He's looking for a police ride because the weather conditions are so terrible. When the Dayton Police Department declines that ride, he gets the assistance of his son and his son's wife pick him up and bring him to the hospital. At the hospital, there are a number of comments made. I think I hit something. There is evidence we have where the defendant, her mother, and her father admittedly discuss in different ways the broken taillight. It is an issue that is primary on their mind. In this tumultuous, grieving moment, the taillight is central between these parties. Uninvited,
He's saying that that statement is her consciousness of guilt, but the fact that Peggy just testified that she blatantly ignored her at the hospital and blatantly ignored her at John O'Keefe's home, would not speak to her, would not answer her questions. I'm pretty sure that a lot of people would infer like this lady's fucking mad at me for something. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's just me.
uninvited, the defendant and her father go to the O'Keefe house without invitation. They knock on the door and they ask to come in.
Who the fuck's gonna invite her? It's John's house. John is dead. John cannot invite her to come to his house. She still has stuff there.
They go into the house. There does not seem to be any interaction, at least with Peggy O'Keefe. And curiously, they go upstairs for 15 minutes. They stay at the house for less than an hour. This is a family that's grieving the loss of their son.
And nobody.
Less than an hour, they go back outside. Instead of leaving in the one car, they take the alleged murder weapon. They get into two cars and they drive away and remove the Lexus with the broken taillight from the scene. That is clear consciousness of guilt evidence, removing the murder weapon from an area where witnesses can see, photograph, identify the damage. In fact, despite the other evidence about the cracked taillight in the testimony, it is a centrally contested issue in this case. The defense is already questioned and confronted, as they have a right to do.
The Lexus is her car. The alleged murder weapon. Like they keep trying to say, like she went up there and went and said, went up to the room for 15 minutes and who knows what she was doing up there. And then they take the alleged murder weapon. There was no alleged murder weapon at the time because there was no murder. And it's her fucking car. You say she's not allowed to be there and she's uninvited, but yet her shit is there. And then you're mad that she takes her own shit. Like, that's her stuff. It's her fucking car. And then, so Sleuthie just sent me the Redfin on John O'Keefe's house, and there is 100% an island in the kitchen, which is really weird because that is where Peggy lives currently. Like, you'd think she'd know if she has an island in her kitchen. And John's home is not the scene of the crime, correct? This is so bizarre to me. This whole thing is so bizarre. And this is only the second fucking day, you guys. I don't know how I'm gonna deal with this. This is so bizarre.
About the shape, manner, and extent of that broken taillight. The removal of it is helpful for the defendant. And so the fact that they stay for less than an hour, remove the Lexus from the scene is important. This statement by the defendant is clearly an attempt to create an excuse, a ruse, for why they removed the murder weapon from the scene. Is an attempt to suggest that she somehow is targeted. She somehow on that morning is victimized. She somehow on that morning is the intent or the object of something that is abusive from Peggy O'Keefe. And so this evidence will demonstrate
this
a key part of our consciousness of guilt evidence on this issue.
I fucking hate
that
this
there
guy.
was no viable reason to take that evidence from the scene other than to obscure it. It was not because Peggy O'Keefe yelled at her or intimidated her or threatened her. This was, again, a central conversation between her, her father, and her mother in those early morning hours. This is what was foremost in their mind. And so that's why it's not only relevant, it is an extraordinarily strong piece of the consciousness of guilt evidence. And inevitably, defense may or may not try to provide some type of explanation or excuse, but we have a right to the full force of our proof, and this is part of it.
Bullshit.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Come on, Jackson.
With regard to the first clip, which is clip 4.
That's the only one we're discussing right now.
Then in that case, now that I look at it and I see the transcript, I'll withdraw an objection. I don't care. It's not, I don't agree with anything Mr. Brennan just said. It doesn't go to consciousness of guilt. As a matter of fact, I think it very clearly shows the opposite. But
Okay, so there's no objection. So there wasn't an objection until I said, is there any objection to this? And then you all came to sidebar. I mean, they were just going to play. So there's no objection to the first clip, right?
yes, correct.
Okay, so let's hear.
I made an objection at sidebar. I'm withdrawing.
Okay, so Mr. Brennan, play the second one, please.
Yes.
And his mother leans over the kitchen island and says to me, I think he looks like he got hit by a car. He looks like he got hit by a car.
There you go.
So
Here's your island.
tell me how this comes in.
Similarly, consciousness of guilt evidence, the defendant making what we allege is a false statement to try to excuse her conduct of removing evidence of a crime from the scene. This has additional importance. It has two facets to it. One, equally as important for consciousness of guilt in the first part, as I supported for clip number 4 or 5. Secondly, it is important because we've heard testimony from Peggy O'Keefe that this claim never happened. So we now have direct testimony that she did not have a conversation with the defendant, did not make these claims to the defendant. And so while also consciousness of guilt evidence, it has additional support from the previous clip.
Right, Mr. Jackson?
Thank you. With this video clip, Your Honor, it's very different. It has absolutely nothing to do with consciousness of guilt. The argument is baffling. How could that possibly be consciousness of guilt?
I will agree with them.
My client is simply reiterating something that she believes somebody else said. This clip is obviously, very obviously, and strategically being used to try to vilify my client with something that's completely irrelevant. In Massachusetts, you can't call a witness just for the purposes of impeaching them. What this clip would be doing is purporting to impeach Mrs. O'Keefe, who just testified, I never said that.
Yeah.
I never said it. I never leaned over the island counter. Never happened. So bringing this in would be used to impeach their own witness. And that's what can't be done in Massachusetts. With regard to consciousness of guilt, how does my client reiterating or stating that something that the victim's mother may or may not have said, how does that relate to consciousness of guilt? It doesn't. This is simply a wolf in sheep's clothing. They're trying to get it in because it makes my client look bad. They've just put on a very, very sympathetic and empathetic witness, John O'Keefe's mother, and they're trying to make my client, Ms. Reed, look bad by saying something what they perceive to be pejorative, in a tone that's pejorative about that very same witness. He's trying to, at this point, there is no issue.
Look at Leslie backing up and giving him notes.
Peggy O'Keefe leaned over and said something about the car, being hit by the car. He's trying to create the issue so that he can put this video clip in. Has nothing to do with consciousness of guilt.
Agreed.
It's not for impeachment of Peggy O'Keefe.
It is.
We don't take the position that Peggy O'Keefe is lying. This is a statement of the defendant. It's in the form of an admission or a statement, which qualifies for admission substantively, not for impeachment purposes. The defendant should not be able to pick and choose which of her statements do not look good for her and do not look bad for her. She made the statements, they're relevant to this case. It's not unfairly prejudicial. It's a statement that they embraced and they chose and they publicized, and it goes directly to the issue of consciousness of guilt. Just because it hurts, just because it's incriminating, just because it's difficult for the defense is not a basis to preclude it.
Somebody show
it is an admission, a statement of the defendant. It's admitted substantively.
If that were true, Your Honor, then they would simply put in the transcript. They wouldn't need to play the video. Transcript is one line. And his mother leans over the kitchen island and says to me, I think he looks like he got hit by a car. He looks like he got hit by a car. Sorry. I think he looks like he got hit by a car. It looks like he got hit by a car. They can just put that statement in. They want to play this because of its prejudice, because of the tone that it sets. It's not in evidence at this point. The witness who supposedly said the statement has denied having said it and said it never occurred. This is far, far more prejudicial than it is probative. If they want to simply use the transcript, that's one thing. But playing this video is simply being used to vilify my client because of the tone of voice she used.
Right. Because you put the transcript in, it just says that Peggy said it, and
that's overly prejudicial.
Peggy says she didn't. Whoopity do.
All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to think about this. And if I decided to let it in, you can let it in first thing tomorrow morning. I'm not going to let it in now.
May I ask for a ruling in the morning?
Yes.
May I introduce the one that was not objected to?
Yes. Do you want a consciousness of guilt instruction, Mr. Jackson?
No, we don't believe that
So you're in agreement that statement just comes in?
we're not objecting. I'm not trying to introduce it. Don't put words in my mouth. I'm not trying.
No,
to
I said you're okay.
But I'm not objecting that it at this point that it should come in.
Okay. We'll bring the jurors back and we'll do that. Tony, can they come right in, or is it going to be 5 minutes? Can they come right in?
Here's the problem.
Christy, the CW can't impeach their own. They can't call another witness to impeach their own witness. You can call a witness to impeach the other party's witnesses, but they can't call a witness to impeach their own witness.
So my issue is that she said when he asked her about having a conversation with Karen, leaning over the kitchen island or whatever, it was obviously in reference to this clip and the story that Karen is relaying here about what was said to her at the house. Peg tried to say that the reason, and basically what they were implying is that conversation never happened because she doesn't even have a kitchen island, right?
Yeah, the reason it never happened is because there's no island for it to have happened at.
Correct. So if anything, they could have impeached her by saying, like, they could have probably even shown the clip. I think it's interesting that he waited till after Peggy O'Keefe got off the stand to play these clips. Because if you remember, now, I think the numbers he said were the same, like 3 and 4 or 4 and 5 or whatever, when they were mid testimony and she didn't allow it. Because otherwise they would have likely had to cross her and say, you're saying that this conversation never happened because you don't even have a kitchen island. So it's like she made this up out of whole cloth because she has consciousness of guilt. Well, that's not true, because why would Peggy say, like, why would she want to say on the stand? I'm surprised she even admitted that she ignored her at the hospital and said to the nurse, what is she doing here? Which that nurse, I'm here to tell you, absolutely would be fired for saying that another patient in the emergency room, some random woman saying, what's she doing here? Saying she's having a psych evaluation, number one. And number two is that why would she want to say, yeah, before I knew like anything had happened, before I ever saw Karen's car, before the police ever talked to us, I told her that he looked like he got hit by a car and I thought she did it.
Right. But
which would have made her look biased.
But even if they try to play this clip beforehand, then essentially what he's trying to do is to impeach Karen Reed. And so Alan Jackson's 100% that this clip is only for the purposes of trying to make Karen look bad.
For sure. And if I'm going to believe one person over the other, you have Peggy telling me that she doesn't have a kitchen island and therefore it didn't happen. Well, then I have Karen saying it did happen. And I vividly remember her leaning over the kitchen counter and saying it. So I can go look for myself and see that absolutely there was an island in that kitchen. So it looks to me like Peg is lying by saying there is no island and therefore this conversation never happened.
All right, we'll keep playing it and see what they say.
Clip that's under consideration and just admit the other one.
Yes, and give it to me so I can look at it, please.
This is it. So I'm sorry, Your Honor, do you want me to leave that on there so you can look at it tonight? And if we decide to take it off in the morning?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Because you can just single it out and play one, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Chrissy.
I agree with Mav. He wants to be able to say, look, see, this is how she talks about the victim that she's here being tried for murdering. This is how she talks about his mother. This is how she imitates her saying, he looks like he got hit by a car. You know what I mean? It's to make it look like she's mocking her.
Right. And then they just made her all, the sad mom.
Yeah.
And now look at how mean Karen is to the sad mom. Nothing to do with anything.
Yeah. And no doubt, like, is it difficult for you to imagine a world where Peggy O'Keefe sounded like that? Because it's not for me.
No, not for me either. Especially after everything we just heard. Okay, so Mav says that she kind of was nodding yes, but the answer didn't come out clearly enough. All right. I didn't go back and watch, so I trust Mav. Come on.
She saw my cracked taillight and was thinking, did you hit my son? I could sense from her that she was looking at me very warily. And then when John's nephew came home, I just wanted to see him and squeeze him. I don't know, it was quite uncomfortable. I sit down upstairs to the master bedroom. I said, I think I need to leave. I said, I think John's mother thinks I did something to John.
Yeah, so she wanted to hug the nephew when he came home, but she felt uncomfortable.
I would have also felt uncomfortable considering the multiple interactions I had with her already that morning on the phone and in person.
Yep. And John blowing you weird, or Paul blowing you weird kisses at the hospital.
Like, she was so uncomfortable that when she showed back up at One Meadows, she knocked on the door.
Yeah.
To her house, to a house she just walks into.
Wonder if she took her shoes off. We don't get to know that one. She probably took her shoes off, so we can't find that out.
Just so weird.
Yeah. But, Hank wants to say it's because she wasn't invited. That's just the craziest shit to me. There's nobody to fucking invite her.
He said, he said 10 times, like, that she was uninvited. And it's like,
And he also calls
if
John.
anything, all those other people were uninvited. They spent less time in the house than she did.
Right.
May I call my next witness, Your Honor?
Please.
The Commonwealth calls Nicholas Garino.
And this fucking guy.
Douchey.
Please.
Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case now and here and should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thanks. You can take it.
Hi. Stand or sit, however you're most comfortable, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, yeah, because he's supposedly injured now. But I don't know if he's really injured, but he's
Okay, proceed.
playing it
Yes.
up.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes. My name is Nicholas Garino.
Mr. Garino, where do you work?
I work at the Massachusetts State Police at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
How long have you worked for the Massachusetts State Police for?
This is year 10 now.
So he testified on day 26 of the first trial. And he was on the stand for a really fucking long time.
So far, we
Yeah.
haven't had anyone testify to what they were doing that night before he was found.
Nope, we got nothing. It's a very weird, like the jury's got to be like, I don't even know what the fuck I'm listening to right now. If you truly know nothing about the case, like, I don't know. Is Guarino the one who said, fuck me? Who said that on the hot mic?
He said, kill me.
Kill me? Was it him?
Yes, it was him, and it was kill me.
I remember that now. Oh shit. Yeah, he was on day 26 and then for the whole afternoon, and then he was back, or I think like late in the afternoon, and then he was back for all of day 28.
How long have you been assigned to the district attorney's office for?
Since November of 2019, so a little 5-ish years, 6 years.
I want to go backwards a little bit. Can you tell?
He supposedly has a knee injury, so he's on medical whatever, and so he came in with his cane, or like holding onto the rail or something like that.
Tell me a little bit about what you did before you began working for the Massachusetts State Police.
Yes, sir. I was a Norwood police officer for almost 11 years.
So how long have you been in law enforcement between being a Norwood police officer and a Massachusetts State Police officer?
February of this year started my 20th year in law enforcement.
Did you go to school before you became a law enforcement officer?
Yes, I went to Westfield State College, Westfield State University now.
Did you graduate?
Yes, I did.
Can you remember what year you graduated in?
Yes, it was 2003.
Did you have a particular degree from Westfield State?
Yes, I double majored. I got a major in criminal justice and mass communications.
When you began as a police officer with the Norwood Police Department, did you have to go into any type of specific training?
Yes, I went to the police academy.
And how long is the police academy?
6 months.
Generally and briefly, what was taught at the academy?
How to conduct investigations, respond to calls. They did a standard field sobriety testing week, physical training, Massachusetts law and criminal procedure.
When you began as a Norwood police officer, were you a patrol officer?
Yes, I was.
And did you remain a patrol officer for the 10 or 11 years you were there?
Yes, I was also part-time in the detail office. But
What does that mean?
handling jobs when we're off. So filling details like road construction, I'm sorry.
When you left Norwood and began working with the Massachusetts State Police, based on your prior training, did you have to go through further training or were you ready to just begin?
No, I had to go to the State Police Academy for 6 months.
After you got out of the State Police Academy, were you assigned to a barracks?
Yes, I was assigned to the South Boston Barracks for my training. And then once my break-in training was done, I was assigned to the Holden Barracks near Worcester.
At some point during your time in your career with the Massachusetts State Police, did you start to receive any type of training in the specific field?
I'm sorry.
Did you receive any specialized training at the Massachusetts State Police after the academy?
Once I got into the district attorney's office, yes.
And can you tell us a little bit about what type of specialized training you received when you were assigned to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office?
Yes. So I was hired
I'm going to run to the restroom real quick while he's just going over his bullshit.
by the district attorney's office. I do cell phone and computer forensics, as well as I'm a sexual assault investigator. I had prior sexual assault investigator school done, and I went for digital forensics classes as part of my now daily duties.
In order to work with cell phone forensics, did you have any particular background in it at that point?
I had taken some classes when I was at Norwood PD, but I didn't have any of the Cellbrite or Axiom classes that I do now.
We'll talk about those in a minute so you can give a little more explanation. Did you ever receive a specific advanced degree in data forensics?
No, I didn't.
Did you ever receive any specialized further degree, a master's in data forensics?
No.
So your training came while you were a Massachusetts State Police officer through the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes, that's correct.
What type of courses did you take to learn about forensics?
The first one I took was Cellbrite certified CCO, CCPA is their intro course that teaches you how to use the program and how to extract cell phones using Cellbrite program.
There's a couple words I want you to help us understand.
Yes.
The first is an extraction. What is, as simple as you can, a cell phone extraction?
Yes. Quite literally is plugging the phone into specialized hardware or software, and it pulls the data from that device to make a digital copy of it, so that way we can load it up later to look at it.
So when you extract the phone through a download, it basically mimics the content of the phone, but it's in a different shell. It's in a different form than inside the actual phone itself.
Yes, exactly. That way we're not manipulating or changing any data while looking, because if we were to open the device, it would change data by going through the phone itself or computer.
When you plug it in, can you explain a little bit about what you're plugging it into?
Yes. So the main program and hardware that we use is GrayKey. It is, again, specialized software and hardware that once the phone's plugged into it, the software is able to extract the information if we have the passcode. If we don't have the passcode and the phone is supported, it's able to guess that passcode depending on how long. Like for an iPhone, if you have a 4-digit, it could take months. If you have a 6-digit, it could take up to 35 years.
So does the phone have to be accessible to actually do that download through GrayKey? Do you have to be able to open the phone with the passcode?
No. So if we don't have the passcode and it's supported, it can guess the passcode without making the phone useless after, say, for an iPhone, I believe it's 10 passcodes.
Is it a quicker process if you do have the passcode?
Much. It would take hours to download the device, depending on how much information's on it.
How do you ensure that the information that you extract from the actual device is accurate and the same when you're making a copy? How do you ensure the integrity of it?
So with Gray Key, it produces a progress report as it goes through its process. The only two fields that we can sort of amend in that PDF that it spits out is the ID number and then the investigator name. So after the data is pulled out, it creates a hash value, which is like a digital fingerprint for that specific information. So if you had gone in and to edit or change it, that digital fingerprint would change. It would change the big long string of numbers that it attaches to that file.
The digital fingerprint, is that the same thing you're referring to as the hash value?
Yes, exactly.
And how do you ensure that the hash value of the product, the copy, is the same as what's on the phone?
You can run the zip file that it creates with the information into a hash calculator, and it will give the same hash as what is produced from the Gray Key PDF report. So if something had changed or there was an error with it, the hash would not be the same as what was given from the PDF. And that's how we know that the data was not the same.
So if you download a phone and it has a hash value, this digital fingerprint, and then someone was to manipulate the phone and remove anything, even a period, from that data, if it's run again, will the hash value change?
Yes, it would not be the same because
Even
it
if
will
it's
show.
just, I'm sorry, even if it's just a period?
Yes, any alteration to that initial extraction with that number, it immediately would change.
So if you have an item, a computer or a phone, and you put it through the Gray Key program, and you do an extraction, a copy, where do you store that copy of information if it's not on the phone that you originally have? What do you do with it?
So once the program pulls that information, we have to place it onto our secure server at the office, and we'll take any of the files that were given via the extraction process, and it's saved there for us.
And so you copy it on another link or another digital file?
Yes, we'll save it to the server at the district attorney's office.
Can it be put on a physical item, like a zip drive or a hard drive?
Yes.
If you put that download onto a zip drive or hard drive, how will you know if that information on the hard drive matches the same information you originally downloaded from the phone to the server through Gray Key?
Again, like I said, you could run the hash value of that file again to correlate it with the PDF that we were given once Gray Key has given us the information. So that's how you would know all the information is the same, nothing has changed.
So for example, if you download an iPhone and it has that digital fingerprint hash value attached to it, and you make a copy or multiple copies, is the way to test whether or not those copies are exactly accurate is to look at the hash value of each copy?
Yes, and copying the zip file would not change the hash value. The only way it would change is if you physically went into it and deleted information somehow.
So now that you have the item, say for example an iPhone, and you've downloaded it through Gray Key, which is hardware and software, and it's on a digital file, can you just open it up and start reading it like a report or a book, or do you have to do something else to it?
No, once it's pulled into that zip file, it has to be opened into another program, which there are many forensic tools, but the ones at the office we use are Cellbrite or Axiom. They're two brands, and then those programs make that information readable so we can actually look at it.
So if you were to download a forensic copy and you were to open it up without using that subsequent software, would you be able to read or see anything that's on that data?
To be honest, I don't know because I've never opened one of those zip files to know what's actually in them.
After the extraction happens, after there's that copy made, did you mention this further software you would use to be able to actually read the data?
Yes, so that's Cellbrite and Axiom. They're two different programs, but those programs will make the information readable.
Are those the programs that you typically use?
Yes, they are. And there's other programs out there, but those are the two that we normally use at the office.
Are they commonly used in the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes, they are.
Are there other programs beyond Axiom and Cellbrite that can be used to decipher the information so you can read it?
Yes, there's many.
In your entire time with the Massachusetts State Police, have you used any other programs other than Axiom or Cellbrite?
To look at cell phones?
Yes.
We have Sanderson forensic software that can look at databases that are in the phone to look at information. I don't normally use those because I don't want to say, I'm probably not proficient enough that I would know this exactly means this, or I wouldn't want to confuse anything that I'm looking at.
When you look at the information after it's been through the extraction and then the analysis through the software, is the data still available if you want to look into the data?
From the zip file itself, sir?
Yes.
Yes, that's always available. It's, like I said, the data in the zip file that Great Key gives us is never changed. It's just being loaded into another program so we can see it. That's all.
The software that you use, whether it's Cellbrite or Axiom, does that do the work for you as a forensic examiner?
Yes, so it runs, as the program runs, I should say, it will bring up different tabs. So it'll say phone calls, chats, photos, the databases, all different things that Cellbrite, their software, has run to pull this information out to make it easier for investigators to find what they're looking for.
Beyond the initial report that you can look at and look for the information, if you wanted to as a data forensic examiner, could you look deeper beyond the production of those software programs?
Yes, you could.
Forensic data analysis, when you look at these tools that provide these initial reports, is that the beginning, or does it dig deeper when you're a digital forensic analyst?
No, these reports are finding the low-hanging fruit in the proverbial tree. So it's showing you the stuff that the program is set that most people are looking for. As I said, the phone calls, the chats. If you need to go deeper into it, as I said, there's other software out there where you can pull these databases and try to go through the code to find what you're looking for. Once you find something, you would have to corroborate it with other evidence or data to make sure what you're looking at is exactly what you're looking for.
Have you been involved in the download, extraction, and analyzing data on phones as your role with the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes, that's my primary role in the DA's office currently.
And how many years have you been in that role?
Since November of 2019, so 5 years now.
Have you worked on a number of different cases that involve forensic data?
Yes, I have.
Is there a routine or a practice in your present role when you make a copy about what process you use and how you produce it in a case?
I wouldn't say there's a normal process. It's all case dependent. A lot of cases we get, people want PDFs of the information, portable cases that we can create. So it's basically the portable program that I'm using. That way someone could find the information they're looking for, or I give the raw information if requested.
What's the difference between PDF form and raw information?
So Cellbrite can create a PDF form of every bit of information in the phone. It could be like a 10,000 page PDF. It literally just lists everything that's in there. If I create a portable case, as I said, that is basically like me giving you the thumb drive and it's showing you exactly what I'm seeing, and you can click on the tabs yourself from your own computer. And then if I give the raw file, that means someone has to go in and load it themselves to look for it.
Typically, when you are producing evidence of discovery in a case, do you produce PDF or the raw file?
As I said, it's all case dependent. Not all cases have forensic experts to come in to look at the information. So I'll supply whatever is requested. Normally the PDF or the portable case is what I give, but if more is requested, that's readily available.
And so the raw data, if requested, do you provide that as well?
Yes, if requested.
In this case, were you involved in any type of forensic data extraction?
Yes, I did the extractions of multiple phones and analyzed multiple phones in this case.
You mentioned that there's a software and hardware, the Gray Key unit. Where's that located?
That's located in the Digital Forensics Laboratory, which is key card access and alarmed. Excuse me, at the Norfolk DA's office.
Are there other cases or the multiple cases that are occurring at the same time?
Yes, we constantly have phones coming in and out and being worked on.
What if you have a phone and the gray key unit's being used? What do you need to do?
We need to wait for that phone to finish, because if we say we unplugged it, it would interrupt that data transfer and we could lose it. So we wait until the phone's done and then the next phone goes up.
Did you become involved in some way in this case?
Downloading devices, sir?
Well, I'm asking generally for.
Oh, yes, sorry, yes.
Were you involved in?
I mean, would he be here if not?
Or speaking to witnesses or going to the scene?
No.
Can you describe the best you can what your role was relative to this case?
Yes, so I was brought, as I said, phones from this case to have the data extracted and then have it ready in
Yes, ATF,
our
I
Cellbrite
agree.
program for the investigators to look
It's
at.
part of testimony.
At some point, were you provided a phone that you later identified as a phone belonging to Mr. John O'Keefe?
Yes, I was.
Do you remember when you were provided that phone?
Yes, it was January 29th, 2022, about 7:30 p.m. that night.
Do you remember where you received that phone from?
Yes, I was at the DA's office. I got it from Sergeant Buchanan and Michael Proctor.
Do you remember about what time of night that was?
As I said, about 7 to 7:30 p.m.
Thank you. When you received that phone, did you have the passcode?
No, we didn't.
Without the passcode, what were your next steps?
So the phone was placed in our digital forensics lab until we could get the passcode. I was told that a family member was going to be bringing it in so we could download the device.
Why would you have to bring in a
Did you
passcode?
ultimately get that passcode?
Yes, we did.
And do you remember when you received it?
Into it.
January 31st, 2022.
After you received the passcode for Mr. O'Keefe's phone, can you walk us through the process of what you did?
Yep. So once the passcode's obtained, we'll unlock the phone and then plug it into GrayKey, and then it's able to pull the full information from it without having to guess the passcode.
How long does that take?
Again, depending on the size of the phone, a few hours.
Yeah, it was him.
After the information was downloaded, then what happened?
We placed on our digital evidence server at the DA's office, and then if the phone is evidence, it would go into evidence. If it was a consent, we'd give it back to the person who gave it to us immediately.
Did this phone go into evidence?
Yes, it did.
When you downloaded the information through GrayKey, which you said was the hardware and software, does it produce a report with that digital imprint?
Yes, it does. It produces a report from the time you plug it in to the process it completes, and then the amount of data, and then, like I said, that digital fingerprint hash value at the end.
And did you do that with this phone, Mr. O'Keefe's
Yes,
phone? May
I
I
did.
approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Wonder how his family knew his phone password.
Highlight.
I don't know. I know all my family's phone passwords.
Nobody knows mine. I mean, my kid knows my mom's because it's all sevens. He watched her do it. He watched her do
Now
it.
everybody knows your mom's.
Yeah, he watched her do it one day, like out of the corner of his eye, and then he just started letting him help himself.
That's fucking hilarious. Now the whole world knows your mom's passcode. I'm gonna tell her.
Tell her I track her too.
Somebody probably needs to. Yeah, you need the passcode on.
Yeah.
Put it on the post-it note. Place it on the red solo cup. Document the change.
Showing you a document? Can you look at both pages, please?
Okay.
Do you recognize that document?
Yes, this is the.
I'll just
sorry.
ask you a couple more
Oh, sorry.
questions if you don't mind. What is it?
It's the GrayKey progress report that they give once the phone extractions are completed.
Do you recognize that as the report that is attributed to John O'Keefe's phone?
Yes,
And does that document have that digital imprint, the digital fingerprint that you were talking about?
yes. So it's in, yeah, so it's here on the back. I just want to see if it was in two places. But it would be here for the, sorry, it's got cut off,
Why
but,
don't I put it up for an exhibit so that we can show it there?
Okay.
I'll ask you some questions.
Okay.
I'd like to introduce this as an exhibit, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, Lacey's gonna cross. Love that.
Ah, interesting.
May I show that exhibit to the jury? May I approach the witness to show him the pointer?
Yes.
On this top button will be the pointer, the middle button will change the screen, so
oh,
it's the top button. Can you walk us through what this report means?
yep. So here at the top, there it is. Again, it says Gray Key progress report, and then it gives the report generation date and time, and it is in UTC, which is, get the exact definition, universal time coordinates, I believe. So you'd have to minus 4 or 5 hours depending on daylight savings time. So this one,
Well, for anybody who followed the Todd Mullis trial, at least this fucking guy knows what UTC is. Just saying.
would have been January's -5. 16/10 will be 1 noon, 12 o'clock for the actual time on the 31st. As we go down, device name is Johnny. The software version is the Apple iOS that was running at the time. Model number, iPhone 11. And then if you were to look up the N104AP is also a model number. The unique device ID. This one is what Gray Key assigns to the zip file that it creates. Serial number of the phone, the unique chip ID, the Wi-Fi address, the Bluetooth address, and then the phone number. And then there's more information underneath.
Could we scroll that, please? Thank you.
This here is the IMEI, which is the International Mobile Equipment Identifier. It's not uncommon now to have multiple of those identifying numbers. The data partition size of the device, which is 83 gigabytes. The lock state, if the phone was locked, it would say locked. This one is unlocked because we had the passcode. This was the Gray Key agent version for the software. And then this is the last time that the phone was backed up via iTunes or iCloud. This is the owner's name. You can have anything in this, but his phone had John O'Keefe set as the iPhone owner name, and then the different accounts attributed to the phone.
Okay. Can you show us where the digital fingerprint is?
Yep, it's down. So that, the top part here is literally every time when it's plugged in to every process that it completes until the progress report is generated. Here, there's the full file system was created on this date and time. And then even though the partition size was 82 gigabytes, it actually pulled 125 gigabytes of data. Underneath this, if you're on the next page, is that unique fingerprint right here. So it has two, a SHA-256 and an MD5. They're just two versions of hashing to show that the file, the unique fingerprints, and that's what these numbers are here. So there's one for the image of the extraction, and then one for the keychain for the other documents that Gray Key creates.
And you mentioned that if anything has changed, even a period, that number and letter sequence will change as well?
Yes, that's exactly right.
Did you have an opportunity to download and extract any other phones?
Yes.
At some point, did you have an opportunity to download and extract a phone from the defendant?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember when you received that phone?
I got the phone the same time as I got Mr. O'Keefe's phone on the 29th at around 7:30 at night.
And so you received both phones at the same time
Yes,
from the same people?
correct.
Trooper Buchanan,
Yes,
Trooper Proctor.
yes.
What did you do with
Former trooper.
that phone?
Again, that was brought down to the digital forensics lab for holding until we could get into it, or a warrant was written, or whatever legal process was going to be done, so we could get that information.
Do you secure it?
Yes, that room is locked with keycard access that only myself and 2 others have, and it's also alarmed.
Do the case officers or investigators that aren't part of your unit have access to those items?
No, the only ones that had access were myself, Trooper Connor Keefe, and then the director, Samantha Vogt. She's a civilian that runs our lab.
Okay. And at that point, were you able, after there was process, were you able to get into the phone at first?
No, it wasn't supported by Gray Key, the phone model and number.
What do you mean it wasn't supported?
So the software, even if we had a search warrant, we plugged it in, Gray Key wouldn't be able to recognize it because it just wasn't supported at that time.
When you say it wasn't supported, does this have anything to do with a passcode?
For both. So we didn't have the passcode. So because we didn't have it, it wasn't supported for us to download that information from the device.
If you had a passcode, would it have been supported?
Yes, it would have been.
So is there a process when you have a phone that you don't have a passcode for to be able to access the content of the phone?
Yes, that's correct. We have to wait until we either have the passcode or the software and hardware is supported for the device where it can try to guess the passcode.
Let me ask you some questions about software. In forensic data analysis, does software change frequently?
Constantly.
When the software changes, does it advance?
Does the software get better?
Yes.
Yes, it does.
At the time you first had the defendant's phone, the software you had was unable to access the contents?
That is correct.
What do? Do you look for other software or do you wait for updates? What's the process?
If there is another software out there, we will use it to try to get the information. If not, we are at the mercy of waiting for the developers to come up with the information for us.
Did you wait in this case?
Yes, we did. We had to wait.
Ultimately, did software advance so that without a passcode, you were able to access?
Yes.
How long did you have to wait before you were able to access?
I believe it was July of 2022 that the software had been upgraded enough that it was able to brute force or guess her passcode for the device.
And where does the device remain until you're ready to try again?
In that locked digital forensics lab.
So when the software updates and advances, do you know that it will be successful or you plug it in and you try?
No. So on Gray Key, they have like a link where you can click and it brings up a whole matrix. So it shows every make, model of phone and then the software associated with it. And it says it can do a partial download, a full download, a password guess. And it tells us, so when there's a new update, we'll check that to make sure that the devices we have can be accessed.
Did you make an attempt to have the software access the phone without a passcode?
Objection, Your Honor. Move the approach, please.
Get him. The password was framed. And none you do, you crack me up.
That would be amazing.
That would be fucking amazing. Oh man. None you know, thank you. Thank you for your jokes. I love your personality.
Thank you. Did you use software inevitably to open the defendant's phone?
Yes.
And how many times did you download?
So there was 2 downloads. Thank you. One of the partial part of the phone, and then in the same time that we had it plugged in, we had the password brute force guess software installed onto the phone, so we would try to guess the passcode. So there were 2 downloads, one with very limited data, and then one with the full file system extraction, which is everything on the phone that it can get.
May I approach?
Yes. Dante, I doubt it.
I'm going to show you 2 documents, sir.
Streets, he's fine. He's just super boring.
He's also a douche.
Well, yeah, he's a douche nozzle, but I mean, he's not in the team of people I absolutely hate. But he's just a douche that plays along with the system and just lets them roll over everybody.
I mean, he missed Jen McCabe's 227 Google search.
Yeah, he's not. I was going to say he's not great at the tech stuff, but I don't know. I just find him so boring. He was boring the first
I'm
trial.
going to show you 2 documents that actually, the first one, do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
Is that
And if he is the one that screwed up all the text messages in the Perjury case, then that makes me really not like him more.
This is the initial extraction that we created before the password guess process went through.
Yeah, how do you miss one Google search, but how do you miss like 30,000 texts?
Right.
That's the original?
Yes, this is the first one. Yeah.
True, ATS. He just does his job and lets the system
I
play
showed
with
you a
him.
second document, do you
Doesn't care.
recognize that?
Doesn't care to fight
Yes,
back.
this is
Right.
essentially the same information, except it goes further of all the password guess attempts longer until we actually get all of the information from the phone.
I'd like to introduce this as the next exhibit, please.
No objection, Mr. Leslie?
No objection, Your Honor.
I can't wait to see Lacey.
I know, me too. Fucking Bev hates him though. She's gonna be like, "Can we wrap this up?"
I wonder, we're probably not going to get to it today because she's going to want to leave on time.
Yeah, we're an hour behind, and the day is done officially, but we have an hour left.
Sir, I'm handing you back exhibit 19.
Oh, wait.
Which is the partial download.
Okay.
Exhibit 20.
That's another guy on the stand.
Oh, catastrophe. It's because the other 2, their only purpose in this case is to try to disprove Jen McCabe's Google search.
The content of each download?
Yes.
What did you do?
I don't know what I did. What did I do?
You
Oh my
went
God, what
to
did I do?
You
No,
went to
it like did it on its own. I wasn't even touching anything.
Oh, maybe it looks like they put in bookmarks. Maybe that happened like while we were watching.
Shit. Okay.
She said was the hardware and software. Does it produce
Damn
a
it.
report with that digital imprint?
Yes, it does. It produces a report
We're not-
from
we're
the
not
time you plug it
talking
in to the process it completes. And no, I did not.
Was the information after extracted?
No,
again,
they can't.
provided
They
to
can't
the
get a
people?
warrant like to force you to tell them
We
what
don't-
your password is. No.
We don't get Alessi to tell us anything. He doesn't cross him.
What?
Unless but yeah, Brennan's still on. And it's almost over now that we have these
Oh,
little-
maybe this guy is the independent. Oh wait.
No, that's Canton PD. A paramedic. That's Whitley.
He doesn't cross.
I
Oh,
don't know. Or that the guy can't sit for a certain amount of time because of his knee or whatever, and so he has to come back. I don't know. I guess we'll see. But that's weird. Yeah, no, that was when they went to the sidebar.
that next guy is the guy that knew Carrie and helped do the psych hold for Karen.
It would have been, yes.
Did you at some point?
Indiana girl, he is the same as well, I think he's actually licensed in Mass, but he's a New York attorney, I believe. Brennan? Hey, Mandy.
Point later, did you make a copy to provide to the parties?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us what a USEF reader is?
So the UFED reader is a portable case that I can create through Cellbrite. Again, like I said, it's the exact same program that I would be viewing if I was sitting at my desktop. Instead, it can be made into a thumb drive to give to defense, prosecution, investigators, whoever. And there's no chance for the data to be manipulated because it's just a reader.
When you have the digital file that's been extracted and then created into a PDF or a form that can be read, can you print the entire file on paper if you'd like?
Yes, you could.
Would that include, could you print it so it includes the entire content of the phone?
Yes, it'd be thousands of pages, but yes, you could.
Is there any way to isolate particular things of interest that you might want? For example, if you wanted just the chats between two people, is there a way that you could have a program isolate just those chats and then give you all of them in a form that you could read?
Yes, so you can go in to cherry pick whatever information you're looking for to create into PDFs or other, it gives 5, I think, different mediums. You can have it output: HTML, portable cases, XML files.
If you wanted to create a document that had a number of people in communications, could you do that as well?
Yes, you could.
So you can pretty much set the parameters how you want if you want to search for particular items.
Yes, it's very generous that way of being able to search for keywords, phone numbers, whatever it is, and then you can export that out into a PDF so you can print it.
So what's interesting about what he just said is that at the last trial, he was literally handed one of those reports. So basically, they were given the UFED download, and they put it in there, and the UFED reader would look on their computers, the defense's computers, exactly the same as it did on his. And they were able to search and isolate, or hidden in his words, cherry pick, whatever it is that they wanted to put in one PDF or report. And at the last trial, he was acting stupid. Like, he's like, I don't know what this is. I didn't create this report. It's like, I know that you knew at that last trial that that was literally what they did, was they created through UFED a report based off of particular tags. And you acted like it might not be, like, the only reason it might not be
distanced himself from it a lot.
Yeah. The only way it wouldn't be accurate is if you didn't download all of the data. Like, do you know what I mean? It's created out of what you pulled from the phone.
Yeah. Hence, he's a douche.
He is a douche.
Okay. Did you go through the program and create a number of documents that isolated specific information that you wanted?
Yes.
For example, did you go through and create a report for all of John O'Keefe's calls for a period of time?
Yes, I did.
Did you go through the program and create a report for all of the calls between John O'Keefe and the defendant for a period of time?
Yes, I did.
Did you go through the program and create a specific document that would show just the text messages between John O'Keefe and the defendant?
Yes, I did.
Did you go through the phone and create specific separate documents for communications, phone calls, and text messages between Mr. O'Keefe?
Oh, wait. Garino's the one that he wants to keep calling back to read the text messages throughout the entire fucking trial.
Yeah.
That's why that's what's happening. So right now they're just getting this text message situation in, plus the PowerPoint he can't bring in today, which is what they were talking about earlier, like at the beginning of the day, is he's the one that's going to go through that PowerPoint. Bev
So
said
he's not
no.
really testifying right now. He's just like,
He's given all of his background and all the other bullshit and how he got here, and then he's going to come back to do either the PowerPoint or Brennan's going to have him come back throughout the entire trial.
okay.
That's why this is so short. I was like, that doesn't make any sense because this dude was on for like a full fucking day last time. Well, a half a day and a quarter of a day. So that's why I'm like, this doesn't make any sense. Like, what's going on? It's kicking in.
O'Keefe and other people, not the defendant.
Yes.
For example, Ms. Roberts,
Yes, that's correct.
Ms. McCabe.
Yep.
Did you go through
Right,
any of the phones and create documents to show any text or conversation between parties not involving John O'Keefe?
If directed, I could, but I don't believe I did.
When you took on the task of creating these documents, was it something you did on your own or something that you would wait for a request from a prosecutor or another officer?
I would wait for a request. Again, my knowledge of most of the cases is very, very limited. So if they're looking for something specific, I can assist them. If they need some type of help, I can assist them. But normally I will open it up for them and they have a better knowledge of the case, so they know what they're going to be looking for. Everyone in our office is Cellbrite trained, or if someone new comes in, that's the first thing they'll go to is to a Cellbrite training, so they know how to use this program. And it doesn't put the burden on myself and Trooper Keefe to try to find everything for every case.
Thank you. John, at this time, I'd like to conclude this witness's testimony to be recalled again.
You're in agreement with that, Mr. Lessie?
We are, Your Honor,
Okay.
subject to the recall.
There you go. That makes sense.
All right, Trooper, you're all
That's
set.
why there's no
Your Honor.
question.
Let's see you again.
Should I?
You could just leave them right.
Thank you.
Do you have another witness, Mr. Brennan?
May I?
Yes, please.
Commonwealth calls Mr. Whitley.
Good, Your Honor.
You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now and here to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Thank you.
May I?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hello, my name is Daniel Whitley, Whitley. I'm a paramedic with the Canton Fire Department. I've been a paramedic and firefighter there since March of 2006.
Before you became a paramedic firefighter with the Canton Fire Department,
Did he
you
actually
work anywhere?
did you say the word paramedic, or did you say like a like,
I
what
don't
did
know.
he
I thought you had him sped up.
I don't have him. He's like, I'm like, I don't even know if the word actually came out of his mouth or not.
Where else related to that field?
Yes, I had 4 years full-time as a EMT intermediate and also a paramedic at American Medical Response in Brockton.
Oh, he's the lip smacker.
Let's right to January 29, 2022.
Yes.
Do you remember that day?
Yes.
Were you working?
Yes.
What was your role that day?
I was a field training officer working on the ambulance with my partner, Jason Becker.
Mr. Becker?
Correct.
That morning, did you know whether there was a call where a group of your colleagues went to and addressed 34 Fairview?
Yes.
Were you accompanying your colleagues on that initial call?
No.
Where were you at the time your colleagues left to go to that location?
I was at the Station 2, Ponkapog Station on the north side of town.
Different station?
Correct.
At some point after that call came in and was responded to you, did you receive a call?
Sometime after, I'm not quite sure exactly how soon or later it was, but we received another call to respond to that scene.
And as a result of receiving that call, did you make your way towards that location?
Yes.
Who did you go there with?
Just me and my partner at that time was Jason Becker.
What type of vehicle did you use to get there?
It was an ambulance.
What was the weather like?
It was snowing pretty heavily at that point.
Do you know about how long it took you to get to 34 Fairview?
Not exactly, but definitely longer than usual. It should have been an 8-minute drive. I'm guessing 10 to 12 minutes. You could refer to my partner's report for exacts.
When you got there, what did you see?
We arrived on scene. Our engine was there before we run on a response with an engine and an ambulance to medical calls. And then at least 2 police cruisers and another car parked on the street, a gray SUV.
When you got there, did you meet with anybody?
Yeah, usually we get out, we say hi to my lieutenant and the other gentleman.
Snapping makes me want to rip his lips off.
Right? I'm chewing, so but I still can't listen to him. Oh. So the positive is that he wasn't a very long witness the first go round. He didn't have much to actually contribute. So hopefully it goes fast, because I just kind of want to, well, I guess we kind of know. I mean, he does go, so I don't know if he gets crossed, but I think Yannetti crosses him. Yannetti crossed him last time. Yep, there's cross. Okay. Yeah, we should be, all right, you guys, buckle up. Let's just try to get through it.
The engine before we got there. They were up front of where we parked, and then we walked down further, or at least I did, to the gray SUV.
When you reached the gray SUV, did you see anybody inside it?
I believe at that point we were kind of, getting out. We were walking down, they were coming out to greet us. There were 3 women there.
Okay. Did you speak to any of them in particular?
Not at that point, no, not really.
At some point, did you have any interaction with any of the women?
Yes.
In fact, did you know any of the women who were there that morning?
I knew Carrie Roberts.
How did you know Carrie Roberts?
First we're neighbors. She lives about 100, 200 yards away from me around the corner. And she helped organize a neighborhood block party, and I would volunteer every year to bring the fire truck to the block party and show the kids the fire truck for a little bit.
So you knew her well?
No.
Were you friends with her?
No.
Friendly?
I just would describe us as acquaintances.
Did you ever socialize with her personally, other than the block party?
No.
But you know who she was?
I knew who she was. I recognize her, yes.
I'd have to go look, but it seems he testified differently last time.
Did he what?
So I'd have to go look, but I swear that he testified differently about his relationship with her last time. Like, made it seem like he was much more of a friend. Now they're just
he testifies about how he knows her well enough to know what she would and wouldn't say about Karen, and absolutely, he absolutely he's playing a different role in how well he knows her. He says an acquaintance, but last time he absolutely knew her and knew her well enough to know what she would and would not say.
Not beyond probably a hey or hi or something like that.
Do you know whether she ever gave you any items?
I know at one point I had to exchange whether it was a purse
I'm gonna punch
or a cell phone or some object from Miss Reed.
At some point that morning, did you have an opportunity to meet with the defendant?
Yes.
Where did you first see her?
We were in the process of getting her to go to the hospital.
When you say we, who was helping you?
That would be, my partner, obviously, Jason Becker, and then my lieutenant, Greg Woodbury.
Where was she when you first saw her?
Somewhere outside in the street.
Do you recognize her in the courtroom today?
I do.
And could you identify her, please?
Yes.
Please. You're pointing to a person. Can you give just a very Limited?
The woman standing, sitting in between these two gentlemen here.
Did you interact with her that morning, have a conversation?
Right. Yes.
When you first started speaking to her, what was her demeanor?
Pretty upset, crying. We had a Section 12 in hand, which is a medical order or a police order to be taken to the hospital for psychological evaluation.
Did you discuss that with her?
Yes. Yeah.
Did you ask her to follow you or to come with you?
Yeah, she did.
And did that happen?
To the ambulance, correct.
So you went to the ambulance with the defendant?
Yeah.
And was Mr. Becker with you?
Yes.
What happens when you get to the ambulance?
I mean, so it was snowing, and it was more to kind of just get everybody into a nice, warmer location where it wasn't snowing or windy or anything like that. And we would discussing that, we have a Section 12 that states we have, regardless of if you want to go, we have to take you to the hospital. She was arguing that she really didn't need to go to the hospital, and we were trying to convince her to go to the hospital because once the Section 12 is written, it doesn't matter what the patient says, we have to get them there one way or the other, whether it's cooperatively restrained or chemically restrained with sedatives or anything.
It's not a voluntary order?
It is not a voluntary order.
Inevitably, did the defendant agree to go with you to the hospital?
Yes.
When you were going to return to the hospital, was the defendant placed in the back of the ambulance where a patient would be?
So how we operate for anybody that's a Section 12 or anybody that is under the influence of anything, we always operate with two people in the back of the ambulance. So myself and my partner, Jason Becker, were back there. And then we had to take somebody from the engine company and have them drive to the hospital. And that was Sam Park.
Sam Bach?
Park, P-O-C-H.
Thank you. Before you started to drive away from Fairview, were you having any conversations with the defendant?
Yes.
Can you share with the jury what those conversations were about?
So we were talking. She was upset. She kept asking if there was any chance her husband could be alive, and even sitting outside in the snow with no coat on for many hours.
Did she indicate what many hours meant? How many?
No.
How often did she raise the issue of whether or not or how long he could be out for?
I'd say at least 3 to 4, maybe more.
Part of your job is to care for patients?
Correct, yes.
Was part of your job to try to get them to the location safely?
Yes.
And sometimes you treat patients with physical injuries, don't you?
Oftentimes it is physical injuries, yes.
Are you trained when you're trying to transport somebody on how to interact with them?
Yes. Well, sometimes if they're upset, in this instance, she kept asking if there was any chance that he could be alive, and that we really didn't know what was the patient that ambulance 1 took. We really didn't know what his condition was, and but figuring that it was a hypothermia type case, being the conditions outside, we were trying to give her hope that there is a saying in the medical field, you're not dead until you're warm and dead. And I was basically.
Why did nobody ever want to say that in the first fucking trial? And I was the one saying it all the time. And now it's brought up like 7 times.
Yep.
This is crazy shit.
There's stories of children falling through ice and falling into rivers and being underwater for multiple hours and coming out, being resuscitated and having no neurological deficits. So I was telling her those stories just kind of to say, look, let's be sure we'll get to the hospital. We'll find out more there. Just trying to give her any sort of hope that her husband would be alive.
Can you describe her demeanor when she was in the back of the ambulance with you during your interactions with her?
She would go from pretty upset, crying. And one instance where she kept saying, I can't take care of these kids. I can't take care of these kids. They're not my kids, and they're not his kids. And I, at that point, I understood who Ambulance 1 had taken, because John was pretty well known in the town for taking on the care of his niece and nephew. So I said, listen, it's okay. It looks like you have a very strong support system.
Wait, I think he says it was Karen that said this.
And then Miss Reed
Yeah.
said, do you know Carrie Roberts?
Yes. Yeah.
And she had been crying.
I screwed that up. It was Karen that said, if you know Carrie Roberts, you wouldn't say that, or something like that. The Carrie Roberts wouldn't say that, but something like that. Yeah. Okay. I screwed that up.
And crying. And she picked her head up and said, do you know Carrie Roberts? And I said, a matter of fact, I do. And she said, anybody who knows Carrie Roberts wouldn't say that about her. And I said, well, she did come to out at early in the morning to look for your husband in a blizzard. And she just rolled her eyes and put her head back down. And I thought it was just...
Wasn't invited, really.
Objection, move to strike.
I'll strike that last sentence.
Yannetti.
Would you describe her demeanor as even through that ride?
No.
How long did it take to get to the hospital?
I mean, you can refer to my partner's ambulance trip report. I'm sure it has the...
Do you have it right with you, sir?
I do not know.
Well, let me ask you.
I would guess about 15 to 20 minutes, somewhere in there.
You don't have an exact memory?
No.
When you get to the hospital with a patient under these circumstances, do you leave them at the door?
No.
What do you do?
We have to hand off care. So we go in and we have to give a report to a nurse to let them know what their condition is, why they're coming to the hospital, and what we found taking them to the hospital.
When you got to the hospital with Miss Reed, did you interact with the hospital personnel?
Yes.
Do you typically, after you hand off a patient to staff, do you leave?
Typically, yes. This time, Miss Reed was, I'm going to say, not really cooperative with the nurse there. The nurse was asking her to get into a Johnny, give a urine sample. She was not cooperative. The nurse tried to work with
There's the closed captioning is gone because they redid the stream, and now there's no closed captioning on it, so I can't turn it on. I don't know what that. Yeah. Well, it'd probably just be like a lot of ums.
with her, had an ER tech go and ask the doctor if she had to get into a Johnny. She came back. She said, yes, she's a patient. She has to do all the normal stuff. We really didn't feel comfortable actually leaving the general area. I don't know if it was just shift change or what, but security wasn't there. And with her demeanor, we just didn't feel comfortable leaving the nurse by herself with Miss Reed.
You said that there was some...
Oh, now they got to make it out like she was dangerous.
Yeah.
Come on.
Defendant accepting wearing a Johnny?
Yes, she was refusing to get into the Johnny, and the nurse kept saying, well, you got to get into this Johnny. The nurse did try to work with her.
Never went over any of this before.
No, he didn't. But let me tell you, if you try to involuntarily put me in an involuntary psych hold, I'm not going to be very kind either.
Well, they obviously don't even really do it because she leaves.
They let her
an
go.
hour later. Yeah.
Yeah. I hope on cross they asked us, like, what was the purpose of bringing her there? Well, I guess they could say, so for the involuntary hold, if she was then assessed at the hospital by a therapist or whatever, and they say, I don't find that she needs to be involuntarily held, then she could be released.
Yeah.
But you would think that would have to be done and solidified prior to even forcing someone into a hospital like that.
Yeah, this is interesting because they never talked about this at all in the first trial. So this is all new.
Yep.
Yeah, they only kept her until his family could blow kisses at her. Passenger.
Asked the doc if,
Objection.
I'll allow that.
and so the ER doc, the ER tech had to come back and say, yes, she has to get into the Johnny. And at that point she did. She seemed to have calmed down and was getting into the Johnny. Security personnel had shown up, and we felt comfortable being able to kind of leave the nurse and the tech on their own.
Before security came with.
He testified in the first trial that he did not think the Section 12 was necessary.
He sure did. That she seemed to be reasonably reacting to what had happened.
Yes. Yep. Like Dante's saying. And so Streets is an EMT, and she's saying, like, no, you once you drop off your patient, you wouldn't even be there for any of this anyway. So that's
Was there
interesting.
difficulty in her providing the urine sample?
Do you know the answer to that?
Can you ask the question again? I'm sorry.
Why don't you ask it a little differently?
Sure. Do you remember whether she was giving the nurses a hard time about a urine sample?
Yes.
So break that down, Mr. Brennan. The objection is sustained.
You said that she was giving nurses a hard time.
She didn't want to give a urine sample. And then the nurses kept asking her to, this is the cup, you pee in the cup.
Objection. Not funded.
No, I'm going to allow it.
You were there.
No, I'm going to.
I saw it, yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir, you knew before you got into ambulance 2 that you were heading to Fairview Road for what is called a Section 12, correct?
We were dispatched for a Section 12, correct?
Right. And that was not your first call for a Section 12, right?
No.
You had been in that job since 2006?
Yes.
You've handled a number of them over the years, correct?
What are you rubbing, sir?
The call came in as a Section 12, gave you some idea of the nature of the
Was he
issue
touching
that
his
you
face
might
like this
be dealing
before?
with, correct?
We had an idea that
Why is he
it
touching
was
his
for a
face so much?
psychological issue. Correct.
Right. It told you that somebody at that location was suspected of being in some type of either psychiatric or emotional distress, correct?
Yes.
And on your crew, or of your crew, I should say, you were the one to drive the ambulance 2 to the residence, correct?
I drove to the address at Fairview.
Now, you've said that when you got to Fairview Road, you don't recall the time, but you do recall that there were still emergency vehicles on scene, correct?
I do.
There was nobody lying in the front lawn of 34 Fairview at that time, correct?
Correct.
And do you know how much later after 6 a.m. you would have gone there?
You'd have to refer to my.
Yeah, I was thinking that too, Catastrophe. Why isn't he doing all the ums now?
My partner's report.
You don't know if it was minutes or hours?
It was minutes. It was within the hour. I don't know.
Within the hour.
Yeah.
Okay. And you said that there were, or you testified that there were 2 police vehicles on scene, correct?
At least 2.
At least 2. There could have been more than 2.
It certainly could have been.
And those police vehicles in such a situation, particularly with the snow falling down, would have had their blue lights flashing?
I'm not exactly sure if they did or they didn't. Sometimes the police shut off their lights when they arrive on scene. Sometimes they don't.
Okay, so you don't have a memory one way or the other?
No, nothing sticks out.
But those police vehicles certainly were not hidden. They were in plain view, correct?
I would say so.
Minimum of 2, maybe more. Correct?
Yes.
And there was also a gray SUV parked near that residence?
Correct.
And there was a fire engine there as well, correct?
Correct.
You called it our engine, right? That was from
well, it would be engine 3.
Engine 3 from
or at
your
least
station.
the Station 1 engine.
I'm sorry?
The Station 1 engine. So Canton Fire has 2 fire stations. We were coming from the second station. The Station 1 engine is the one that responded to Fairview.
Okay, and that was a typical large fire engine, correct?
Yeah.
And did the fire engine?
Streets, I'm thinking he's not doing the ums because he's not trying to remember what he's supposed to say. He's just answering the questions honestly. And with his direct, he was like, let me recall, what the fuck was I supposed to say to this question? What was I supposed to say to this question? Like, and now he's not doing it. He's just, I mean, he's got a little bit of the still, but yeah, I think so too. It's much, much different.
Engine have its lights on?
I assume it did, only because we rarely shut our lights off on a scene.
Sure. And there were police officers walking about, milling about?
Yes.
Do you know how many?
I know I spoke with Officer Saraf and Officer Mulaney.
Okay. And
so at least two.
And you know them by name?
Yeah, Canton's a fairly small town, so you run into the police on a regular basis.
Sure, and you work cooperatively with them, correct?
Yes.
Were there other police officers besides Saraf and Mulaney?
I'm sure there could have been, but I don't recall ever speaking with them or interacting with them.
Okay. Were there other EMTs or firefighters there when you got there?
Just my Lieutenant Woodbury, and then firefighter Sam Pock.
Okay, and they were in charge of engine one?
Well, the Station 1 engine.
The Station 1 engine? Okay. And there were also civilians on scene, correct?
Correct.
So you would agree that there was a lot of activity outside 34 Fairview, correct?
There was a fair amount of activity.
I mean, there were people and vehicles and lights surrounding that residence, correct?
I assume so, yes.
Well, you were there, so you don't really have to assume, you know, right?
There was at least 2 police cruisers and a fire engine.
Right, and civilians, and police officers, and firefighters, correct? And civilians.
Correct.
All right. With all of that activity outside 34 Fairview, did you ever see the homeowner come out of his house?
I wouldn't have known the homeowner.
Do you ever see anybody exit the house?
I was not focused on the house at all.
All right. You were there to do a job, correct?
I was there to take somebody to the hospital.
Right. And you were there also to do a medical or psychiatric assessment while you were on scene, correct?
Well, yes, my partner was. Correct.
All right. When you got there, you learned, well, I have to strike that. You knew going there that your patient would have been Karen Reed, correct?
No.
Okay. When you got there, you learned your patient was to be Karen Reed, correct?
Yes.
All right. And given the nature of the call, you knew when you arrived that you would be transporting her to the hospital, correct?
Correct.
One of the first things that you tried to do was to get a medical history from her, correct?
Or my partner.
All right. And you were present for that, correct?
I may or may not have been.
Getting a medical history is important so that you can pass along information to the hospital when you eventually arrive there with the patient, correct?
Yes.
And you know that when assessing and treating somebody, getting more information is always better than getting less information, correct?
Not necessarily.
Okay, so there are times when you'd like to get less information from a patient before you transport them?
So it would be pertinent information. For instance, if somebody was complaining of chest pain and they had, stents placed in their heart, we wouldn't talk about how they had their tonsils removed when they were 12.
Okay, fair enough. But getting more information is not going to negate the crucial information that you do get, correct?
I mean, it certainly could in a critical stage. If there was a critical patient, we wouldn't typically overburden passing off a report to a nurse or a doctor with non-pertinent information.
Okay, it's not your testimony that getting less information is always better than getting more information, is it?
I would say getting pertinent information is better than having.
That wasn't my question. My question was, isn't your testimony that getting less information is always better than getting more information, sir?
I would not agree with that, no.
Okay, thank you. Now, the medical history that was taken from Ms. Reed listed her as having multiple sclerosis, right?
I'm gonna object, Your Honor. I'm going to object, Jana. So ridiculous.
Jana.
So ridiculous. Is he touching his chin? Picking his nose? What's he doing? Look, Peggy's over there laughing. She's having a good time. That must be okay, right?
Thank you. Sir, the medical testimony, history that your partner and you took from Ms. Reed listed that she suffered from multiple sclerosis, correct?
Correct.
And you know that that's a chronic disease of the central nervous system?
It's my understanding.
And what does chronic mean?
I believe any disease lasting more than a certain amount of time. It could be 2 years, 3 years, 4 years.
Persists for a long time or
Persistent.
constantly recur?
He doesn't know. He didn't know anything about MS really in the first trial. He knew like a couple symptoms, and he just says, "Yeah, it's progressive," and that was all he really knew. He struggled with what MS was. So I'm wondering if he studied that.
Correct.
And it's a disease that affects neurological muscle control, correct?
That's my understanding.
And last question, it's also a progressive disease, which means it tends to get worse over time?
My understanding.
All right. Now, when you first interacted with Karen Reed after you got to 34 Fairview and encountered that whole scene, it was clear to you that a major focus for her was whether John O'Keefe was alive or dead, correct?
Correct.
Bless you. She asked if somebody could survive after having been found in the snow without a jacket, correct?
For many hours, correct.
All right. And you mentioned something about hypothermia that you assumed that you may have been dealing with a hypothermia situation from earlier, correct?
Well, she said that he had been out in the snow with no jacket on for many hours.
And you assumed hypothermia was your testimony, correct?
Yes.
You are not qualified to diagnose hypothermia, are you?
I'm not a doctor.
Okay. And you don't know if your assumption about hypothermia was correct or incorrect, correct?
Is my assumption correct?
My question is that as you testify here today, after having dropped off Karen Reed at the hospital for that Section 12, you don't know if the assumption that you made that you were dealing with a hypothermia situation was correct or not. Is that right?
Well, they were certainly working on him at the hospital as a hypothermia patient.
You don't know if your assumption was correct or not, sir.
I guess I don't.
How does he know what they were working on John for?
He doesn't know anything about what was happening with
John, correct?
I'm sorry, to what?
In terms of how long somebody could survive outside, correct?
I couldn't speak to his condition is basically what I was trying to say to her.
All right. But she still persisted in asking you over and over if he was alive or dead, correct?
Correct.
She wouldn't let that go. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
And that was
Why, if she really was dead?
Being able to give her an answer, correct?
Again, we were just trying to sort of give her any hope.
Right. Okay. So she kept asking it, and you were trying to give her hope that he could still be alive, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, today, you claimed that her demeanor had changed when you mentioned Carrie Roberts, correct?
Correct.
And the term that you used to describe her demeanor when you mentioned Carrie Roberts as being part of a support system, what term did you use?
I'm sorry.
When you just testified on direct examination, did you characterize the way that she reacted when you mentioned Carrie?
She had been crying in her hands, and I said, you know, it looks like you have a very strong support system. And she picked up her head. She had her face in her hands. She picked up her head out of her hands, looked at me and said, "Do you know Carrie Roberts?" And I said, "A matter of fact, I do." And she said, "Anybody who knows Carrie Roberts wouldn't say that about her."
Okay, and you've previously described that in testimony last year as her being snarky was the term you used, correct?
Correct.
But you were first interviewed by the police on February 8th of 2022, correct?
If that's what the report says, yes.
About 10 days after this?
About that.
And the events of January 29th were fresh in your mind on February 8th of 2022, correct?
As fresh as they are today.
Okay, so you do not allow that your memory was better on February 8th of 2022 regarding January 29th of 2022. It wasn't better on February 8th than it is today, is your testimony.
I would feel it's just as good.
Okay. Your memory does not get better over time, correct?
For this case, it seemed to stick out to me.
Okay, so are you testifying that your memory gets better over time?
No, but
that would be crazy, wouldn't it?
Correct.
In that February 8th, 2022 interview, you were asked.
Timmy said his memory got better over time. That would be crazy. It's like, yeah, that's crazy.
About Carrie Roberts, right?
I'm sorry, what day?
February 8th of 2022.
Okay.
You were asked about Carrie Roberts, right?
I do not recall if I was or was not.
You told the police that you knew Carrie Roberts from your neighborhood, correct?
Okay, yes.
And you've testified today that she just lived 200 yards away from you, right around the corner, right?
About that.
And you told police that you had seen Carrie Roberts on scene at 34 Fairview when you got there, correct?
Correct.
Hey, Angel.
You also told police that Karen Reed had told you about making statements about her wanting to die, correct?
Correct.
But on February 8th of 2022, just 10 days after these events, you never mentioned to the police during that interview that Karen was snarky in any way, correct?
I don't know if I did or I didn't. I don't know if it would be in their report.
If you saw that report, would it refresh your memory as to whether or not you mentioned snarkiness?
I don't think I mentioned snarkiness that day, no.
Okay. All right, well, that answers my question.
Okay.
So in the first trial, Lolly asked him about Karen's demeanor about Carrie, and he said it was snarky, and the defense objected to it, and it was stricken from the record. So, just funny. He's thinking, now he's saying, I don't know anything about snarky. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't think I ever said that.
But after that interview, and of course, even after January 29th of 2022, you went back to your neighborhood, the same neighborhood that you lived in with Carrie Roberts, correct?
Correct.
Do you still live in that neighborhood?
I do.
Does Carrie Roberts still live there?
She does.
So you and Carrie Roberts have continued to live in the same neighborhood for years after January 29th, correct?
We have.
And before you ever encountered Karen Reed that day, you had interacted with Carrie Roberts in the past, correct?
Briefly, yes.
Well, you were both on the same neighborhood Facebook page, were you not?
Yes, that's why I volunteered to bring the fire truck to the
Right.
block
So
party.
one time she had posted on that neighborhood Facebook page that she wanted to have a fire truck at the neighborhood block party, correct?
Correct.
And that's when you replied and volunteered that you would bring the fire truck to that block party as she requested, correct?
Correct.
And you also worked with Carrie Roberts on the Ponkapog Civic Association, did you not?
I did not know.
I'm sorry, on the what?
Ponkapog.
The what?
The Ponkapog.
What the fuck is that?
Probably a town, Ponkapog. civic organization or association, he said?
Punkapog?
Punkapog.
I don't want to live there.
No.
She worked on the board prior to my arrival on the board.
So you both worked.
So you did work with her?
Just at different times.
Different times, correct.
All right. We had, I think you had touched on this earlier, in addition to knowing Carrie Roberts, having been with the Canton Fire Department since 2006, there have been many times when you've worked in conjunction with the police, correct?
Correct.
And in addition to the two police officers that you mentioned having seen at 34 Fairview on January 29th, that being Seraph and Merlaney, you know many other officers at the Canton police station.
I do.
And as you say, Canton's a small town, correct?
Relatively.
People know each other, correct?
Correct.
You also knew former state trooper Michael Proctor before you arrived at 34 Fairview, correct?
I did.
Michael Proctor actually was 2 years ahead of you in school, was he not?
He was.
And you learned at some point that your school classmate, Michael Proctor, was the lead investigator into the death of John O'Keefe, this case, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, when you spoke to the police in February of 2022, Michael Proctor was one of the troopers to interview you, correct?
Correct.
You did not go to school with Karen Reed, right?
No, not to my knowledge.
You didn't help coordinate neighborhood block parties with Karen Reed, right?
Nope.
You were not in a civic association that Karen Reed belonged to at any point, correct?
Nope.
She was a stranger to you on January 29th, 2022, correct?
She was a patient of mine, yes.
Well, as far as you knew, she was an outsider to Canton, correct?
I did not know that.
You didn't live in the same neighborhood with her?
I'm not sure if we did or did not.
You had no personal contact with her either before or after January 29th of 2022, correct?
No.
All right. Now, as a result of your having gone to the scene, there's a patient care record that is generated, correct?
Correct.
All right. And on this issue of the snarkiness and the demonstration that you just did, there's a contemporaneous report of your team's observations from January 29th, right?
Are you referring to my partner's wrong report?
Yeah, the patient care report.
Yes.
All right. And that patient care report is dated January 29th of 2022 and is timed at 9:03 and 34 seconds a.m. Does that sound right?
Sounds about right.
All right. And that 9:03:34, from your knowledge of how patient care reports are generated, would that be the time that you arrived on scene or the time that the report is written?
I mean, I would have to see what time, the exact time you're referring to, but it could be the time the call is closed, or it could be the time you finish the report. There could be multiple reports. I'm not exactly positive which report you're talking about.
Okay. In any case, it was from that morning, correct?
Well, I assume so.
I mean, there was only one morning that you went to 34 Fairview.
Well, no, but there could be two reports. So the engine has to write a report and the ambulance has to write a report.
But they're both about that morning, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, there are boxes to fill out on the patient care record, correct?
Correct.
One of the boxes is primary impression.
Yes.
What does primary impression mean?
That is just what we believe the patient's not complaint is, but what we believe the patient is suffering from.
Okay. And that is listed on the patient care record for Karen Reed as a behavioral/psychiatric episode, correct?
Yeah. So that's a box we check for just about any Section 12.
Sure. And of course, that mentions nothing about snarkiness, correct?
No, that is my partner's report.
Okay. There's also a box for secondary impression, correct?
Correct.
What is secondary impression?
That might be like just a secondary complaint most of the time. A lot of the times, patients don't have a secondary complaint.
Okay, but in this case, it's listed as anxiety/emotional upset, correct?
Yes.
All right. And again, that mentions nothing about snarkiness, correct?
That's my partner's report, yes.
There's also a box for signs and symptoms, right?
There is.
And nowhere in the signs and symptoms box is snarkiness mentioned, correct?
No, I don't think that would be medically appropriate.
And then in the patient care record, it's recorded that Karen was found sitting in the front passenger seat of a friend's car, crying and visibly upset, but cooperative, right?
If that's my partner's words, yes.
All right. And those words, actually nowhere in the patient care record is it listed that she was snarky in any way, correct?
Again, that would not be something we would put into a patient care report.
And you did not put it in, correct?
It was my partner's report, and no, we did not put it in.
Okay. And once Ms. Reed agreed to go with you in the ambulance, it's fair to say she was still upset and crying, correct?
At times.
If I may have a moment.
Sure.
Actually, if I can just get my glasses so that I can see. Thank you. Okay, you had just testified that you said at times she was upset and crying when she got in the ambulance, correct?
Correct.
You testified on April 21st of 2022 before the grand jury, did you not?
I did.
And that was 3 months after the events that you're testifying about today?
Roughly.
And your memory back then was fresh, was it not?
Yes.
And you were asked the question, once she was in the back of the ambulance and she agreed voluntarily to go to the hospital, did she appear to calm down at that point? Do you remember that question?
I do.
And your answer was, I mean, she wasn't arguing against us at that point. I mean, once she, agreed to come with us voluntarily, I mean, she was still upset, crying, and talking on the phone. Do you remember that answer?
I do.
All right. You didn't mention in that answer that it was only at times that she was crying and upset, correct?
But no.
Okay. The whole time, from beginning to end, Ms. Reed was constantly worried about John, was she not?
Objection.
Sustained.
You recall that she was on the phone at one point speaking to someone that she called Papa, correct?
Correct.
Did you later learn that Papa was John O'Keefe Sr.?
I am just learning that just now.
All right. And in any case, you heard her say to Papa, is he dead? He's dead, isn't he?
Sustained.
You could hear on the other end of the line that Papa was saying something to her, correct?
The objection sustained.
May I approach?
The witness or me?
Sidebar.
Okay.
I think they're going to wrap it up. Well, well, well. She sustained it though, so. That's not Laura Sullivan. No way. No way. I don't believe it. Laura Sullivan's got like a little tiny perky mouth and a little, like a button nose that like sticks up. No, I don't know who that is. And that's definitely not Marietta. I don't know who that is. Are they gonna like not finish? Don't look at the camera, Paul. Don't look at the camera.
short. I don't want to keep you folks here until 4:30. It's been a long day. So I'm going to release you today. Have you come back tomorrow. We'll make every effort to start right at 9 tomorrow. Please follow those cautions. Do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know and be very careful when you're.
Did you finish?
Okay. Thank you. Have a good night.
All rise, please. Please follow me.
Just get my glasses so that I can see. Thank you.
What was the last thing he said? Because I don't think he was finished. They're not telling him to come back. Did I miss them telling him to come back? Yes, Angel. Yeah.
Okay. You had just testified that you said at times she was upset and crying when she got in the ambulance, correct?
Correct.
You testified on April 21st of 2022 before the grand jury, did you not?
I did.
And that was 3 months after the events that you're testifying about today?
Roughly.
And your memory back then was fresh, was it not?
Yes.
And you were asked the question, once she was in the back of the ambulance and she agreed voluntarily to go to the hospital, did she appear to calm down at that point? Do you remember that question?
I do.
And your answer was, I mean, she wasn't arguing against us at that point. I mean, once she, agreed to come with us voluntarily, I mean, she was still upset, crying, and talking on the phone. Do you remember that answer?
I do.
All right. You didn't mention in that answer that it was only at times that she was crying and upset, correct?
But no.
Okay. The whole time, from beginning to end, Ms. Reed was constantly worried about John, was she not?
Objection.
Sustained.
You recall that she was on the phone at one point speaking to someone that she called Papa, correct?
Correct.
Did you later learn that Papa was John O'Keefe Sr.?
I am just learning that just now.
All right. And in any case, you heard her say to Papa, is he dead? He's dead, isn't he?
Sustained.
Why?
You could hear on the other end of the line that Papa was saying something to her, correct?
The objection sustained.
May I approach?
Why?
The witness or me?
Sidebar.
Okay.
I think probably because it's statements that Karen made
To somebody else? To somebody else?
Well, not necessarily, but this witness, like Yannetti probably just needs to say, what did you hear her say to somebody on the phone?
Instead of him saying what was said?
Right.
But I mean,
otherwise he's trying to put in a statement of Karen and he can't do that. But if the witness, if he says, did you hear her say anything? He can say, she was saying, is he dead? He's dead, isn't he? Or whatever.
Yeah, but my problem still comes to like they're almost done with this witness. So why is this the end?
Well, keep going, because after the sidebar, I'm pretty sure she says this isn't going to be quick, and you folks have been here all day or whatever. It's been a long day.
Okay, hold on. Does she say he'll be back on the stand tomorrow then? This is really interesting because this guy was like a 5-minute witness for Yannetti last time.
And also probably the second objection was likely for him asking if he could hear.
Yeah, I know the John Dad one, but I don't understand why he couldn't ask what Karen was saying when the entire testimony is about what Karen said. Unless it's the fact that Karen was saying it to another person, you'd have to have the other person testifying to what Karen said. But if he could hear it, I don't know. That's the only way that I can see around that. He won't be able to testify to what John's dad said. I can see that, but.
I mean, people have been testifying to what they heard Karen say, screaming I hit him when they weren't talking directly to them.
That's
So
the problem with why they're not letting that one in.
right. Just barely. Why does that look like onion? It briefly looked like onion next to the redhead. I'm surprised they didn't insert themselves here. Did you see that tweet I sent you?
Yes.
Turtle Boy, for anybody who doesn't know, Turtle Boy tweeted something about like when he took pictures of Guarino when he walked in and he didn't have a limp, but he limped past the jury.
It'll be short. I don't want to keep the folks here until 4:30. It's been a
About short.
So I'm going to
Go back a little. Just once.
keep the folks here until 4:30.
Oh, twice.
It'll be short.
It isn't going to be short.
It'll be short.
She said it'll be short. I don't know.
So I'm going to release you today. Have you come back tomorrow and make every effort to start right at 9 tomorrow. Please follow those cautions. Do not discuss.
All right. Well, I don't know if she told him he was coming back, because normally they're like, okay, we'll start tomorrow with so-and-so on the stand or whatever, you know? So I don't know. And I'm actually just really surprised that Yannetti has that much more for him.
These days go by way faster watching it with you live than it does.
Yeah,
like,
and then you
watching
have
it
all night
elsewhere.
do
Yeah.
other shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm much happier doing it this way, even if I have to set an alarm clock when my kids are on vacation. I'm much happier doing it this way than taking the notes and then coming live at night.
Like right now where you are, it's 3:00. I mean,
yep, I'm
you have
done
all
for the
day,
day.
basically the whole rest of the day.
Well, I kind of want to do another live, but I got to figure out who's taking Kaylee and what's going on with the older kid, if he's planning on going anywhere with his new vehicle.
Please.
So great freeze frame.
Please, can we please?
Yeah, I know.
Everyone in the chat needs to beg her.
It won't matter. Don't do it, because it won't matter. I'm going to do my best to do one anyway. It just depends on who's doing what for children purposes. Yeah, I want to do a Delphi live. I wanted to do it last time.
Look at Angel Soften.
Like they've been dragged through the edge backwards. They really do. They really do. Please, team.
Goal is worse. Goal like.
Goal
bet
just doesn't
Goal's
even
hair
give a
is
shit
crunchy.
anymore. Do you remember that chick that like went viral for like imitating Bev? Yeah. Has she done anything else?
I don't think so. I haven't seen.
She's gotta start doing some stuff for this
She
trial.
was great.
She's fucking great. I loved her. I don't remember her name, but I absolutely loved her. So the plan currently is to really try to come back live here in a couple of hours to do a Delphi live. But like I said, I've got to go talk with the husband and the children and see what everybody's plans are, and then but that is what I want to do. Anything else Karen Reed wise today that we need to talk about? Did we miss anything? Anything that popped off on social media that you guys saw while I was live and we need to talk? There is one brief bit after this.
What?
Well, there is.
Discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any.
Oh, there's a hearing?
Investigation in
Not
this case.
Not on court TV. There isn't. I can check Fox.
Well,
Fox
I did see her sitting there, but yesterday they did this exact thing. They didn't play the after thing.
Yeah. So I'll look and see if they did anything at the end of this.
Right here.
Please.
Or backwards.
Good night.
All rise, please.
Oh.
That's what we just played. That was
All
on.
rise, please.
Oh, they don't want to give us the fan? You don't want to give us the fan?
I didn't like the light because you can't tell if if the stream froze, like it don't move,
Yeah.
so you don't know like what's happening. How many minutes are left of this? Why is it blurry?
There's 4 minutes left.
Oh, I hear something.
I hear some scuffling. No. And
All right, so we're still in session.
We're still in session. Please be seated.
Custom text. Grow up, Boston 25.
Maybe I'm just going to stick with Boston 25.
All right,
instead
so
of
I
4TV.
would like to move things along a little bit more expeditiously tomorrow. What would be very helpful to me, Mr. Brennan, are these clips. I haven't seen I haven't watched anything on television about any of these. Do you have them all in one compilation that I can look at in advance? If you don't, you don't.
I thought we had provided it to the court. If we haven't, we will. May I have a moment?
Sure.
Like,
obviously not.
is she talking about, like, I think we're going fairly well, but if she wants to make this go expeditiously, then she should have Hank stop asking the same questions 5 times in a row. Like she didn't stop Lally.
Right. Well, and
Like,
she
I don't know
also
how much faster she thinks we should
she should
go.
have like
Is it
trumped the entire thing and just been like, no, we're not fucking retrying this case. Leave it alone.
Yeah.
100 hours or something, or is it?
No, we sent the share file, but it's my oversight. We should have brought in a hard copy for you as well.
I don't know that I have a shared file. Was that?
Dropbox link on Monday that we sent,
all
but
right.
I can put it on a zip drive as I should have.
She
And I
doesn't
All right,
check.
'cause I couldn't open that. It needed an
so
email and
nice,
it didn't
yeah.
accept mine.
Didn't
That's what
realize
that
the
was.
court didn't have access. We will get a zip file and
All
we'll
right, you
give-
talk to Tori about it, okay?
have it,
Tori?
Kat.
You'll get it for me. All right.
the intention was that you'd have an advanced opportunity to look at them. I'll fix that failure.
All
Okay,
right.
shut up.
Your associate talk with Tori.
I will.
All right. All right. Anything we need to know before tomorrow?
No, Your Honor.
All right. We'll see you tomorrow.
All right. Hear ye, hear ye. We have the witness list. Let me see if I have it handy.
The witness list is in my thingy, but
That's right.
they're not in order. None of them's in order.
Yeah, we don't. Well, yeah, we don't know that.
Oh, I need to mark people off. I wasn't even thinking of that.
Well, there's only been 3. 4 now. 4. That's the defense. Is this the updated one from 321? No, 320. The amended witness list for from 320. So civilian witnesses, all the Alberts and Stephen Bernstein. That's and then Caitlin, Michael, and Katie. They never ended up. Did they end up? Oh, they did call both of them. They did call them both last time. Richard. Oh, they got the kids on here again. There's Turtle Boy, so it's not completely amended. Well, tomorrow you're going to get the rest of that EMT testimony, and then you're probably going to get Guarino back because she's going to make a ruling on whether that PowerPoint's going to be allowed in. This looks very similar to the first trial. I don't really see anybody popping off here that looks different. Kurt Roberts, which is Carrie Roberts' husband. Steve Scanlon is on the list for the Commonwealth, which I don't think they're going to call him. They have the Sullivans on here, but that we know that they're not allowed to testify because Aruba's out. I mean, this is all the people that are at the house and the people who drove up. So we got Julie Nagel and Ryan Nagel, her brother. There's the McCabe's. This is all your EMTs: Jason Becker, Flametti, Kelly, McLaughlin, Nuttall, Walsh, Whitley, Woodbury. All the same ones from last time. Police department. Oh, Gallagher. That guy was a fucking douche nozzle. He was the one who was so proud of himself. Good. Lank. Helena Rafferty. They're not going to call her. There's no way. There's Seraph.
Did you see she's retired?
Rafferty did?
Yeah, she retired.
She just took over.
I know. They were just talking about like renewing her thing. Well, at the town meeting, I guess, I think it was yesterday. I know I tweeted it.
No way.
She put in what?
No way. She retired?
Yep.
Well, there was a lot of pushback about her getting reelected, so I don't know. Let me see. Here's Bukaki. Yeah, fucking Proctor on here. There's Tully, O'Hara, Gorina, which is who we had on the stand today. We'll be back.
Most of the newer people that we've not seen before are expert people.
Yeah.
So the aperture people.
The hypothermia.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. There's his fucking whiffing.
Dr. Wolf, Welcher, like those people we don't know yet.
Yeah, I don't see anything that's like too off the charts. I have no idea who they're gonna. I don't know. I have no. I can't make heads or tails of what Brennan is doing. So it's really hard to try to predict who's going to be on the stand. When we already had an EMT on the stand, and now we're having another EMT today. Is he going to have all the EMTs testify?
Well, this EMT is different. This
right. That's what I was going to say.
So the first
one from John and the one from the Karen situation, and leave it at that.
Well, probably, because if you think about it, like Matt Kelly, he never heard her say I hit him.
Right.
The other one never heard her say I hit him. I would think he would have to put Katie McLaughlin on. However, she's not really necessary if you have Timmy come in and say that she said I hit him.
But he didn't.
He did say he heard her say I hit him.
Oh, I thought you were talking about, because the first trial, Timmy testified that he heard Karen tell Katie that.
Right. But now that he said he heard it directly, then Katie doesn't have to come in. Then all the other shit doesn't come out about Katie. You see what I mean?
Right. Well, I mean, she's got to be on the defense witness list.
We'll see.
This is super blurry. Sorry. Okay. It's got all the Alberts again.
Why does it look like that?
I have no idea why it looks like this, to be honest with you.
So far, we haven't had any of the first responding officers.
No.
And we've heard nobody about that night. You know what I mean?
Nobody's testified to what happened that night at all. That they went to essentially that they were at this bar, besides Brennan in his opening statement.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know. I just, it's so hard to predict with him. I have no idea what he's doing. I mean, he probably doesn't want to put on too many people from the scene because of how much shit they got for how they handled the scene with the red Solo cups and the leaf blower. So then the question becomes, if he doesn't put them on, how many of those people do the defense put on? Because Lolly made it so the defense didn't have to call any of them. I don't even know if they're going to call Colin, because Judge Bev says that they can't use Colin as a third party now because she believes the alibi from Chris Albert, that the messages or whatever it was proves that he was home.
The texts with Allie McCabe.
Oh,
where he got picked up at 12:10 or whatever.
So she thinks those are all legit.
Apparently so.
But we know that they were manufactured, because you could tell by the difference in the screenshots that they were manufactured.
Well, apparently, I mean, if the defense didn't fight it, I mean, even if they would have in the first trial, like, she was on this whole thing about how it's a new trial, but
yeah,
it's only a new trial when she wants it to be. And then other times it's like, I don't know.
Yeah, so I have no idea. I have no predictions for who this person, who Brennan is going to be putting on the stand and who he isn't. I would just be throwing out names just to throw out names, because I don't know what he's doing. Lolly was like, I'm going to put every fucking person on the stand. So, don't know. No idea. I don't know why my defense one looks like that. I'm going to find a different copy.
I have in the spreadsheet, I have a good copy. I think that was screenshotted ones. I don't know why they look like that, but the ones that I saw on like Facebook.
PDF I downloaded.
From where?
Joanna?
Hold on, let me look at my.
I mean, it doesn't matter. I can still tell who they are.
I don't want to struggle that much. I
Yeah,
love
I know.
Joanna, but I'm blind as it is.
Yeah. All right. Well, if you have a better one, send it to me. All right, I'm going to wrap this up, go see what's going on with the family, and then I'll figure out if I can come back on in a little bit.
Okay.
You guys, anything else, Karen Reed, that we should talk about before we go? I think that it's been a long Karen Reed day.
Nah.
Here, I'll ask you this way.
What if any?
What if anything? What if any? And I also still have to make the 2 things you need me to make. I didn't make those last night either.
I think we're good. I do want those things, but I don't think there's anything else to talk about.
Yeah, hopefully I can do those tonight too. They shouldn't take too long since hopefully I'm not out driving everybody around tonight. Now I got one with a license, even though that's fucking scary.
That's very scary.
It's so scary.
I don't want to like feed your fear, but like that is scary.
You know, I have major anxiety and panic disorder. Like my kid being out on his own. Like I don't even know how I feel about this. All right.
Like mine is 7, and that's already too close.
I don't like it. I don't like it at all. I got the other one who's going to be driving in like a year and a half. So, fuck, what's wrong with my life? What happened? All right. Well, I love you guys. Thank you guys for hanging out with us, Sleuthie. As always, I love you to pieces. Thank you so much for everything. I'll keep you guys posted if I can come back in a little bit.
We'll be praying.
Silly goose. You silly goose. All right. Love you guys. Thank you guys for hanging out with us. I will see you on the flip side.
Love you. Bye.
Love you. Bye.
Do you dare to fall?